powers, declaration of emergency, constitutional options, etc., is one thing. But until the Fauj, the military, the Pakistan army, shows its card, makes its move, when nobody knows what the next path is going to look like.
You know, in this bout, and Tala, if I can bring you in right now, as far as optics are concerned, between Shehbaz Sharif and Imran Khan, round one no doubt goes to Imran Khan. And there is a lot of pressure right now on Shehbaz Sharif to kind of set this course right to win the optics game.
Well, the thing is that the government is trying its best to contain the situation, and they don't want to confront the public gatherings. And from the last 3 days, we have witnessed it that as far as mob is concerned, mob was trying to break into many official and military installments. But on the other hand, the government's response was not as much harsh as the mob was as the mob was getting furious in this whole situation. So government was only trying to contain the situation, and they were trying to contain that mob. So but now we are still waiting from the for the decision of the prime minister, that after the cabinet division he will going to meet the PDM leaders, and he is still in the contact with many of the PDM leaders, and they are still discussing that either there is any option for emergency for them or not. So after that, the meeting of the PDM, it is mostly most expectedly they are not going to announce such thing, and they will try their best to not do something which can be very dangerous for them in the history, and they don't want people to remember them like this way, that this was the government which imposed emergency in Pakistan and they couldn't handle this mess. So that's why they will try their best to contain the situation without imposing emergency. But it is a talk of town that it can be happening in Pakistan.
Well, so far they failed miserably in really controlling the situation at hand, as the images very clearly suggest from across Pakistan. Shiv, do you see the Pakistan administration considering the possibility of more violence, as Imran Khan himself clearly warned of consequences if he's arrested? Is that something that keep in mind before actually going ahead and re-arresting him, or is his arrest essentially imminent now?
You know, all these comments coming out from the Defence Minister of Pakistan and others are happening while the house is on fire. Akshita, I don't want to laugh at another country's misery, but there is a sense of absurdity and farce here. When large sections of many cities and towns in Pakistan have been brought down to rubble, establishments are on fire. You've got people infiltrating the general headquarters in Rawalpindi, for God's sake, and here you're hearing ministers, including the Prime Minister of Pakistan, humming and hawing over what the next step is really going to be. It's actually beyond the theatre of the absurd, because when your house is on fire, you need to act. Except you don't really have any powers to act, because the Pakistan army is still waiting and watching to see how this entire thing unfolds. Imran Khan has gotten bail for 2 weeks. He has said, I am definitely going to be arrested again, which is a signal to all of his supporters not to stop the violence. They're walking around in every city armed with weapons. Arson is still happening after bringing to rubble a corps commander's house in Lahore, which may I remind all of our viewers is unprecedented for a country like Pakistan. A country like Pakistan, where even when there is no martial law, it is basically the Fauj ka Raj that runs in Pakistan. For a corps commander's house to be burnt down, for him to be shunted, for him to basically lose his job, is in many ways possibly the worst kind of humiliation that the Pakistan army has faced since 1971. So Imran Khan signaling to all of his supporters, by saying that I'm going to be arrested for sure. The sense on the streets that Imran Khan, if he's arrested again, may never be seen again in public. All of this is basically sending out a message to the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf that they've got Pakistan establishment, the government, the army exactly where they want it. They're on their knees, they're hurting, they're bleeding, they're looking weak in the world's eyes, and therefore nothing needs to change as far as they're concerned. If emergency needs to apply, bring it on. That's what the message is here.
Okay, Shiv, Talha, just stay with me. Let me just update our viewers on all that's happened so far. Imran Khan has got some legal relief, but does that actually translate to relief for him is still a big question mark. The Islamabad High Court so far has granted him interim bail of 2 weeks. This is in the Al Qadr Trust case, the same case in which he was arrested 3 days ago. Imran Khan has warned of countrywide unrest if he is re-arrested in any other case. He continues to face arrest warrants in 10 more cases. The ousted Prime Minister of Pakistan had claimed that he would 100% be arrested again today. While sitting inside the Islamabad High Court, Imran claimed that he's been abducted and it seems like martial law has been declared already in Pakistan. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, speaking out for the first time, putting out a detailed video statement, claimed that Imran was being shielded by the court, referring to the Supreme Court of Pakistan and the Chief Justice of Pakistan giving relief to Imran Khan. He further demanded that Jinnah House arsonists be arrested immediately. Security has been beefed up all around the Islamabad High Court. Police officials have put up containers, military patrols in the region. Prohibitory orders are also in place. No PTI supporter is being allowed near the High Court.
इसमें रिलीफ मैं हाई कोर्ट में बैठा हूँ मेरे पास कोई उनके पास एक जवाब नहीं था मुझे पकड़ने का मुझे एबडक्ट किया गया है और जाके वहां फिर पहली दफा मुझे वारंट दिखाई जाता है जब मुझे जेल में ले जाते हैं ये तो जंगल के कानून में होता है और फौज अबडक्ट कर लेती है यानी किधर गई पुलिस किधर गया कानून यहाँ तो एक जंगल का कानून है बल्कि ऐसे लग रहा है जिस तरह के यहाँ तो एक मार्शल लॉ डिक्लेयर हो गया और आपको सोचे 40 लोग मुझे तो मैं जब कल अदालत में पहुंचा मुझे पहली दफा पता चला कि 40 लोग बेचारे इसमें जान खो बैठे
तो आज अगर नैब ने एक जेन्युइन एक केसेस अगर बनाए हैं गबन के करप्शन के तो उसके ऊपर आज अदलिया जिस तरह एक आनी दीवार बन चुकी है इमरान नियाजी को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए इसकी मिसाल पाकिस्तान में दुनिया में कहीं नहीं मिलती वतन अजीज इस वक्त बहुत मुश्किल हालात से गुजर रहा है जो इस मुल्क के अंदर पीटीआई की लीडरशिप पाकिस्तान को तबाही के दहाने पहुंचाने में जो घिनौना किरदार उन्होंने अदा किया है वो आज पाकिस्तान के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा सवालिया निशान बन चुका है
Okay, so the big breaking news that's coming in right now is that Imran Khan has been granted bail in all cases. Imran Khan's lawyer has asked the Islamabad High Court to issue an order that Imran should not be arrested in any other case because they're foreseeing that Imran could be re-arrested as soon as he steps out, to which the Islamabad High Court has granted bail in all cases. This is protective bail essentially. Does this mean that Imran Khan now is untouchable? Does this mean that Pakistani Rangers cannot take him into custody the moment he steps out of the Islamabad High Court? Talha Saeed is joining us live from Lahore on that. Talha, what does this mean? Imran Khan granted bail in all cases. I'm going to assume this is in all the 10 cases in which he faces arrest warrants. Does that mean he's untouchable now?
Well, the thing is that as I was updating you earlier that Imran Khan's legal team, they filed a petition for protective bail in Islamabad High Court, and just now Islamabad High Court granted the protective bail to Imran Khan in all the cases, and they were like a very short hearing on the said petition, and after that Islamabad High Court approved the bail request for all of the cases, and Islamabad High Court directed the security forces to not arrest Imran Khan in any of the case as soon as he stepped outside of Islamabad High Court. So now Imran Khan is surely we can surely say that Imran Khan is now free to go to home, and now authorities won't be arresting him in the said cases which are already registered. But on the other hand, the government is still trying that there is still a speculation and there are still rumors in the town that government can lodge another case, and in that case they can arrest him, and because in the last 2 days there were approximately 20 or 30 more cases which was lodged against Imran Khan. So now we can surely say that the Islamabad High Court, they granted a major relief to former Prime Minister Imran Khan, and they stopped the authorities to arrest him, as he will be now traveling to Lahore most expectedly. Yes.
Okay, so Talha getting us that update. In all likelihood, Imran Khan is going to head to Lahore now. It looks like, at least from the time being, from what's happened in the Islamabad High Court, that he's awaited arrest. But we'll have to see whether the administration books him in a fresh case. Does this mean, Talha, that in all the 10 odd cases in which arrest warrants have been issued against him, he's been granted bail, plus in the rioting case, because you had told us earlier that it's in the rioting case that they've moved for protective bail, and it looks like that's been granted as well.
Well, Imran Khan has been granted the protective bail in all of the other cases which was lodged against him, excluding the NAB reference, excluding the Tosha Khana case. They were all he was already on relief on the set cases, but now the court granted him the protective bail in other cases as well. So now seemingly there is no trouble for Imran Khan to travel back home, and it is most expected that government will they will lodge another FIR, they'll lodge other cases against Imran Khan, and they'll try to arrest him in those cases, but not particularly in the earlier cases which are already registered against him.
Protection from arrest has been granted till May 17th. What will this really mean for the administration at this point, at least, going by what the Islamabad High Court has said? It doesn't look like it's possible for Imran Khan to be taken into custody immediately. But in the days to come, Talha, there's no doubt that even if Imran leaves and heads to Lahore right now, there will be an effort, a concerted effort at that by the administration to book him in another case and to take him into custody.
Well, the thing is that as yesterday, Rana Sanaullah, he did a press conference, and he said that they will arrest Imran Khan in any other case if court grant him bail in this specific case. So they'll try to arrest him in other cases. So it is a highly possibility that Imran Khan will be arrested in any other case, but we are not sure yet that in which case they are going to arrest him now, because the Islamabad High Court has already granted him the protective bail for more than 10 cases, and they already asked the authorities to stop the trial of Tosha Khana case. They already granted him bail in the NAB reference. So now it is up to authorities, and we'll see that what is the mood of the authorities right now. Either they want to contain the situation, or either they'll be because if they don't respect these decisions of the court, they'll see another backlash from the public, as we saw 2 days earlier that in Lahore and all of the country there were protests in the country, and we are expecting that if they don't regard the court decision, we can see the same situation, we can see the same visuals which we were seeing 2 days before. So the thing is that now when Imran Khan will head for Lahore again, so it is very expected that in Lahore there can be a major drama which will be waiting for Khan and the authorities as well.
Okay, so he's going to be heading to Lahore. That is, if he manages to step out of the High Court. Looks like it's going to happen. Never say never, however, when it comes to Pakistan. Shiv Arora is also with us on this broadcast. We also have our legal editor, Nalini Sharma. Shiv, to you first. The heights of irony is that the Islamabad High Court has ordered the state to ensure the safety and protection of Imran Khan now.
That's right. I want to repeat that metaphor, the theatre of the absurd. The different players playing unbelievably unpredictable roles now. Imran Khan getting blanket, this is blanket bail. What I was saying a little earlier, Akshita.
Come back to you. Right now, the Pakistan Interior Minister is speaking. We're cutting across to that.
जो आपकी स्क्रीन पे है कि 17 तक उन्हें किसी भी केस में गिरफ्तार करने से मना किया गया है, तो 17 को जैसे ही ये ऑर्डर वकेट होगा, क्योंकि एक पूरे साल की हर दिन की एविडेंस मौजूद है, जब लोगों को ट्रेंड किया गया, उनके नाम का इंदराज किया गया और उनको इस मकसद के लिए तैयार किया गया, उनको जो है वो पेट्रोल बम बनाने, गलेल, ये सारी चीजें जो हैं इसकी एक एक दिन की एविडेंस है। और इमरान खान साहब की अपनी जाती जो है वो हर दिन की, हर मौके की तकारीर मौजूद है कि अगर मैं गिरफ्तार हुआ तो फिर आपने ये करना है, फिर आपने वो करना है। जिस दिन उनके ऊपर वजीराबाद में हमला हुआ तो बाद में उनकी स्पीचेस मौजूद हैं जिसमें ये कहते हैं कि भी हुआ ही कुछ नहीं है, बेनजीर भुट्टो की शहादत के ऊपर ये कुछ हुआ था तो आपने किया कुछ नहीं है। तो ये सारा कुछ जो हुआ है वो इनकी इमा पे हुआ है, इनकी डायरेक्शन पे हुआ है। और उसमें ऐसा नहीं है कि ये जो 2-3 दिन अब देखें ना कि सारा एहतजाज जो है उसकी जो है वो सिम्मत ईद ही थी, जो कि इससे पहले कभी किसी एहतजाज की सिम्मत नहीं रही। और दूसरा ये है कि घरों के ऊपर हमला करना। अब देखें ना, घर तो इनके भी सारे मौजूद है ना। अब मेरे घर के ऊपर जो फैसलाबाद में जो लोग आए हैं, तो क्या मुझे उनके घरों का नहीं मालूम कि उनके घर कहाँ पे वाक़ई हैं? तो ये जिस किस्म की सूरत हाल इमरान खान ने पूरी मेहनत से पैदा कर दी है, तो इसके रिपरकशंस और इससे कंसिक्वेंसेस सिर्फ ये तो नहीं होंगे ना कि जो ये 2-3 दिनों में मरतब हुए हैं, इसके बाद भी जो है ये सिलसिला आगे भी चलेगा।
राना साहब, तो हुकूमत ने क्या सोचा है? अब यकीनन ये सारी सूरत हाल आप लोगों ने कानूनी मुशावरत की होगी, अभी काबीना का इजलास भी हुआ, अब हुकूमत की आगे की हिकमत अमली क्या होगी, वो रेप्रिकॉशंस क्या हो सकते हैं जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं?
हुकूमत जो है वो इन अकॉर्डेंस विद लॉ जो है, और जो हुकूमती अदारे और एजेंसी जो हैं वो इन अकॉर्डेंस विद लॉ जो है वो अपने फ़राइज़ को और अपनी जिम्मेदारी को पूरा करेंगी। और पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो हैं वो एक नया जो ऑर्डर ऑफ द डे जो इमरान खान साहब ने मुरतब किया है, जो बिल्कुल अब वाज़ी हो गया है, तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो है, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के तौर पे जो है तो उसको भी जो है वो पेश नज़र रखा जाएगा कि ये तो काम ही बड़ा आसान है कि आप हजारों लाखों लोगों को जो है वो कायल करते फिरें और प्रीच करते फिरें। ये टोटल पूरे शहर में 200 बंदा आप ट्रेन कर लें और उसके बाद जो है वो फिर अपनी मर्जी डिक्टेट करें, जो चाहें सो करें, आपको पूछने वाले कोई नहीं होगा। बल्कि जहां भी आप जाएंगे आपको वेलकम किया जाएगा, आपको देख के खुशी का इजहार किया जाएगा, आपके लिए बेस्ट विशेस का इजहार किया जाएगा। ये तो काम ही बड़ा आसान है।
अच्छा राणा साहब, ये कहिएगा, काबीना इजलास भी हो रहा है और इसमें बड़े अहम फैसले मुतवक्के भी हैं। इस वक्त मुल्क की जो सूरत हाल है, आप समझ रहे हैं कोई ऐसा फैसला उसमें लिया जा सकता है जिसके बारे में बात तो हो रही है यकीनन, और हम तक खबर भी आई है कि कुछ वज़रा की तरफ से सजेशन भी आई है कि ये निफाज कर दिया जाए, तो क्या आप समझते हैं, क्या हालात उस तरफ जा रहे हैं क्या?
नहीं, देखें, इसमें जो है वो जब अजलास होता है तो उसमें मुख्तलिफ तजावीज़ तो आती हैं, लेकिन अभी कोई एमरजेंसी के नफाज के ऊपर जो है वो ये फैसला तो नहीं हुआ। हाँ, ये जो कल के रिमार्क्स हैं और जिस तरह से कल एक ऐसे मुलजम को जिसके खिलाफ 60 अरब रुपए कौमी खजाने पे डाका डालने, करप्शन का इल्जाम था, जिसकी इमा के ऊपर लोगों के घर जलाए गए, दफाई तनसीबात के ऊपर हमले किए गए, उसे जिस तरह से कल वेलकम किया गया है, उसे जिस तरह से उसको उस पर खुशी का इजहार किया गया है, उसकी मजम्मत जो है वो कैबिनेट ने की है। और इस बारे में कैबिनेट ने जो है वो हुकूमत से कहा है कि इस बारे में जो है ये एक जो भी लीगल जो ज़राए मौजूद हैं तो उसके मुताबिक जो है इस चीज़ को जो है वो कन्वे भी किया जाए और इसकी मजम्मत भी की जाए।
आर्टिकल 232 से मुतालिक कोई बात हुई?
नहीं, वो आर्टिकल 232 जो है वो यकीनन एमरजेंसी से मुतल्लिक ही है, तो इस बारे में कोई ऐसा एक दो सेशन तो आई है, लेकिन इस बारे में कोई गौर या कोई उसमें कोई फैसले वाली बात जो है वो नहीं है।
तो आगे की आप लोगों की स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी राना साहब, कुछ क्लैरिटी मिली है या हमें दे सकते हैं?
आगे की स्ट्रेटजी ये है कि जो दफाई तनसीबात पे और लोगों के घरों पे जो हमले किए गए हैं उनकी तमाम फुटेज मौजूद है। एक एक मुलजम जो है वो आइडेंटिफाई है और उनके खिलाफ जो है वो मुकदमात जो है वो दर्ज किए गए हैं, किए जा रहे हैं और उनके खिलाफ पूरी तरह से लॉ जो है वो अपना रास्ता लेगा और किसी किस्म की इस बारे में रू रायत या जो है
जीरो टॉलरेंस की आप बात करें। अच्छा राणा साहब, एक और सवाल, हालात नॉर्मलाइज कब होंगे? यानी अभी तो इस्लामाबाद में और लाहौर में, पिंडी में पाक फौज ने फ्लैग मार्च भी किया है, पाक फौज आर्टिकल 245 के तहत है, तो क्या वो कब विदड्रॉ होगी, कब हालात नॉर्मल होंगे? आप क्या समझते हैं, क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है आपके पास?
देखिए, अगर कल की सहूलतकारी ना होती तो हमारा ये पूरा अंदाजा था कि हम जो है वो 2 से 3 दिनों में जो है वो ये सारी सूरत हाल को जो है वो कंट्रोल कर लेंगे और इस बारे में मुकम्मल जो है वो डिटेल में जाके जो है वो सारी मनसूबाबंदी हो चुकी थी, सारा कुछ देखा जा चुका था। लेकिन कल अब एक नई सूरत हाल पैदा हो गई है, तो उस सूरत हाल के पेश नज़र फिर यकीनन अगर ये 17 तक जाती है तो फिर 17 तक या 17 के बाद फिर, और अगर ये 2 हफ्तों तक जाती है तो फिर ये सूरत हाल तो जारी रहेगी।
अच्छा, और राणा साहब ये इंटरनेट सर्विसेज बंद है, उनसे मुतालिक बताइएगा, ये बड़ी परेशानी हो रही है सबको, ये कब तक बहाल होंगी?
मेरा ख्याल है कि अगर ये मामला थोड़ा दराज होता है तो फिर मेरी जाती राय ये है कि हमें इस सिलसिले को, पहले तो हमने 2-3 दिन ज़हन में रख के जो है ये किया था, तो अब अगर ये मामला जो है ये 17 तक जाता है या उससे आगे जाता है तो इस बारे में दोबारा जो है वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर से गाइडेंस लेके, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि फिर हमें इसको इतना लंबा करना जो है वो, क्योंकि फिर अदरवाइज जो लोग
So that's the Pakistan Interior Minister. They're speaking about all the dramatic developments that have come in from the Islamabad High Court. Huge setback for the administration, for the Pakistan Army, as the Islamabad High Court has given protection to Imran Khan and also directing the state to ensure his protection, his security. We'll continue keeping an eye on all the developments coming in from Pakistan. I'm slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we're counting down to verdict day in Karnataka. BJP sources indicate that they're working out a plan B. Does that involve Operation Kamla? We'll tell you in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 reporters in the battlefield from India Today's Double Engine.
So you're saying that in Karnataka you cannot do Hindu-Muslim politics?
Are things getting better around here? Are they getting worse?
To Karnataka's finest reporting team.
What do you wish for the state of Karnataka?
Shettar also has an option.
Mallikarjun Kharge reservation has been a hot topic.
Priyanka Gandhi Vajra roadshow is a mega hit.
And India's leading national reporters.
How are you looking at politics in Karnataka?
Less polarization, more infrastructure.
Unsparing, unmatched, unrivaled coverage. India Today with Karnataka for Karnataka.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
air quality today. In Delhi, 163. In Mumbai, 90. In Kolkata, 106. In Bangalore, 51. In Chennai, 72. In Hyderabad, 63.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
Wrinkle resistant, stretchable, smart try. Tech Pro by Blackberries.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar, discover the magic of smart lights. Co-powered by Tech Pro by Blackberries. Show the way.
Welcome back. Ahead of verdict day in Karnataka tomorrow, lots that's happening as political parties are getting into huddles. Let's round up for you all the updates coming in. Amid all the speculation of whether Kumaraswamy will once again be the kingmaker, the former Karnataka Chief Minister has flown to Singapore for personal reasons and will reportedly be back today before result day. The JDS leader was also hospitalized during campaigning for the Karnataka Assembly elections and had visited Singapore earlier as well for health reasons. Just a day before the big Karnataka verdict, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai met with BJP stalwart B.S. Yediyurappa at his residence. The meeting comes as exit polls show an edge to the Congress party and speculation over the BJP firming up a plan B. Ahead of the crucial Karnataka poll verdict, DK Shivkumar met with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. The duo was also joined by Randeep Surjewala for the huddle, in which senior Congress leaders reportedly discussed their strategy for counting day tomorrow. Congress leader and former Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister G. Parameshwara has once again expressed his ambition for being named as the Chief Minister if the Congress wins. Parameshwara further added that the final decision will be taken by the party high command. Even DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah are also in the running for the post. The BJP Congress are firming up a plan B. JDS is now claiming that both parties have approached them. JDS's Tanveer Ahmed has claimed his party will be the kingmaker and has declared that they will take a call on all post-poll alliance options once the results are out. We're switching focus back to what's happening in Pakistan. After being granted relief by the Islamabad High Court, Imran Khan is expected to come out of court any time. PTI has asked party workers and supporters to continue their nationwide protest in Pakistan until Imran Khan reaches his chosen place of safety. Even as relief has come in from the Islamabad High Court, remember that bail has been granted to him in all possible cases, in all cases right now. So it makes it all the more difficult for authorities, officials to take him into custody. Having said that, remember that this ring of protection that Imran Khan currently enjoys is only in Islamabad. So we'll see exactly where he heads now, which is why the PTI has said we will continue our agitation, we will continue our protest for the moment. These are images from earlier of Imran Khan waving to PTI supporters, showing them the fist as a sign of victory. We'll get to the latest images also that are emerging right now from the Islamabad High Court. After relief, Imran Khan will be heaving a sigh of relief. Round one has gone to him, optics-wise and otherwise, with the judiciary granting him relief. An irony of ironies is that the Islamabad High Court has directed the state, who's going after Imran Khan in every possible way, to ensure now his security, to ensure his protection. So we'll see really how that plays out. Right now, with bail being granted to him, including protective bail in the rioting case, it remains to be seen how really the state, how really the army can crack down on Imran Khan. Just before this hearing, very public comments and statements were made by the administration saying they will take Imran Khan into custody in the May 9th rioting case. But now that is no longer an option for the administration. Remember, Imran has been granted relief for about 5 days till May 17th. So will he be allowed to roam free until then? Or will he be nabbed and arrested in another case is the big question. But all along there was speculation that he would now make his way to Lahore. But that will lead to a confrontation with officials, because remember that the Islamabad High Court has granted him protection for right now. That is in Islamabad itself. So the moment he moves out of Islamabad, he could face arrest. Authorities can then take him into custody. We're getting you live images on the left of your screens from the Islamabad High Court. You can see the huge security deployment there. A lot of crowds that have gathered. Imran Khan is expected to step out any moment now. You can hear slogans being raised in support of Imran Khan. And this comes at a time when we've been seeing all-out violence and rioting in the country of Pakistan as a result of Imran Khan being jailed. That shows you the kind of support that the former Pakistan Prime Minister really has on the streets. But it doesn't all go well for the Pakistan army. It doesn't all go well for the Pakistan government. How long will they keep quiet? How long will they sit back and actually follow the judiciary's orders? A big question. Because remember, in a country like Pakistan, even the judiciary has no respect. The Pakistan army is supreme and no one else, which is why you even had very public comments by Pakistani politicians lambasting the Chief Justice, abusing the Chief Justice, even threatening him for going ahead and granting relief to Imran Khan. The Islamabad High Court has followed that up by providing him bail in all cases. Talha Said is joining us with more details on this. Talha, you were telling us earlier that Imran Khan in all likelihood is going to be making his way to Lahore. Has that changed now with the Islamabad High Court making it clear that the protection for him remains only within Islamabad?
Well, the thing is that minutes after granting Imran Khan a 2-week protective bail in Al-Qadi Trust case, the Islamabad High Court barred the concerned authorities from arresting Imran Khan in any other case till Wednesday, 7th May. And that is the court specified that he cannot be arrested in any new case that is filed after May 9. And as well as they also made it clear that he cannot be arrested in any case which is registered in the Islamabad, in the capital city. But he can be arrested in any other case which is registered outside of Islamabad and before 9 May.
So in such a circumstance, then there will be questions about whether Imran Khan will choose to remain in Islamabad itself for the time being. That ideally would be the situation that he'll stick to. We're also hearing right now, Talha, that there have been appeals put out by the PTI, by leadership of the PTI to its workers, not to stop the agitation till Imran Khan reaches a place of safety, yes?
Well, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, they gave a message to all of their workers to start doing the peaceful protest. They specifically said that no worker should take the law in the hand, and every worker should be a part of a peaceful demonstration. And they stated that every worker should march toward Islamabad to receive Imran Khan. And they specifically said that there shouldn't be any worker who is going to break the law or who is going to attack on any state institution or any state installation. So that is what the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf directed to their worker. But we are still expecting that after when if Imran Khan is going to be on his way to Lahore, it is highly expected that within the premises within the vicinity of Punjab, he can be arrested in any other case which is registered before 9 May. So in such case, we are expecting that there could be like unfortunate event which same which we were witnessing 2 days ago.
What we're also hearing right now, and this is perhaps because of what you've told us, Talha, of the possibility of Imran being taken into custody the moment he moves out of Islamabad, that there are 4 cases currently registered against Imran Khan in Pakistan, Punjab. And so we understand the PTI lawyers are now moving to seek bail in those cases as well. So they're ensuring that they cover all possible grounds right now. And there's no way that Imran Khan, in the current existing 200-odd cases, he can actually be arrested.
Yes, there are near than 200 cases which are registered against former Prime Minister Imran Khan within the Punjab, within the different cities of Punjab, and the higher number of these cases are especially in Lahore. So the legal team of Imran Khan, they were already trying to get the bails from the courts for the maximum cases in which Imran Khan can be arrested. So, but right now the only priority of the legal team of Imran Khan is that he has to get back to Zaman Park, Lahore safely and without any arrest. So the legal team is trying to contact all of the judicial authorities in Lahore as well to get the protective bail for Imran Khan so that he can reach here safely. Yes.
So let's see how that really plays out. It looks like right now the legal proceedings will continue in the Islamabad High Court. Imran Khan is being moved from one courtroom to another, and that's because his lawyers are trying to ensure that all possible scenarios, in any case that Imran Khan, or there's a slightest possibility of him being arrested, they seek bail in those cases as well. But there's a larger fight that's clearly playing out here, Talha, and it's not just about Imran Khan versus the administration, Imran Khan versus the Pakistan army. It's also about the judiciary versus the state. And the fact that, the judiciary here, the Islamabad High Court, has said that it's the state's prerogative to protect Imran Khan will be something that the state won't appreciate.
Well, we can't say that it is a judiciary against state because judiciary is also a part of the state and judiciary is doing its own work. On the other hand, the government is trying to snub his arch rival. But the thing is that we can't say that judiciary is against the state, and the state is also as we can see that from the last 2 days, the judiciary played a very important role in containing the situation, because as you see that when yesterday Imran Khan was granted bail in Al-Qadir Trust case, all of the mob which was protesting in the favor of Imran Khan in different cities of Pakistan, they suddenly stopped the protesting, and it basically it saved our country from the more.
Sure, but Talha, the reason I asked that question is because even yesterday, after the Supreme Court gave that judgment, helped Imran Khan, gave it in favor of Imran Khan, you had so many comments very publicly made by ministers, by senior leaders of the government, lambasting, targeting personally the Chief Justice of Pakistan.
Well, but still, you can't say that it is state against the judiciary or it is judiciary against state. They were only individuals who are currently in power, and they were commenting their hearts out. They were not like directly. They were not like speaking as the statesmen. They were actually speaking as the party members of PMLN or as the party member of Pakistan People's Party. But you can't say that it was the judiciary against state. So the thing is that everybody from the PDM or which we say the Pakistan Pakistan Democratic Movement, anybody from that alliance, they are criticizing court. Yes, it is true, but they are not like criticizing it on the behalf of the state, but they are criticizing on the behalf of PDM or their respective parties.
Okay, we'll take your word for it, but essentially we even heard the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif poking holes in how the judiciary has handled this particular case, which is why many would say that, look, this has become a scenario where it's state versus judiciary currently. Having said that, focusing on what's happening in the Islamabad High Court right now, these are images that we're showing to you of Imran Khan walking out. This is from one courtroom to another while he was being ushered there for more hearings right now. Imran Khan, you can see, looking cool, looking calm, composed, waving at his supporters. There are many PTI workers who've gathered outside the Islamabad High Court raising pro-Imran slogans. They've been told to be on standby, essentially. They've been told, don't stop your protest till Imran Khan reaches a place of safety, because there is still very much a concern that he could be rearrested. There's also a warning that's been shot off. And Tala, let's focus on what Imran Khan has said in court. He said this repeatedly, that he was abducted, he was beaten with sticks, but he's also now issued a very clear warning saying, if I'm rearrested, once again there will be protests, once again there will be violence. Lost Talha. We'll reconnect with him in just a bit for more on what's really playing out right now in Islamabad. These are images of Imran Khan walking from one courtroom to another, accompanied by his legal team amid a sea of security, as you see there, looking calm, looking composed, knowing right now that as far as this battle and the legal battle is concerned, things have most definitely worked in his favor. But does that actually translate to relief for him? At the moment, it would seem so, but you can never really take anything for granted in Pakistan, considering that the administration, the Pakistan army, the all-powerful Pakistan army in the country is going all out against this man. They want to ensure that he's taken into custody one way or another. How will they do that? There's a big question on that, because Imran Khan's legal team is trying to cover all bases and ensure that there is no ground on which he can be taken to custody in the time being. I'm slipping into a very short break here on India Today. This is a story that we continue to track very, very closely, as Imran Khan is expected to walk out of the Islamabad High Court in just moments from now. Thanks very much for tuning in.
You are watching India Today.
Starting next year, these bunk beds will be available on hire on Air New Zealand's long-haul flights. The design was revealed a couple of years ago. Now their prices have also been announced. The beds will be available for passengers wanting to take a comfortable snooze at 35,000 feet for $100 an hour. The beds will be available for maximum of 4 hours and just once during a flight. The 6-bed bunks, known as Sky Nest, will have a pillow, sheets and blanket, earplugs and a reading light. According to the airline, passengers who oversleep will be gently woken up by the air crew. Air New Zealand is already offering Sky Couches on its flights, which combines 3 economy class seats to form a bed. The new bunk beds will be available on ultra long-haul flights on board new Boeing 787-9 aircraft on the Auckland-New York direct service and the 14-hour-long Auckland-Chicago flight. Currently, an economy class ticket for the New York flight costs up to $1,800, while the lie-flat seats of business class, similarly, an economy class ticket to Chicago costs $870, while the business class ticket will set you back by nearly $8,000. Making a $400 spend for 4 hours of sleep a fantastic bargain for many passengers. If this additional source of revenue clicks for Air New Zealand, it may soon find favour with other airlines as well, particularly the more aggressive ones like Emirates, Qatar, British Airways and Turkish Airlines. Even Air India, which has a massive pending order of 470 aircraft, may opt for the revenue spinner. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress defeated in election after election in recent times.
There seemingly, you've done very well in the Vokaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
Accurate results at blinding speed. The only results Broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
What's your longer term strategy on Europe? And is there a trade-off versus focusing more on India and expanding here?
So, Siddharth, the situation in Europe needs to be understood, in a slightly more detailed level, right? You have the Dutch assets, operations in Netherlands, which is 70% of our European footprint, is a pretty strong asset. It has always been cash positive, EBITDA positive, and does not require any support from India. So they can run on their own. Okay, so we are less concerned about that. We've had a couple of bad quarters. We will have one more bad quarter simply because there's a blast furnace relining which is going on there. In Q3, Q4, we were hit by higher energy costs, etc. So, but we are not, worried about the structural, strength of the Dutch operation. It's a sustainable business. It can run on its own. It can transform. The challenge is UK, which is 30% of our footprint there. That's not cash positive. More often than not, it's cash negative. More often than not, it's EBITDA negative. And many of the facilities there, particularly in the upstream, are reaching the end of life. So the clock is ticking on that one. So that's a call we'll have to take during this year or latest by next year. During this year and next year, those assets will come to end of life. And if there is not enough support from the government, we cannot transition to a new process route. The cash flows from the business don't support any more investments than we've made already there. So that's the challenge. To go back to your fundamental question, does this impact our growth in India? The answer is no, because like I said, the growth in India is taken care of by the cash flows in India, which are very strong. And like I said, if the Dutch assets don't need our support, and it's just the UK assets, which is 3 million out of 32 million, it's not as material as it was 10 years back, when it was 10 million out of 25 million.
Welcome to Namma Bengaluru.
From a gold mine to a bowl of dust.
The lakes, do you think they're getting better? Are they getting worse?
This is Nabila signing off with camera person Prashant for India Today from Muttur, Mangaluru.
Biggest leader of the Congress party, someone who's still very respected.
Biggest and ambitious roadshow so far, Bengaluru.
Reservation has been a hot topic here in Karnataka.
Sonia Gandhi, while addressing a public rally in Hubballi.
Assistant General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is taking out a roadshow in Bengaluru. Our interactions we've been having with the BJP supporters and BJP workers.
हर पल आपके साथ।
Mobs run riot in Pakistan. Big relief for Imran Khan. Imran granted bail in all cases. Will Pak Army pick up Imran? Kor, Korma, Chaos, Coup.
Is martial law all set to be imposed in Pakistan? Is that going to be the inevitable end game? With all these fulminating politicians and people talking about emergency, Imran Khan being granted hilarious blanket bail without even having applied for it. What's going on in this calamity called Pakistan, the neighbor we are cursed to live alongside? I'm Shiv. We're going to take you straight to the ground in Pakistan to show you how things are going from bad to worse, visibly and live on television. No other Indian channel has a ground presence. We have reporters in Pakistan to bring you the most hard-hitting coverage of a historic, catastrophic period in Pakistan's history, the worst since 1971. Let's take you first through the headlines. Karnataka BJP sources hint at Operation Lotus as a plan B if India Today's exit poll is proven correct. The BJP has requested Amit Shah to visit Bengaluru tomorrow. Congress and BJP leaders in a key huddle hours before counting day. DK Shivakumar and Randeep Surjewala meet the Congress president at his residence. B.S. Yediyurappa and Bommai also in a huddle. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government for banning the Kerala story. Says Bengal is not different from the rest of the country. Sends a notice to the Mamata Sarkar. Dangal for justice in Delhi reaches top court. Delhi police form special investigation team to probe the allegations of sexual harassment and assault. Judge says POXO case will be transferred to district judge. Sachin pilot Sangharsh against Ashok Gehlot continues as pilot resumes his march from Ajmer to Jaipur, attacks Gehlot and the BJP over corruption. Straight to our first news break coming in from Pakistan after 3 days of non-stop vandalism, rioting and arson by the Imran Sena in different parts of Pakistan. Imran Khan is expected to come out of court any time now. Our cameras are positioned there to bring you live images of Imran Khan as he comes out. Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf has asked party workers and supporters to continue their nationwide protests across Pakistan until Imran Khan reaches his chosen place of safety. Remember, last night after being freed by the Supreme Court, Imran Khan was kept at the police line's guest house in Islamabad. Now he's inside the High Court right after receiving blanket bail in over 200 cases against him. He cannot be touched by the police or arrested till at least the 17th of May. That's 5 days from now. But Imran Khan continues to be in danger of being quote-unquote picked up and disappeared by the all-powerful army. That's the looming threat that Imran Khan says is hovering over his head at this time. So any moment now, Imran Khan will be emerging from the High Court. I want to go across to India, to Tala Saeed, who is a journalist on the ground. He's live with us from Lahore in Pakistan. Tala, good evening. Thanks for your time and being with us here on India today. What's the latest that you're hearing, Tala? Imran has received blanket bail in all those cases. He cannot be arrested till the 17th of May, and he's expected to come out of court anytime now.
Well, minutes after granting Imran Khan a 2-week protective bail in the Al-Qadi Trust case, the Islamabad High Court also barred authorities from arresting Imran Khan in any new case which is filed after 9 May in Islamabad. And now the legal team of Imran Khan, they also filed a petition for protective bail of Imran Khan in the cases which are registered outside Islamabad. So right now the court is going to hear this second petition, and Justice Tariq Mahmood Jahangiri will be hearing this petition in a while, in which he'll be deciding that either he can hear this petition or not, because the thing is that they filed this petition in Islamabad, and as per the laws, Islamabad High Court cannot actually give him relief in any case which is registered outside from the outside the jurisdiction of Islamabad. So the legal team of Imran Khan has to contact the Lahore High Court or any other High Court in Punjab. So after that it will be sure that either Imran Khan is going to be arrested or not. So but the sources, they are claiming that as the court already granted him relief for Islamabad, so now it is most expectedly Imran Khan will be staying in Banigala, Islamabad.
Okay, so he's going to be staying in Islamabad at this point of time, and it is only after he is at a chosen place of safety, according to the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, that the protests by party cadres in different parts of Pakistan will actually be called off. I'm coming back to you, Talha, in just a moment, but let's just tell our viewers and show our viewers all of the latest developments and images coming in from Pakistan, the surround sound around Imran Khan. Number one, big relief for Imran after Islamabad High Court granted him bail in all cases against him. That's over 150 cases. Imran got protection from arrest till the 17th of May, as Tala was just telling us. This hours after he warned of more chaos, that he was going to be arrested for sure. Security has also been beefed up outside the Islamabad High Court, where Imran Khan continues to be inside. Police officials had put containers and military patrols in the area. Section 144, very similar to what we have in India, is still in place to avoid any flare-up of violence outside the High Court premises. Meanwhile, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has called for a cabinet meeting as he mulls imposing emergency. Shehbaz Sharif has also alleged that Imran Khan was being shielded by the country's courts. Well, during his court hearing, Imran Khan claimed that he was abducted from the High Court 3 days ago and was treated worse than a criminal. The former Pakistan Prime Minister has leveled allegations that he was beaten with sticks, even though images of Imran Khan did not, on the outset, show any physical injuries. The Pakistan police have arrested more than 1,000 supporters of the ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. Police in the Punjab province have registered terrorism cases against more than 600 protesters. According to figures released by authorities, more than 130 police officers have been injured in clashes with protesters. The Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf says 26 of its supporters and activists have been killed in mob violence. More information coming in from Pakistan. Preparations currently on to move Imran Khan from the Islamabad High Court to his Islamabad residence in Banigala. That's what Talaha was just telling us. So preparations are on right now to move him to his own personal residence in the Banigala area of Islamabad. Gaurav Sawant also tracking the story, joining me live here. Gaurav, blanket bail granted to Imran Khan, can't be arrested till at least the 17th of May. He is going to be transferred very shortly from the High Court to his private residence in the Banigala area of Islamabad. What are you hearing, Gaurav?
Shiv, right now the Punjab Police Special DIG is still outside the Islamabad High Court. The Punjab Police wants to figure out whether the blanket bail that's been granted by Islamabad High Court also holds good for cases that have been filed outside the jurisdiction of the Islamabad High Court in Lahore. So once there's clarity on that, DIG Special Ops and his team may go back. Should there not be clarity on that, they will remain outside. And that's why Imran Khan has moved from court number 2 now to court number 4. And the court number 4, the learned judges there, and it's a division bench, we are told. The division bench is consulting whether they can give bail in a case that's been registered in Lahore. And there are 4 cases in which Imran Khan is seeking bail. But do keep in mind, DIG Special Operations is carrying 10 FIRs and 10 arrest warrants against Imran Khan. So it's a very precarious situation. And the images that we are putting out on a television screen of what's happening outside Islamabad High Court. So you have 4 layers of security. You have the Islamabad police, you have the Rangers, you have the FC, the Frontier Constabulary, and you have other armed police personnel who are there. Plus you have Punjab police, you have Islamabad police. You're not too sure, are police also going to clash with each other like they have in the past? Shiv, you'd recall when the police had come to Zaman Park residence of Imran Khan in Lahore, the Gilgit-Baltistan police had clashed with the Punjab police. One trying to save him, the other trying to arrest him. So it's a very, very tense situation, tense atmosphere in Islamabad right now, as Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf cadre have been asked to come out on the streets and continue protesting till Imran Khan reaches home safely.
Okay, Banigala is where his residence is. From the High Court, he is going to be transported there. Talha, if I could come to you, what are you hearing? Because, the different agencies are still waiting to see if they can arrest Imran Khan at this point of time. What are your sources telling you? Is that possible? Because Imran Khan himself says, 100% I will be arrested.
Well, the thing is that now Imran Khan's counsel, his legal team, they also filed a petition for his protective bail in Lahore High Court, and right now a justice is hearing to that petition as well, and this specific petition is for the cases which are registered outside of the Islamabad. So, and Imran Khan's counsel just said in the court that we are here in the respect of court and we want to appear in Lahore's court, and if the court grant us the protective bail, so Imran Khan can be presented in the he can appear in the Lahore's court. So he is appealing to the Lahore court that kindly grant them the protective bail so that they can appear over there, and if this protective bail is approved, so after that Imran Khan, it can be safely said that after that Imran Khan can easily travel to Lahore. So it is now totally up to Imran Khan that where will he be staying. Either he will be staying in Islamabad or either he will be traveling to Lahore. But the thing is that these inner circles of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, they are claiming that it is more beneficial for Imran Khan to stay in Lahore, where already there are many of his workers who are waiting for him outside the Zaman Park right now, and they are waiting for their leader to come back to the Zaman Park in Islamabad, as it is totally under the federal government's jurisdiction. So it will be quite difficult for them to stay in Islamabad. So it is PTI's legal teams is trying their best to get the protective bail from Lahore court as well, so that Imran Khan can safely travel back to Zaman Park, Lahore.
Okay, so the challenge first now is to get him to his residence in Islamabad in the Banigala area. After that, the challenge number 2, as Talha just pointed out, becomes transferring the former Prime Minister from Islamabad back to Lahore, where his private residence is. Now, let's just tell you a little bit. Gaurav and Talha continue to stay with me. How Imran Khan, the biggest development today is that he was granted bail in all the cases against him till the 17th of May. This came out of the blue. Remember, Imran Khan had gotten bail in 2 cases until yesterday, and now in over 150 cases, he's got blanket bail. He cannot be arrested in any of them until May the 17th. The court has told the Pakistan government to ensure Imran Khan's safety at all costs. Security, like Talha was telling us, has been beefed up outside the Islamabad High Court. Police officials have put containers, military patrols in the area. Section 144 continues to be in place as it has been for the last 3 days. In court, Imran Khan dramatically claimed that he was abducted and said it seems martial law has been declared in Pakistan. He further slammed the Chief Justice for hypocrisy. Meanwhile, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif called for a cabinet meeting as he said he was mulling emergency powers Attacking Imran, he claimed that the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf chief is being shielded by the country's top court.
जो आपकी स्क्रीन पे है कि 17 तक उन्हें किसी भी केस में गिरफ्तार करने से मना किया गया है, तो 17 को जैसे ही ये ऑर्डर वकेट होगा, क्योंकि एक पूरे साल की हर दिन की एविडेंस मौजूद है, जब लोगों को ट्रेंड किया गया, उनके नाम का इंदराज किया गया और उनको इस मकसद के लिए तैयार किया गया, उनको जो है वो पेट्रोल बम बनाने, गलेल, ये सारी चीजें जो हैं इसकी एक एक दिन की एविडेंस है। और इमरान खान साहब की अपनी जाती जो है वो हर दिन की, हर मौके की तकारीर मौजूद है कि अगर मैं गिरफ्तार हुआ तो फिर आपने ये करना है, फिर आपने वो करना है। जिस दिन इनके ऊपर वजीराबाद में हमला हुआ तो बाद में उनकी स्पीचेस मौजूद हैं जिसमें ये कहते हैं कि भी हुआ ही कुछ नहीं है, बेनजीर भुट्टो की शहादत के ऊपर ये कुछ हुआ था तो आपने किया कुछ नहीं है। तो ये सारा कुछ जो हुआ है वो इनकी इमा पे हुआ है, इनकी डायरेक्शन पे हुआ है। और उसमें ऐसा नहीं है कि ये जो 2-3 दिन ना कि सारा एहतजाज जो है उसकी जो है वो सिम्मत ईद ही थी, जो कि इससे पहले कभी किसी एहतजाज की सिम्मत नहीं रही। और दूसरा ये है कि घरों के ऊपर हमला करना। अब देखें ना, घर तो इनके भी सारे मौजूद है ना। अब मेरे घर के ऊपर जो फैसलाबाद में जो लोग आए हैं, तो क्या मुझे उनके घरों का नहीं मालूम कि उनके घर कहाँ पे वाक़ हैं? तो ये जिस किस्म की सूरत हाल इमरान खान ने पूरी मेहनत से पैदा कर दी है, तो इसके रिपरकशंस और इससे कंसीक्वेंसेस सिर्फ ये तो नहीं हो।
And here, just to remind you, is what Imran Khan had said when he was earlier presented in court.
इसमें रिलीफ, मैं हाई कोर्ट में बैठा हूँ, मेरे पास कोई उनके पास एक जवाब नहीं था मुझे पकड़ने का, मुझे एब्डक्ट किया गया है और जाके वहां फिर पहली दफा मुझे वारंट दिखाई जाता है जब मुझे जेल में ले जाते हैं। ये तो जंगल के कानून में होता है और फौज एब्डक्ट कर लेती है। यानी किधर गई पुलिस, किधर गया कानून? यहाँ तो एक जंगल का कानून है, बल्कि ऐसे लग रहा है जिस तरह के यहाँ तो एक मार्शल लॉ डिक्लेयर हो गया। और आपको सोचे 40 लोग, मुझे तो, मैं जब कल अदालत में पहुंचा मुझे पहली दफा पता चला कि 40 लोग बेचारे इसमें जान खो बैठे।
Now make no mistake, as we await information about Imran Khan walking out of the Islamabad High Court in just a few minutes from now, I want to show you this report about the uncertainty that hangs over Pakistan. Is there going to be martial law? Is there going to be emergency imposed? Is this the worst crisis in that country since the 1971 war? From Pakistan to Pakistanis outside the country, there's a clamour growing in favour of Imran Khan, who continues to be hugely popular. But the current incumbent Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's government has vowed to keep Imran behind bars, and that's the reason why things are escalating. Pakistan is simmering after days of violent protests. Imran Khan's supporters on Friday thronged the streets, flaunting weapons in a show of strength, celebrating his release. Their leader was produced before the Islamabad High Court in the morning, as ordered by the country's Supreme Court. A three-tier security cordon was deployed at the High Court to prevent any untoward incident. Military vans, patrols and containers with thousands of security forces were on the field. Immediately after Imran made it to court, Pakistan's DIG operations came armed with 10 arrest warrants. Imran claimed a second arrest was definitely in the offing.
Relief? मैं हाई कोर्ट में बैठा हूं, मेरे पास कोई उनके पास एक जवाब नहीं था मुझे पकड़ने का, मुझे एबडक्ट किया गया है और जाके वहां फिर पहली दफा मुझे वारंट दिखाई जाता है जब मुझे जेल में ले जाते हैं। ये तो जंगल के कानून में होता है।
A minister in the Shehbaz Sharif government has made it clear Imran will be put behind bars in the many cases he's facing.
कि एक बंदा जो है वो जिस वक्त वो लोगों को चोर को
Imran himself is fearing the worst and is alleging the High Court judges are hand in glove with the ruling establishment. An audio clip of Imran in conversation with his party spokesperson, Musharrat Chima, has surfaced online in which he complains of malified action against him.
एक आजम साथी से ये भी जरूर बात करो कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी इसके ऊपर वो करें, क्योंकि ये तो बिल्कुल जो इन्होंने किया है ये तो बड़ा मैलिफाइड ही है।
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, हम
तो आजम साथी का कहना है।
जी सर आप बेफिक्र हो जाए। हम
तो ये नहीं, ये क्या कर रहा है ये जो चीफ जस्टिस है, ये तो ऑर्डर लेता है इनसे।
अभी इसने नैब वाले आए, फलाने आए, तो हमने कहा है कि जी अभी सलमान सफदर साहब को मैं उनके बिल्कुल सामने खड़ी हूँ कि भाई आप उनको कहें कि कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करें, हमें कोर्ट में लेके आए। ख्वाजा हारिस साहब और उनके मैं बिल्कुल साथ बैठी हूँ कि कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करें ना, हम नहीं ऐसे जा सकते, हम कोर्ट के अंदर ही मौजूद है। जिस ये जज के पास आपका लगा हुआ चीफ जस्टिस के पास केस
नहीं, लेकिन ये तो उनसे ऑर्डर लेता है। वो आजम से बात करो दूसरी तरफ उधर, अभी आजम से जरूर कहना।
ओके सर।
But as tensions grew and the crossfire intensified, Imran Khan was granted blanket bail in all cases against him with no possibility of arrest until May the 17th. Pakistan is living its worst nightmare since 1971. The country is struggling to manage financial and food crises, and the latest political issue has left the country in tatters. With Hamza Amir in Islamabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, after the arrest of Imran Khan a couple of days ago, Imran Khan's supporters, activists from his Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, as the world saw, went on this unbelievable rampage. In Peshawar, they vandalized a radio station. Also, an airbase was attacked in Miawali. Look at how it all started. The radio station was completely brought to ruins. The Radio Pakistan building, which is usually spewing a lot of propaganda. Then in Miawali, you saw an F-6 Shenyang Chinese aircraft, ironically, being burnt to a crisp by angry supporters. Then in Lahore, infamously, the Corps commander, the 4 Corps commander, Lieutenant General Salman Ghani's house was completely ransacked and destroyed. Shehbaz Sharif's private residence was damaged. The Frontier Corps School, famous Frontier Corps School in Lahore, was attacked. Parts of it were set on fire. An Audi automobile store at the Askari Tower was also damaged. The Secretariat Office of the PMLN, that's the ruling party of Pakistan, was also damaged. In coming down to Sindh, Karachi, the city of Karachi, police checkpoints, were attacked. The Army Welfare Trust building was set ablaze by angry supporters. In Rawalpindi, the Army General Headquarters, for only the second time in Pakistan's history, was attacked in this manner. So from the 9th to the 11th of May, this is what the hotspots of Pakistan really looked like. The country was practically brought to its knees by Imran Khan's supporters. Now, after Imran Khan was granted bail today in all the cases within the limits of Islamabad by the country's High Court, the Shehbaz Sharif government is leaving no stone unturned in its effort to ensure that there is no azadi for Imran. Pakistan's Interior Minister Rana Sanaullah, who we heard here just a moment ago, has publicly declared that Imran Khan will be arrested again. Here's a report.
A brief moment of triumph for his enraged supporters. That's when Pakistan's Supreme Court ruled his arrest as illegal. But that hasn't pushed the government led by Shehbaz Sharif onto the back foot. Pakistan's Interior Minister has publicly declared that Imran Khan will be arrested again, regardless of an unprecedented showdown between civilians and the country's powerful army over the prosecution of the former Prime Minister. The government has expanded its crackdown on Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party. In the Punjab province, the police have charged at least 650 of his supporters under anti-terror laws in Lahore alone. More than 1,000 activists of Imran's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf have been arrested so far. And they aren't just ordinary workers. Several of his party's top leaders and former ministers have also been detained by the police. Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf spokesperson Fawad Chaudhry was taken in on Wednesday night. Former Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi was picked up on Thursday. PTI leaders Ali Mohammad Khan, Ijaz Chaudhry and former Minister Asad Omar have also been arrested. The Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Senior Vice President Shireen Mazari was taken into custody in a pre-dawn raid in Islamabad on Friday. Imran's party has condemned the arrests. The 70-year-old leader accuses the Pakistani establishment of plunging the country into jungle raj.
कोई उनके पास एक जवाब भी था मुझे पकड़ने का, मुझे एबडक्ट किया गया है और जाके वहां फिर पहली दफा मुझे वारंट दिखाई जाता है जब मुझे जेल में ले जाते हैं। ये तो जंगल के कानून में होता है और फौज अबडक्ट कर लेती है।
A country of 220 million people in the grip of chaos and anarchy that's only getting worse. Pakistan on the verge of a permanent implosion. With Hamza Amir in Islamabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
But remember that Imran Khan is drawing huge support from Pakistani celebrities as well. Take a look at this. Lots of celebrities from different parts of Pakistan and outside are speaking in his favor. Actor Sabah Qamar Zaman, known for her brief acting stint in India with actors like Irfan Khan in movies such as Hindi Medium, have condemned the chaos in Pakistan. Taking to her Instagram account, she wrote, "Pakistan is no longer habitable." Model and actor Veena Malik, also no stranger to India, known for her Big Boss stint, meanwhile, has heaped praises and admiration on Imran Khan's composure inside the Islamabad High Court. Remember, her Twitter account has been withheld in India due to legal reasons. Meanwhile, singer Kurat-ul-Ain Baloch lamented, saying that Pakistan is no longer a democracy. She posted on her Instagram as well as on Twitter, backing Imran and slamming the Shehbaz Sharif government. Adnan Siddiqui, who was seen in a Hindi movie Mom, took to Twitter to vent his anger, writing that it's shameful and shocking to see a former Prime Minister being dragged like a petty criminal. Slamming the Shehbaz Sharif government, he said that power has gone to the ruling dispensation's head. All our focus on Pakistan continues. As soon as Imran Khan walks out of the High Court, we'll be there cutting live straight so you miss absolutely nothing. It's a reason why on this big story, India Today continues to be the most watched channel by far and with the only ground team. On the other side of this break, well, remember the entire Aryan Khan episode? Do you remember the Narcotics Control Bureau zonal chief in Mumbai who led the entire crackdown? That's right, Sameer Wankhede. Well, guess what? He's been booked now by the CBI in a corruption case. What does that have to do with Aryan Khan? We'll tell you next.
Seen it like this. They ain't never seen it like this, like this.
Put on the back foot by the excitement generated by ChatGPT and its integration with Microsoft's Bing, Google is rolling out more artificial intelligence for its core search product. At its annual I/O conference in Mountain View, California, the company offered a new version of its engine. Equipped with what it calls the Search Generative Experience, the revamped Google can craft responses to open-ended queries while retaining its recognizable list of links to the web.
Making AI helpful for everyone is the most profound way we will advance our mission. And we are doing this in 4 important ways. First, by improving your knowledge and learning and deepening your understanding of the world. Second, by boosting creativity and productivity so you can express yourself and get things done. Third, by enabling developers and businesses to build their own transformative products and services. And finally, by building and deploying AI responsibly so that everyone can benefit equally.
Google announced a series of new AI applications opening up its Bart chatbot to the world, including India, integrating generative AI into search as well as products such as Gmail, which can create draft messages, and Google Photos, which can make changes to images like centering figures and coloring in empty space. AI has also been integrated with the Workspace suite as well as Google's Android operating system. Google also released a new foldable Pixel smartphone that lets consumers use the company's AI. Pixel Fold is priced at $1,800 and consumers get a free Pixel watch with it. Also unveiled a $499 Pixel 7a phone.
The Pixel family continues to grow into the most dynamic mobile hardware portfolio in the market today. From a broad selection of smartphones to watches, earbuds, and now tablets and foldables, there are more ways than ever to experience the helpfulness Pixel's known for, wherever and whenever you need it.
The new announcements were celebrated by Wall Street, with Alphabet's shares up 4% on Wednesday. They are up 26% so far this year, compared with the 8% rise in the S&P 500 index. All eyes are on the announcements Apple makes at its own developer conference, WWDC, scheduled in the first week of June. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress defeated in election after election in recent times.
There seemingly, you've done very well in the Vokaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
Accurate results at blinding speed. The only results Broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Today we shared the roadmap for MG 3.0, which is 2025 to 28, the next 4 years kind of a plan, in which we are saying we'll have a second plant in our current place, Halol, Gujarat. So, and that second plant should have a capacity of 180,000 cars. So that both the plants put together will have capacity of 300,000 cars. We need additional 5,000 crores. So we are saying we are going to dilute our holding to ensure that Indians actually own this company in a majority way. And that's how we are going to get the funds. We will launch 4 to 5 cars, mainly EV. So by end of 2028, we hope that 65 to 70% of our car sales should be EV.
Okay.
Right. So, the talk of raising investments, stake dilution have been on for a very long time with various names coming up on the picture. Could you help us clarify on really in times to come who will own MG India? I know the plans are a bit preliminary, but yes, you could give us a sense on what are the plans out there.
So we are talking to multiple players right now, and it's very difficult to pinpoint that who will get finalized, because it all depends. It's not only our choice, it's the partner's choice, probable partner's choice also, because we have so many conditions to fulfill on both the sides. So I think it's premature to talk about who's going to be the partner. But we are talking to multiple players, not only Indian promoters of big conglomerates, but also financial institutions, high net worth individuals, our dealer partners, and also eventually some employees also will have stake in the company. So we are talking to multiples, and hopefully the first stage of announcement we can do in this year. Dilution, as I was saying, will happen over a period of time because we talk about MG 3.0, which is 25 to 28. So this will happen in phases. And as we go through, IPO is the last phase of that whole process. But the money will come upfront from these multiple players, as I mentioned. And hopefully we should be able to kick off our second plant after the announcement of the partner.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 163. In Mumbai, 90. In Kolkata, 106. In Bangalore, 51. In Chennai, 72. In Hyderabad, 63.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Welcome to Namma Bengaluru.
From a gold mine to a bowl of dust.
The lakes, do you think they're getting better? Are they getting worse?
This is Nabila signing off with camera person Prashant for India Today from Muttur, Mangaluru.
Biggest leader of the Congress party, someone who's still very respected.
Biggest and ambitious roadshow so far, Bengaluru.
Reservation has been a hot topic here in Karnataka.
Sonia Gandhi, while addressing a public rally in Hubballi.
Assistant General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is taking out a roadshow in Bengaluru. Our interactions we've been having with the BJP supporters and BJP workers.
And we've got breaking news coming in now. Big trouble for former Narcotics Control Bureau officer Sameer Wankhede. You remember him, viewer. Sameer Wankhede led the crackdown and the case against Shah Rukh Khan's son Aryan Khan in 2021. This corruption case against the ex-NCB officer Sameer Wankhede has just been registered by the CBI. Wankhede's residence has been searched by the CBI. Wankhede, remember, was the NCB Mumbai zonal chief during the Aryan Khan case in Mumbai. I want to go straight across to get more from our team on the ground. Divyesh Singh and Sahil Joshi are live with us on this big story. Sahil, to you first. Big development here. Corruption case registered against Sameer Wankhede by the CBI. His premises have been searched as well. What is this case pertaining to, Sahil?
Well, Shiv, Divya Singh has just broken this story that CBI has registered case against Sameer Wankhede, the IRS officer, the former zonal director of Mumbai Narcotics Control Bureau. And this case pertains to the disproportionate assets, the departmental inquiry, the vigilance inquiry initiated by the NCB after various allegations were leveled against Sameer Wankhede, not only by Nawab Malik, the former minister of the MVA government, who is currently in jail in the ED, jailed by the ED in money laundering case, but also by various aspects. Some of the witnesses in that particular case had come forward and discussed about some money transaction, and after that this vigilance inquiry was initiated, and finally CBI started this preliminary inquiry, and depending on that have registered this particular case by the anti-corruption wing of the CBI, and the raids are being conducted in various premises in Mumbai. Shiv.
Okay, and you know, Sahil, just to refresh our viewers' memory, since that entire infamous episode where Sameer Wankhede was, a sort of national media figure for the Aryan Khan case, what has happened to him since then? He's been in a lot of trouble since then. And this in many ways is just the latest of the things that are happening to him.
Well, Sameer Wankhede was transferred, after the vigilance inquiry was initiated. The first thing that he was given extension in Mumbai, that this extension was, the further extension wasn't given. He was transferred from the Narcotics Control Bureau. He was the loaned officer in the Narcotics Control Bureau. He originally comes from the DRI. Then he has been transferred in Chennai. I really doubt that he actually joined the Chennai office. He has always been seen in Bombay. In fact, he has been visiting the RSS headquarters. He visited Nagpur. He has been visiting various places, giving statement against the officers who initiated this vigilance inquiry. He came out to be completely a man who is inclined to join politics, but which eventually didn't happen. The biggest controversy about Sameer Wankhede was with respect to Sameer Wankhede, whether Sameer Wankhede certificate as Dalit is valid or not, and on the basis of that he leveled allegations against Nawab Malik as well, because Nawab Malik was the first one to actually point fingers at Sameer Wankhede's investigation in Aryan Khan case, and since then Sameer Wankhede has been completely under radar of the Narcotics Control Bureau. They understood that there is some kind of a problem with the officer, the investigation which he has done, and he has handled, since the time he has taken over the case in Mumbai as a zonal director. He has been handling various important cases, including Sushant Singh Rajput case, including the various cases in which the Bollywood stars were paraded in Mumbai's Narcotics Control Bureau office, and now it looks like that the CBI is zeroing on him in the disproportionate assets case.
Absolutely, and it's been a steady free fall for Sameer Wankhede ever since this entire case went away, and now the CBI has filed a case of corruption against him. Raids are also happening. Divya Singh is a journalist who's broken this story first and exclusive here on India Today. Divyesh, raids have also taken place apparently. What are you hearing?
Well, Shiv, raids are happening at 29 locations. That is what we've heard from CBI sources. At 29 locations, including Sameer Wankhede's premises, his residence is also being searched by Central Bureau of Investigation. There are two other officers, Vishwa Vijay Singh and Ashish Ranjan Prasad, whose names are also mentioned in the FIR registered by the CBI. Vishwa Vijay Singh was superintendent with the NCB. He was the investigation officer of the Aryan Khan or the Cordelia Cruz case. Ashish Ranjan Prasad was intelligence officer in that case, and he's the same officer who had frisked, who had searched Aryan Khan, who had stopped him at the cruise terminal, and he had conducted searches on Aryan Khan, after which he was detained and then arrested in that case. These are the three officers who have been named. Other than that, there are two other officers officers, 2 other government servants who have been named in this FIR, which is under Prevention of Corruption Act. There are also sections of disproportionate assets registered against the accused officers, which includes Samir Wankhede. Remember, the NCB Vigilance had conducted vigilance inquiry against Samir Wankhede and other officers, and they had found several lapses. They had found that there was selective treatment that was happening under Samir Wankhede as Zonal Director of Narcotics Control Bureau, and there were corruption-related lapses on part of these officers. That is what the report suggested, and the report was also sent to CBIC, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, which is the home cadre of Samir Wankhede. So CBIC had not taken any action, but following that, CBI conducted a preliminary investigation, and now FIR has been registered against Wankhede and others.
Big news break, first and exclusive here on India Today. Divyesh and Sahil, thank you very much for joining me with that big story. We'll get our viewers an update in just a short while from now. Quick break here on 5 Live. On the other side, after making her Met Gala debut, actor Alia Bhatt has now become the global face for luxury Italian brand Gucci. Full report after this break.
The Ramayana is one of the most beloved epics in Hinduism and has deeply influenced the religion. While fans are eagerly anticipating the release of Om Rath's Adipurush, filmmakers in the Indian film industry have shared their interpretation of Ramayana. Ramanand Sagar's Ramayana is arguably the best interpretation of the Hindu epic. From an epic cast to visual effects that were well ahead of its time, the show had it all. Ramayana has been shown in 53 countries and has been viewed by more than 650 million viewers across the world, making it the most watched mythological show in the world. The mythological series was re-telecast during the lockdown that was caused due to the pandemic in 2020.
Your king, Ravan! The winner shall be given the hand of Princess!
Ramayana, the legend of Prince Rama, is hands down the best animated adaptation of the Ramayana. The 1992 anime film was co-produced by Japanese and Indian animation studios, produced and directed by Yugo Sako. Interestingly, Arun Govil, who is known for playing the role of Ram in the Ramayana 1987 TV series, voiced Prince Ram in the version.
Ramayana. Stop! 壮大なスペクタクルとともに愛と冒険の大ロマンが今よみがえる
Ace filmmaker Mani Ratnam retold this epic story, albeit from the perspective of Ravan. The film follows a bandit, Bira, who kidnaps the wife of a police officer only to fall in love with her later. Riveting performances, stunning cinematography, and the unconventional take make this film a must-watch.
बार बार गोली मार दिखा दे दुनिया को कि भगवान कौन और राक्षस कौन मार
Hanuman, which released in 2005, is an animated feature film directed by V.G. Samant. The film dramatizes the life of its titular character, Lord Hanuman, and depicts the events of the Ramayana. The film is credited for kick-starting the growth of India's animation industry.
Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress defeated in election after election in recent times.
There seemingly, you've done very well in the Vokaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
Accurate results at blinding speed. The only results Broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Well, after making her Met Gala debut earlier this year, actor Alia Bhatt has now become the global face for luxury Italian brand Gucci. Interestingly, this announcement comes ahead of Cannes 2023, just like how Deepika became the brand ambassador for Louis Vuitton in 2022 and has been attending and representing the country internationally. So could this be Alia's next plan? Take a look.
Alia Bhatt is striving, one big milestone after the other. First, it was a maiden appearance at the Met Gala 2023, which was a dreamy one in all true sense. She was seen in a bridal pearl beaded gown by Prabal Gurung, one of the most renowned fashion designer in the world. And now, she has been signed as the first Indian to become the global brand ambassador of Gucci, a high-end Italian fashion house. The official announcement was made by the brand itself. Even Alia Bhatt took to social media to share the news. She wrote, and we quote, "I'm honored to represent the house of Gucci not only in India but at a global stage. Gucci's legacy has always inspired and intrigued me, and I'm looking forward to the many sartorial milestones we create together." Interestingly, this great news comes ahead of Cannes 2023, so could this be a strategic move? Taking a cue from Deepika Padukone, who too was announced as the global brand ambassador for Louis Vuitton in 2022, which was followed by all her appearances thereafter in Louis Vuitton ensembles. Even at Cannes, the actress rocked her brand like a pro. So the big question is, will there be a Cannes appearance for Alia as well? But for now, it sure is a moment of pride for Alia Bhatt. Meanwhile, Alia has also been making buzz for her maiden Hollywood project titled Heart of Stone, co-starring Gal Gadot and Jamie Dornan. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Stone? Stone! And now leaving you with all the buzz as we gear up for another Bollywood shadi, or a semi-Bollywood shadi, but this time it also involves a politician. Yes, of course, I'm talking about Pariniti Chopra and the Aam Aadmi Party's Raghav Chadha. Amid their wedding speculation, the two are all set to get officially engaged on the 13th of May in Delhi. Here are all the details. Enjoy. See you on the other side.
Pariniti Chopra and Raghav Chadha are hours away from being engaged. Yes, it's happening, even though they have maintained a stoic silence and smiled away when being asked about their impending wedding. Pariniti and Raghav, however, are soon to be taken as the couple will reportedly be exchanging rings on May 13th in Delhi. What gives the fans the surety is this decked-up house of Pariniti ahead of the engagement, and looks like preparations are also in full swing. As per sources, the ceremony will begin with an Ardas prayer, followed by a ring exchange, and will be attended by families of both Pariniti and Raghav along with their close friends. Before this, the couple together flew down to the national capital from Mumbai. Their appearances had also become more frequent gradually, be it watching an IPL match together or stepping out on a dinner date. The couple had first sparked relationship rumors after they were spotted twice in March, first for a dinner and then later the next day for a lunch outing. A source close to India Today has also said that the couple will be tying the knot in October later this year. Reports further stated that they even had an intimate roka ceremony, which was a family affair. For the unversed, the two are old friends and have studied together at the London School of Economics and have many common friends. Meanwhile, on work front, Pariniti will next be seen in Chamkila biopic with Diljit Dosanjh. The film is directed by Imtiaz Ali.
The key to an easy trek is a steady trek. चलते रहेंगे तो थकान महसूस नहीं होगी. 10 घंटे ट्रैक करने के लिए.
She was last seen in Uchai with Amitabh Bachchan, Anupam Kher and Baman Irani. The film received mixed responses from the audience. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Shiv Sena BJP government getting a massive respite in top court.
That the governor cannot act upon an inference that he has drawn that a section of the Shiv Sena wish to withdraw their support to the government on the floor of the House.
The Eknath Shinde government surviving the bruising Sena versus Sena war. A big blow to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. The Supreme Court nipped his ambition to come back as Maha-CM. Referring to his move to quit as CM and not face trust vote amid desertion from Sena in June 2022, adding that it can't overturn a voluntary resignation.
This court cannot quash a resignation that has been submitted voluntarily. Had Mr. Thackeray refrained from resigning from the post of the Chief Minister, this court could have considered the grant of the remedy of reinstating the government headed by him.
The Supreme Court, however, recognized illegality by the governor and the speaker in ordering a trust motion, appointing a new Shiv Sena whip illegally. While Uddhav Thackeray called it a moral victory, the BJP mocked his claim. Chief Minister Shinde and Uddhav also sparred over who is the real traitor. The then Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari and sitting Maharashtra Speaker defended their role.
मैं राजनीतिक मसलों से अपने को बहुत दूर रखता हूं और जो मसला सुप्रीम कोर्ट में था उस मसले पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपना निर्णय दे दिया है. उस निर्णय पर जो कानूनविद हैं वही अपनी राय व्यक्त करेंगे. मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैं चूँकि कानून का विद्यार्थी हूँ नहीं, मैं केवल संसदीय परंपराएं जानता हूँ और विधायी परंपराएं जानता हूँ. उस हिसाब से मैंने जिस समय जो भी कदम लिए सोच समझ के लिए.
Has the Supreme Court verdict, instead of setting the Sena versus Sena war, only renewed the bitter Maharashtra rivalry?
The Supreme Court very clearly saying that had Mr. Thackeray not resigned, the situation could have been different. But with the leader of the largest party, the party with the most number of legislators in the assembly extending support to Eknath Shinde, the governor was in fact justified in asking him to form the government. Clearly, legally, politically, questions have been answered in a very, very different terms. The Supreme Court making a delicate balance between what was correct, what is the law, and what was done in Maharashtra politics. With cameraman Ridul in New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode. Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress, defeated in election after election in recent times.
There seemingly, you've done very well in the Vocaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
Accurate results at blinding speed. The only results Broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Blue Star Fast Cooling AC.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress, defeated in election after election in recent times.
There seemingly, you've done very well in the Vocaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
Accurate results at blinding speed. The only results Broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. In exactly 12 hours from now, our non-stop exhaustive coverage of Result Day for Karnataka is coming your way. And we're setting the stage, we're setting the tone here over the next 30 minutes. Let's begin with the headlines. Interim relief for Imran Khan. Court grants him bail in all cases. Pak government told to ensure Imran's security. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Mal's declaring emergency. Karnataka BJP sources hinted Operation Lotus's Plan B. Request Amit Shah to visit Bengaluru tomorrow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government for banning the Kerala story. Says West Bengal is not different from the rest of the country. Sends notice to the Mamata government. Sachin's Sangharsh against Gehlot continues as pilot resumes march from Ajmer, attacks Gehlot and BJP over corruption. Former NCB officer Samir Wankede booked. CBI files corruption case against him. Properties of all accused searched. Big development in Gyanvapi Temple Mosque. Rao court allows Archaeological Survey of India to conduct carbon dating of the alleged shivling without damaging the structure.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar, discover the magic of smart lights. Co-powered by Tech Pro by Blackberries. Show the way.
Let's begin by rounding up for you all the updates coming in from Karnataka. With hours to go for counting, political parties are getting into huddles, even figuring out their plan B. Amid all the speculation on whether Kumaraswamy will once again be the kingmaker, the former Karnataka Chief Minister has flown to Singapore for personal reasons, but will reportedly be back today before Result Day. The JDS leader, remember, was also hospitalized during campaigning and had visited Singapore earlier as well for health reasons. Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai also met with BJP stalwart B.S. Yediyurappa at his residence. The meeting comes as the exit polls show an edge to Congress and speculation over the BJP firming up a plan B. DK Shivkumar also met with Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge. Randeep Surjewala was also a part of this crucial meeting. Senior Congress leaders reportedly have discussed their strategy for counting day tomorrow. Senior Congress leader and former Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister G. Parameswara has once again expressed publicly his ambition to be named as the Chief Minister if the Congress wins. Parameswara further added that the final decision will be taken by the party's High Command. This is at a time when already DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah have thrown their hat in the ring. They're in the running for the post. Even as the BJP and Congress are firming up a plan B, JDS is now claiming both parties have approached them. A huge storm was kicked off after JDS spokesperson Tanveer Ahmed claimed his party will be the kingmaker and has declared they will take a call on all post-poll alliance options. But the JDS soon enough cracked the whip against Tanveer Ahmed, removing him as a spokesperson. There's hectic political activity right now underway in Karnataka. Let's sum up for you exactly where the big political players are currently. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been busy in Gujarat launching development schemes. He's currently in Gandhinagar. Will he be making his way to Karnataka? We're being told that is only if the mandate goes in the BJP's way. There's a possibility of him being there for the swearing in. Amit Shah is in Bengal, in North 24 Paraganas, but the BJP state unit reportedly has asked Amit Shah if he could fly down to Bengaluru tomorrow. So there's a possibility he'll be in Karnataka on result day. JP Nadda, the BJP president, is currently in the national capital. B.S. Yediyurappa is in Bengaluru. The BJP veteran, who's been an active part of the campaign, is currently in Bengaluru, has been holding crucial meetings even with Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai, who is also currently in the city of Bengaluru. Then you have Rahul Gandhi, who is in the national capital. As far as the Congress is concerned, their national leadership remains in Delhi because their regional leadership has been taking all calls. And the regional leadership also includes Mallikarjun Kharge, who is, yes, the Congress national president, but as he said, he is a son of the soil in Karnataka. So he's currently in Bengaluru, once again has been holding a series of meetings along with former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. A CM hopeful right now, he's also currently based in Bengaluru. The temple hopping has begun. DK Shivkumar is currently in Tamil Nadu, in Tiruvannamalai, where he visited a temple. We'll be putting out those images for you as well in just a bit. So many leaders already firming up their plans right now. HD Kumaraswamy is in Singapore. He's currently not in India, but he's going to be flying back, we hear, this evening. Let me take this across to our reporters on the ground. We have Anaga as well as Shilpa Nair joining us live from Bengaluru. Anaga, to you first at this point, and before that, let me bring in Shilpa Nair. Shilpa, obviously a lot of hectic political activity happening, and there's a lot of talk of how these parties have really been reading into the exit polls, particularly the India Today exit poll I hear has really shaken up things in Karnataka.
Well, absolutely. All, eyes on whether India Today Access gets its numbers right tomorrow. And, in the past, we've proven ourselves right. So hopefully we'll prove ourselves right once again tomorrow. But yes, definitely the situation is quite fluidic here in Karnataka as of now, because on one hand, you have a set of exit polls which are predicting, a majority for the Congress. Well, there are others, which are predicting a hung assembly or, Congress with a very, very small edge. So that is the reason why, the situation is quite fluidic at this moment. And what we're given to understand is that both parties, both the Congress and the BJP, have reached out to independent candidates who are likely to win. In fact, today there was a crucial meeting both at AICC President Kharge's residence here in Bengaluru and at B.S. Yediyurappa's residence in Bengaluru. At B.S. Yediyurappa's residence, Chief Minister Bommai and several other BJP leaders had called on Yediyurappa, one of the senior leaders of the BJP here here in the state. And the meeting, of course, went on for 20-25 minutes. And speaking about that meeting, Minister Murugesh Nirani said that, we are confident of winning around 108 seats. And in 35 seats, there's going to be a very close competition. And that is the reason why, they are trying to prepare themselves for every eventuality that the results could throw up tomorrow, and make sure that, their house is in order, and they come up with a plan what needs to be done if at all there is a possibility of a hung assembly. Likewise, the Congress party too, there are of course speculations that the BJP has already started Operation Kamla. In fact, Minister R. Ashok today kicked up a controversy saying that their B plan is ready. Now, what is this B plan? The Congress says it's about
Talk about this plan B of the BJP. What is that all about? Well, the BJP has announced that they are firming up a second plan B, as I mentioned, in case they don't manage to achieve a majority on their own. And particularly a comment by R. Ashoka has sparked speculation that perhaps Operation Lotus, Operation Kamla could swing in Karnataka.
The results are not out yet, but political parties in Karnataka are busy working on backup plans in case the elections throw up a hung assembly. The BJP already has a plan B ready, and its leaders are talking about it openly, sparking speculation about another season of Operation Lotus.
BJP is full majority, I think. One thing, we will form the government. BJP form the government. If anything happens, we will see B plan also. So that decided by the central government.
Sources tell India Today, the state BJP has requested Union Home Minister Amit Shah to reach Bengaluru by Saturday evening if no party manages to get majority. Sources claim the BJP has shortlisted possible winners from opposition parties and is likely to approach first-time Congress and JDS MLAs. The BJP, according to sources, will be considering options of forming government even if the Congress gets a slender majority. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, though, is confident of getting the required majority.
Even I say that there is no chance for an assembly. We will win with comfortable majority. 1 year they only ruled, no? 1 year it was a coalition government and it failed miserably.
Sir, DK Shivkumar says
that did the unholy alliances.
The Congress, which many exit polls have given an edge, is aware of the dangers lurking. The party's top leaders met on Friday to chart their plan of action.
See, Operation Lotus has been originated and mastered in Karnataka. So if you read through the Karnataka political history, we have this black mark on us saying that the origin of Operation Lotus started in Karnataka. But having said that, we have to be careful. We'll keep our flock together.
The self-proclaimed joker in the pack, the JDS is claiming offers from both BJP and Congress.
Both the parties have really approached us. Both the parties know that, JDS is really going to play a significant role in the decision after the post result. So we are definitely keeping our ideas of development of Karnataka as a primary factor, and definitely we would announce it at an appropriate time.
Whether any party wins majority or not, the BJP open claims of Plan B means Karnataka could see some resort politics yet again.
Well, with just 24 hours more to go for the big day that's going to decide the future of Karnataka, make no mistake, Karnataka is one such state where both the parties give as good as they get. With video journalist Shivashankar, Anaka Keshav for India Today, Bengaluru.
Now, I know a lot of you have been watching out for the India Today Access My India exit poll numbers and questioning how is it that the Congress is gaining so much and the BJP is losing. Let's break that down based on the data we have and caste, particularly focusing on the caste factor. Where is Congress gaining? Well, they have several strongholds and other groups as well. As far as the Lingayat vote is concerned, they go up by 7%. That's a huge margin, which means they're eating out of the JDS vote bank there. As far as Lingayats is concerned, you can see that right now that number is flashing also on your screens. That's at about 4%, so not a big jump there. Tribal 4%, Dalit importantly, is a jump of 14%, which is again huge, which could be the Kharge factor also. As far as Kurubas are concerned, there's a jump of 4%, Muslims 10% and OBC of 5%. All of that together is how really the Congress is gaining based on the numbers that our exit poll has shown. What does that mean for the BJP? Where is the BJP losing? Well, the only good news perhaps for the BJP is that their stronghold, their vote bank of the Lingayats, there's no change at all. It remains exactly the same. They've lost out, however, on the tribal vote, the Dalit vote, because if you look at the tribals, it's -1%. The Dalit is a -5%. And that's a big number there. And the Kurubas at -1%. The Muslim vote is at -4%. Is that an impact of the Bajrang Bali controversy and that particular narrative? There will be questions on that. The Christian vote -2%. Vokaliga, they've got slight gain of about 2%. That focus on the old Mysuru region seems to have worked only but very, very marginally. As far as the general category is concerned, there's a jump of 6%. And that breakdown, if the numbers hold true tomorrow, is something that the BJP will analyze and over-analyze at this point. Let me take this across also to our other reporters who are joining us from Bengaluru, who've been tracking, of course, through the entire election season, the entire campaign. Reintroducing Shilpa Nair, we have Anaga Keshav and Sagai Raj also live with us. Sagai, good evening. I see you standing at, of course, the Vidhan Sauda. You've all, of course, been tracking this election so closely. And going by these exit poll numbers, Sagai, you've seen the BJP campaigning so hard in the old Mysuru region. But that's not really translating to big bang gains, is it?
Absolutely. I'm outside the power center of Karnataka, where all the parties will be eyeing to step inside after the results announcement tomorrow. And talking about the old Mysuru region and the voting pattern, as you rightly pointed out, that a few patterns have worked out in favor of BJP and a few narratives have not worked out in favor of BJP. If you notice, the narrative set by the Congress party from day one, I mean to say, when they started a campaign against the BJP government, especially the corruption charges, PCM campaign and several other things inside the Vidhan Sauda and outside, where they kept flower in the ears. So there was innovative campaign started by Congress, which has reached out nook and corner of the village, which has reached out the people of Karnataka. People of Karnataka is quite aware about the corruption charges of BJP government, and that is one of the reasons that why this election is going to be crucial for BJP ahead of Lok Sabha election next year. And that is the reason the national party leaders, I mean the national leaders from Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Amit Shah, everybody is travelling to Karnataka and campaign extensively to ensure
definitely
that
a high-octane campaign from
power.
both sides. As far as the old Mysuru region is concerned, doesn't look like, going by the exit poll numbers, BJP has got the gains that they thought they would. So guys, stay with me. I want to focus now on seat-wise what we've seen in the exit poll numbers. We've gone down to the ground and looked at every single constituency, and let's take you through some of the important faces. DK Shivkumar, for example, Karnataka Congress chief, how's it looking for him in Kanakpura? On voting day, we did speak about this being easy for him. And going by the numbers we have, yes, the Congress is most popular. It looks like the stage is set for DK Shivkumar to return as the MLA of Kanakpura. Not surprising, because he's called the boulder of Kanakpura. That's how popular he is there. What about Sidramaya from the constituency of Varuna, and where he's in fact up against a very strong BJP candidate in the form of V. Somanna. It looks like it's going to be easy, smooth sailing for Sidramaya going by our exit poll numbers. So no real tough fight there for Sidramaya, no last minute upset. Now here's an interesting one. Lakshman Savadi, a turncoat, someone who chose in fact the Congress over the BJP because he was denied a ticket from Athni. What our exit poll has picked up is that he is going to be winning in the seat, which means that the BJP could well regret the decision of not having given him that ticket. Baswaraj Bommai, who's looking for a fourth term, from his stronghold of Shigaon in Haveri district. At this point, it looks like he is going to win from his seat. Our exit poll numbers have predicted that he is very much strong and safe in that constituency. B.Y. Vijayendra, now a big test for him because this is his first electoral fight from Shikaripura, his father's stronghold. It looks like he's going to be carrying forward his father's legacy, and we are predicting right now that he's going to win that seat. What about H.D. Kumaraswamy from Channapatna? Safe seat again, so no real surprise that when we went down to the ground and checked out what's the situation there, it looks like HDK will emerge on top. Let's run you through some big surprises, the tight fights, and you'll be very surprised by some of the names that really spring up here. In our exit poll, what we found in the old Mysuru region, while HDK is solid in Channapatna, what about Ramnagar? Nikhil Kumaraswamy is trying his luck as far as electoral performances are concerned. It's not going to be easy because the Congress candidate is very, very strong there, a Muslim candidate. There's a big question mark of whether Nikhil Kumaraswamy can actually sail through. He lost in 2019 in Mandya. Is he going to lose again? Big question there. Jagdish Shettar, another extremely interesting one. I know Hubli Dharwad Central is a constituency everyone's looking out for currently. Did the BJP make a mistake by not giving him a ticket? Well, going by the data that we have, it does look like it's going to be an interesting battle and a close one for Jagdish Shettar. Now, another interesting name is that of Mallikarjun Kharge's son Priyank Kharge, who is the MLA from Chittapur, but right now seems to be facing an uphill task of winning in that particular seat going by our exit poll numbers. So very interesting data that we've really picked up, and some of those tight fights are extremely interesting. I want to pick Anaga's brains on this. Anaga, let's focus on a couple of them, particularly that of Jagdish Shettar. Contrast that with Lakshman Savadi. And it looks like there's a 50-50 chance of bittersweet news for the BJP, that they could come to regret allowing Lakshman Savadi to go. But Jagdish Shettar, it looks like the decision could just be right going by our exit poll numbers.
That's right, Akshita. But, on the ground reality, if you go there and take a look at what's actually happening, the people in Hubli and Dharwad, they actually do feel a sort of connect to Jagdish Shettar, because remember, he has consistently been winning in the Hubli Dharwad Central constituency. So, given the fact that Jagdish Shettar has been winning for several decades, we still don't know, if all these decades Shettar got all these votes because he was in BJP or because he was Mr. Shettar. We will know the answer to that only after the elections. If through all these decades was Shettar winning for his name and the kind of work that he was doing and for his stardom, or was it for the BJP? Remember, for Shettar and BJP, it is now an ego battle. Who was the bigger person over here? Should BJP regret letting go of Jagdish Shettar, denying a ticket to him at the last moment, not informing him until the campaign, until the candidate list was out? These were the allegations put forth by Jagdish Shettar, such a senior leader. He, originally he was known to be some sort of a mild-mannered man. Nobody thought that he would revolt in the kind of...
the message that Shettar really put out was that the individual also matters. It's not just the party. Will that prediction of his come true come tomorrow? We'll wait and watch. Our exit poll numbers, however, don't seem to suggest very good news for him in the offing. Thanks very much, Shilpa, Anaga and Sagai, for joining us. Unfortunately, I've completely run out of time, but that was our curtain raiser to the Karnataka elections, to counting day tomorrow. As always, please do join us starting 6 a.m. We'll be on our non-stop breathless coverage, getting you every update that comes in from the field in Karnataka. As I wrap up this edition of 6 p.m. Prime, a reminder that in a few moments from now, Nabila Jamal is joining you live from Bengaluru with all the political action from the city.
Issues and factors influencing the Karnataka elections. Amul versus Nandini controversy. Hijab versus saffron debate. Corruption allegations. And the rebel factor are all crucial issues that could sway the voters. The Lingayat and Vokaliga communities have dominated state politics for decades, and their votes will be crucial. Stay tuned to indiatoday.in/interactive for our daily coverage of the Karnataka elections every Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. only on India Today TV. Don't miss out on the #1 election team. reporting from ground zero, grounded in journalism.
Big win for Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal after a long drawn-out fight with the Lieutenant Governor and the centre. In a unanimous verdict, the Supreme Court on Thursday demarcated the powers of the centre and Delhi government with regard to governance of the national capital. The top court declared that the centre would control Delhi's land, public order and police. But the Delhi government will have legislative and executive powers over services. This means the Delhi government will decide on transfers and postings of all officials, including IAS, except those related to land, police and law and order. The court also ruled that the Lieutenant Governor was bound by the elected government's decisions.
The ideal conclusion would be that GNCTD ought to have control over services subject to exclusion of subjects which are out of its legislative domain. If services are excluded from its legislative and executive domain, the ministers and executives and the executive who are charged with formulating policies in the territory of NCTD would be excluded from controlling the civil service officers who implement such executive decisions.
Soon after the decision was announced, celebrations erupted at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in Delhi, where CM Kejriwal received a grand welcome. Party workers celebrated with firecrackers and drums. Aam Aadmi Party slammed the Narendra Modi government, accusing it of trying to usurp the powers of the Delhi government.
3 महीने के अंदर ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक आदेश पारित करवाया केंद्र सरकार से कि दिल्ली के सर्विसेज के मामले अब दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री के पास नहीं रहेंगे, वो एलजी के पास रहेंगे या केंद्र सरकार के पास रहेंगे। ये आदेश प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 23 मई 2015 को पारित किया। 8 साल हो गए उन बातों को, 8 साल से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं हम लोग। तो इसको इस्तेमाल करके दिल्ली के हर काम को रोका गया। एक तरह से मेरे दोनों हाथ बांध दिए गए पीछे और मुझे नदी में फेंक दिया गया कि अब तैरो।
With this Supreme Court verdict, the Delhi government has become the real masters of the civil servants in the city-state, ending a long-standing spat between the elected government and the centre. With Sanjay Sharma and Anisha Mathur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Am I right in interpreting what the court has done today effectively ruled out the possibility of Uddhav Thackeray's chief ministership being restored? To that extent, your primary prayer that Uddhav Thackeray be reinstated as chief minister has been rejected by the court, and that's a setback for you and the Shiv Sena, your client, or the Uddhav Sena, your client?
Well, that's partially correct, but actually largely incorrect. And let me explain why. By one sentence preface, there are two historic judgments today. And the NCT judgment is no less historic, constitutionally even more historic. But anyway, let's come to Maharashtra. Rajdeep, the first answer to your question, and you have a right to be the devil's advocate and look at the glass 25% or 20% empty. The first answer is, what is left as far as the major legal issues arising in this case are concerned? Issue number one, is the whip by people other than the Uddhav faction valid? Answer, no, held illegal. Is the only whip recognizable that by the political party, that is the Uddhav Thackeray party? Answer, yes. Is the decision of the speaker recognizing the wrong whip and ignoring the right whip wrong? Answer, yes, the speaker is wrong. And fourth and most important, the base, the foundation of all this, the floor test, which you say that Uddhav Thackeray never attended. But the floor test is directed by the governor by a decision which stands quashed and declared illegal. The governor's decision to call for a floor test has been held to be without any objective material. So point number one is, you have lost ethically, morally, politically, legally, most of it. Now comes your question about resignation. Let me tell you, no doubt, the resignation has been made the basis of not giving the last relief after giving every major finding in the case in our favor. But there is a clear direction there that the speaker, the current speaker, must decide the matter within reasonable time, exact words. Now, let me tell you that if the speaker, Mr. Narvekar, picks up any of the disqualification petitions pending, and now pending for over a year, he cannot but decide only by disqualifying the persons. Why? Because these are persons who have now, in the light of this judgment, admittedly acted contrary to the valid whip. Admittedly, no adjudication can save that. Therefore, I predicted in my press conference today, Rajdeep, that what you will see now, the name of the game will change to either delay. The speaker will keep on deciding not to decide, or the speaker will keep on not deciding.
A cricket coaching centre exclusively for girls. This sports academy in Dharoki village near Patiala is fueling the dreams of girls who aspire to play in the Indian Premier League for women. Gulab Singh Shegil, a policeman, set up the coaching centre in his farmland. Shegil, who could not realize his dream of becoming a cricketer, is now training 18 girls for free at the centre. From shoes to cricket kit, he takes care of everything. When it started in 2019, the coaching center was open to both girls and boys.
जब दिसंबर स्टार्ट हुआ तो सर्दी बहुत थी, तो खेतों में है यहाँ फिर आपको ठंडी जो हवा थी ज़्यादा होती है, तो लड़के आना बंद हो गए. लड़कियाँ, हाँ, तो लड़कियों ने रेगुलर रखा. डेडिकेशन देख के उनकी हमको लगा ये ओनली लड़कियों को ही चाहिए.
Shegil has hired a cricket coach to ensure his wards get proper training.
यहाँ पे आया, यहाँ पे देखा मैंने, बच्चों का माहौल देखा, बच्चों में पोटेंशियल देखा, तो फिर मैंने सोचा मैं शाम को यहाँ पे जरूर आया करूँगा. तो जब भी मैं पीपीएस से फ्री होता था तो साथ के साथ यहाँ पे आ जाता था, बच्चों के साथ मन लग जाता था, बच्चों को सीखने को मिलता था.
The trainees are already making an impact.
मैं अंडर 19 भी खेली हूँ और अंडर 15 स्टेट कैंप पे भी सिलेक्ट हुआ और अब पटियाला में डिस्ट्रिक्ट में.
सर हमें हर मैच मोहाली दिखाने जा रहे हैं, हमें दिखा रहे हैं तुम्हें कौन कौन सी स्टेज क्लियर करनी है, भी कैसे आगे जाना है तुम लोगों को.
Shegil says he doesn't need monetary help. All he wants is cricketers to come and encourage these budding players. Bureau Report, India Today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Powered by Jaguar, discover the magic of smart lights. Co-powered by Tech Pro by Blackberries. Show the way. Mega countdown begins in Karnataka. BJP's Plan B stirs row ahead of counting.
BJP form the government. If anything happens, we'll see B plan also.
Will Operation Lotus be invoked in Karnataka? Congress lashes out over Operation Kamla claim.
The origin of Operation Lotus started in Karnataka. But having said that, we have to be careful. We'll keep our flock together. Our focus is just going to be on forming the government.
Will JDS emerge as the real kingmaker? Our top focus at 6:30 p.m. with Nabila Jamal.
All right, very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal, State of War Karnataka, bringing you the roundup of all the huddle and the action, the movements that we're seeing right here on ground in Karnataka. I'm in Bengaluru Central constituency, and this is the city's landscape. The stunning Bengaluru city, which will possibly see a new government forming by the end of tomorrow. This is the entire landscape where you see Vidhan Saudha at the far end, where the struggle will be to, in fact, get to power at the Vidhan Saudha. This is where all the leaders will be struggling to get a nice office and their nameplate signed right at the front door. It's going to be a very crucial day. It appears that all the parties at this point are in an absolute huddle to try and understand, if at all things do not go in their favor, what really should be their next plan. And these are the first images that I show you of DK Shivkumar, Congress's president, KPCC president in Karnataka, where he's now gone into a temple run, a temple taking blessings from at a temple. He is right now on a temple run, just like a few other netas of different parties. But DK Shivkumar really in the focus, considering he seems to be the man, the Chanakya as they call him for the Congress party, and really the man of the moment, considering that India Today's exit polls have shown Congress with a bright majority. In fact, 122 all the way to 140. But whatever happens, the deal will be sealed only tomorrow. This is just a prediction. I repeat, this is just a prediction. Of course, Congress now in a spirited mood, and as we see here, these visuals showing DK Shivkumar at a temple seeking blessings. He's there with his family members. In fact, this is DK Shivkumar, who's already a very religious person. We do know that he goes to temples on any given day, especially on a day like this, a day before counting. In fact, in Karnataka, it's DK Shivkumar quite naturally heading to a temple, and those are the visuals that we see, fresh visuals just a few moments ago that DK Shivkumar was seen visiting a temple here in Bengaluru with his family members. All right, I'm going to now quickly cut across to R. Ashok, who is the minister in the BJP's cabinet, the BJP government's cabinet here in Karnataka. R. Ashok has spoken in an exclusive conversation to my colleague Anaga Keshav, and in that conversation, R. Ashok has spoken about BJP having a plan B. It's almost dropping a bomb, a hint that the BJP might just pull off an Operation Kamala if things do not go in their favor. As the BJP and the Congress are now in a huddle, this is R. Ashok speaking to India Today, where he said that we are politicians, we are not saints, and we have a plan B. He says we've done it twice, we will do it again. Listen in.
Your exit poll survey, many surveys has come, more than 10. Some surveys shows BJP also getting the majority. So, exit poll, exact poll, there's a difference. We are seeing for exact poll. So I think our party cadres, we are reaching all the message from the party booth level Karyakarta. They are giving a lead in every booth, some more than 60%. Means BJP is full majority, I think. One thing, we will form the government. BJP form the government. If anything happens, we will see B plan also. So that decided by the central government, and Amit Shah ji, Modi ji will decide what to do, what to not do. Because we are facing another 1 year, next year, parliament election. We have to look parliament election also, the strategy of the parliament election. So that's also very, very important in Karnataka result.
All right, that's R. Ashok, but are all the leaders within the BJP on the same page? That's the big question. Does the Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai have an idea of what a bigger plan B really is that R. Ashok was referring to? Let's cut across to Chief Minister Bommai as he spoke to India today on what exactly is this plan B that R. Ashok is referring to.
Congress Priyanka Kharge says that we will win by majority and there is no chances for hung assembly and at all.
Even I say that there is no chance for hung assembly. We will win with comfortable majority. Okay. And I am very much confident.
So last time also there were allegations of BJP making a Operation Lotus kind of a situation here in Karnataka.
No, see, we never did it. 1 year they only ruled, no? 1 year it was a coalition government and it failed miserably.
Sir, DK Shivkumar says
did the unholy alliances.
Sir, DK Shivkumar says that Congress party will come around 141 is what he is guessing. How much is confident?
Let him be happy with 141 till tomorrow. The reality will be there.
All right, one thing's for sure that all parties right now are in an absolute huddle, and it appears all the at least BJP and the Congress, both the national parties, have asked all their leaders to summon them to Bengaluru, assemble in Bengaluru, and ask them not to be out of sight. Basically, the Congress and the BJP have ensured that all their MLAs from across Karnataka should be arriving into Bengaluru and be right here in city limits. While through the counting day, all through the day of counting, they should be in sight. In fact, while I speak, the Congress is right now holding a high-level meeting at a hotel in Bengaluru. All the top leaders, including DK Shivkumar, Siddaramaiah, Surjewala, they're all right now there meeting with a bunch of the Congress netas to try and strategize on the road ahead. Right after rumors and buzz about an Operation Lotus surfaced, this is exactly what DK Shivkumar said a little earlier in the day while he spoke at a press conference, saying that he's worked day and night, hasn't slept a tad bit, and he is right now sure that after all that hard work that he's put into play right here in Karnataka for his party, all the leaders, seniors and juniors, will support him through and through. Listen in.
ನನಗೆ ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾಯರು ನನ್ನ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ ರಿಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನಾನು ಬೈ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಆಗ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ನಾನು ಆವತ್ತಿಂದ ಮಲಗಕ್ಕೂ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಯಾವ ಸಂದರ್ಭನೂ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಿರಿಯರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಿರಿಯರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂಥ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ.
See, Operation Lotus has been originated and mastered in Karnataka. So if you read through the Karnataka political history, we have this black mark on us saying that the origin of Operation Lotus started in Karnataka. But having said that, we have to be careful. We'll keep our flock together, and our focus is just going to be on forming the government.
All right, I'm going to cut across to Sagai Raj. Sagai, look at the kind of tension that prevails right now in Karnataka. You have BJP and the Congress leaders as well as the JDS who have all now got into a huddle. Yes, India Today's exit polls gave a comfortable majority to the Congress party, but it appears that they're, of course, and they shouldn't be taking this number lightly. It's a mere prediction. Things can go different on the day of counting, and it appears that the BJP and the Congress now strategizing a plan B, which is why they've asked all their netas to assemble in Bengaluru, so they are in sight, they are visible, and right in front of them any attempts of poaching could be stalled.
Absolutely, and it is a part of protocol. Whenever the election gets over, everybody had to be in the capital city and report at the headquarters in the respective parties, and probably that is one of the reasons that why everybody has been summoned. See, as Priyank Kharge has said that they have to keep the flock together, and that is a $1 million question. The state of Karnataka, we have seen that none of the politicians were loyal to their own parties. How they switched the parties last time after the elections, and keeping all those things, keeping the history in the mind, and probably Congress are trying their level best to ensure that all the MLAs are on the same page, and keeping the flock together is an important exercise that should be practiced, or that should be followed by the Congress in the state of Karnataka.
To be on. Right. You know, I have another question. We hear a lot of talk about Amit Shah coming down. Is that true, Sagai? Tell us a little more about the BJP shooting a request to the High Command, to Amit Shah, asking him to come here, help them firefight. In case the BJP does not get a majority, we hear that there is an appeal and a request that's gone to Amit Shah itself, asking him to land into Bengaluru on the day of counting tomorrow and strategize for the BJP on what next, even as R. Ashok hints at an Operation Kamala. What more do we know on that?
Anything is possible, Nabila, but I doubt that there is any kind of request which might have gone to the High Command, because it is the High Command who instructs the state leader to take the decision, or they will send across some other person or a top leader to Karnataka to take the next plan of action. So probably there is no communication from state leadership. Probably from High Command they might send a representation, or Amit Shah himself might be here. So we need to wait and watch how it is going to turn around, because it will be a crucial election, because it is more like a quarter-final, because after Karnataka election you have elections in Telangana and Rajasthan. So this is a quarter-final, next is a semi-final, and after that you have a final in Lok Sabha election.
And exactly on that point, I'm going to cut across to the visuals that we got in from a little earlier today of B.S. Yadurappa and the leaders in a huddle at B.S. Yadurappa's residence. Here's a quick look as also Minister Murugesh Nirani spoke to India today, where he expressed confidence that the BJP will get a majority, but that's the image showing the BJP now trying to strategize, getting all the leaders together at B.S. Yadurappa's house. The man who's leading the campaign for the BJP, Nirani, has spoken to us.
Already we discussed last 2 days in booth-wise, assembly constituency-wise, district-wise. 100% we will win more than 108 seats. Remaining 35 seats we are 50-50. In that also we may win about 10 to 12 seats. Definitely we will form a government. We will win more than 120 seats. We will form a government.
But several exit polls suggest either Congress will come with full majority, or there could be a hung.
No, that exit poll also in 2018. There is a lot of changes. Whatever they gave, we made the comparative statement. 2018, 2023. Then other state also. What they made the exit poll. Then what is the exact poll? That is a lot of difference.
All right, well, that said, H.D. Kumaraswamy, on a final note, I'm going to leave you with this, has left to Singapore last night, a day before counting, and he is believed to come back to Karnataka, to Bengaluru tonight. So he's just gone for a single day, where images of him has also surfaced, him meeting with a bunch of his own people there. What exactly is the reason? He calls it a personal visit, but of course, this has sent out enough and more speculation on what the purpose of this visit was. On that note, I'm going to wrap this edition of our bulletin. Do stay tuned for that rolling coverage from India today, right from 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. As the counting day begins, we're going to take you through every angle and the tally most accurate. No other coverage anywhere else that you would find except for India today. Do stay tuned to us.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 43 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 40 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Co-powered by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play!
You're watching Lights, Camera and Cricket, your daily dose of all things IPL. Our top story now, after scoring the fastest 50 in IPL history, Yashasvi Jaiswal has become the talk of the town. At a time when Team India is saddled with injuries, there is talk of fast-tracking him into the Indian team. So has time come for the Mumbaiker to don the India blue, or would fast-tracking him be a mistake, as has happened with a few youngsters in the recent past? We try and explore.
Yashasvi Jaiswal was in a world of his own as he tore apart the KKR bowling attack.
He's playing the field.
The 21-year-old put on a world-class batting display, smashing the fastest 50 in IPL history.
We're going to see a lot more of you, Yashasvi Jaiswal.
It is courtesy his blistering knock that the Mumbaiker finds himself in elite company.
He caps it off with an absolute monster.
His 13-ball 50 is now the fastest in the history of the tournament. Yashasvi bettered the previous record, which was set by KL Rahul and Pat Cummins, who scored 50s in 14 balls. Even the likes of Yusuf Pathan, Sunil Narayan and Nicholas Pooran were left behind by young Yashasvi.
So far,
Yashasvi's knock ensured that his team registered a comfortable win, and he's happy to continue doing the same.
the whole innings.
I always wanted to finish the game because I have been learning to play till the end and win game for team. That is my motto, and I really want to do that. As many matches I will play, I will try to do that to finish the game. That is more important for me, I guess.
The 21-year-old has gone on and capitalized on the rich vein of form he displayed in the domestic season. He scored over 300 runs in both Ranji Trophy and in the Vijay Hazare Trophy at an average of over 77 in both the competitions. And in the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, he smashed 266 runs at an average of 33.25. His superb knock against the Kolkata Knight Riders impressed one and all. Leading the praise for Jaiswal was none other than Virat Kohli, who said that it was the best batting he had seen in a while. Suryakumar Yadav also took to Twitter and said that Yashasvi played a special knock. The likes of Brett Lee and Ravi Shastri were impressed by the southpaw to the extent that they want to see him in India colours. Lee tweeted, "Get him to the Indian team now." While Ravi Shastri feels that it is high time that the selectors turn to Yashasvi if they are focusing on the ODI World Cup. He added that players like him and Rinku should be fast-tracked.
Talk about the clinic.
In a World Cup year, which will be held in India, and the T20 World Cup, which follows next year, Team India have a promising talent that is setting the stage on fire. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Moving on now, Virat Kohli's feud with Lucknow Super Giants bowler Naveen-ul Haq took a fresh twist when he posted a cryptic video on his Instagram stories. It is the latest in a long line of back and forth incidents that have taken place between the pair since they clashed at Lucknow. In this story, we'll take a look at the origins of the story and why it's gone on as long as it has.
It all started when Naveen ul Haq and Virat Kohli exchanged a few words at the end of the LSG RCB game, and chaos would soon break out as Gautam Gambhir also jumped into the fray. LSG skipper KL Rahul tried to play peacemaker between the two warring parties, but to no avail, and the fight would soon reach the domains of social media. Virat posted a story which talked about how truths and perspectives are different, whereas Naveen simply said, "You get what you deserve, that's how it should be, and that's how it goes," which eventually led to him limiting comments on his posts. Such was the vitriol directed his way. Yet he received a public showing of support from Gautam Gambhir, who urged him to never change in a comment that was made on Naveen's latest Instagram post at the time. The feud seemingly died down, but Kohli reignited it when he took to Instagram to praise Gujarat Titans stars Ridhaman Saha and Rashid Khan, while they were doing well against LSG no less. Naveen hit back during RCB's game against MI, which RCB ended up losing. Naveen posted about enjoying sweet mangoes, but the timing of his post made clear why the fruits tasted extra sweet. Yet Kohli is now seemingly done with this feud, as he posted a video on his Instagram stories where popular American actor Kevin Hart talks about the importance of moving on in life, which many took as a sign of Kohli being done. Both Kohli and Naveen, interestingly enough, have a history of getting involved in fights in the past, but this feud has taken on a life of its own, and fans would doubtless be keeping their eyes peeled for any more subtle shots they may take at one another. Sports Bureau, India Today.
That's all that we have for you on Lights Camera Cricket this evening, but a reminder for all the in-depth analysis and live discussions on the IPL, don't forget to tune in to Sports Today on YouTube. We'll be looking ahead to the crucial game that's coming your way in the IPL today. It's Gujarat versus the Mumbai Indians, so we'll see you there. Bye-bye for now.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play!
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 43 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 40 and minimum 24 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening, you're watching India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We're going to take you in this edition across to Pakistan and the latest filtering in from the country. What we are given to understand is interim relief for Imran Khan. How long will that last is the big question. But first up, let me take you through the headlines. Brief respite for Imran Khan. Court grants him bail in all cases. Pakistan government told to ensure Imran's security. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz mouths declaring emergency. Karnataka BJP sources hint at Operation Lotus as Plan B, request Amit Shah to visit Bengaluru tomorrow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government for banning the Kerala story, says West Bengal is not different from the rest of the country, sends notice to West Bengal government. Sachin's Sangharsh against Gehlot continues as pilot resumes march from Ajmer, attacks Gehlot and BJP over corruption. Ex-NCB officer Samir Wankhede booked, CBI files corruption case against him. He led the probe in the Aryan Khan case. Properties of all accused searched. Big development in the Gyanvapi Temple Mosque Rao. Court allows Archaeological Survey of India to conduct carbon dating of the alleged shivling without damaging the structure. All right, let's quickly cut across to the latest coming in. Imran Khan's first statement after getting interim bail. What we're given to understand, Imran Khan says it's me versus the Pakistan Army chief. He further goes on to suggest that there is no democracy in Pakistan Army. The Army chief is scared, as per Imran Khan. He was asked on the Army versus him, and he says it's not all of Pakistan Army, it is the Army chief who is scared. That's the latest news that is coming in. Imran Khan further says that there is no democracy in Pakistan Army. This is his first statement coming in after he was granted interim bail. Listen in to Imran Khan.
It's not the security, it's one man, the army chief. There's no democracy in that in the army. The army is getting maligned by what is happening right now. And sadly, the events that happened, when I was inside, I only found out afterwards. It's not the security, it's one man, the army chief. There's no democracy in that in the army. The army is getting maligned by what is happening right now. And sadly, the events that happened, when I was inside, I only found out afterwards.
Quickly cutting across to my colleague Gaurav Sawant, who's joining us. Gaurav, interesting, the choice of comments by Imran Khan. He doesn't make it about the army and him. He says it's not the entire army, but targeting just the army chief.
This is very, very clever tactics on the part of Imran Khan, but there's also a very dangerous game that he's playing. It's a game of brinkmanship. It's now Imran Khan versus Pakistan's army chief, General Asim Munir. And if this is how it's poised, only one of the two will survive in this battle. That's very clear. In case Imran Khan survives and comes out on top, history would have been made in Pakistan. The army is always supreme. Yes, Pakistan Army has lost every war to India, whether it's 47, 48, 65, 71, Kargil, Siachen, or even the terror war that they waged through their terrorists. But this would be the first war that the Pakistan Army has lost within, to a large extent, the Corps Commander Karachi, the Corps Commander Lahore, the manner in which his house was raided and ransacked. The Pakistan Army is already lost to the people. But this statement is pregnant with a lot of very, very major ramifications, Preeti.
Major ramifications coming in. Is there an attempt, Gaurav, somewhere down the line for Imran Khan to give out that message publicly, because there are already fissures where the army is concerned, to say very clearly it's not the entire army versus I, it's one man who's running scared?
One man who's running scared and one man who's actually giving out, according to the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Party, illegal orders. Already, the Lahore Corps Commander, Lieutenant General Salman Fayaz has been, Ghani has been sidelined. He's actually been shunted out. He became Corps Commander just 6 months ago, and now he's been shunted out. PTI workers are calling him a real hero of Pakistan, that he did not open fire and did not follow illegal orders. And he's being hailed as a hero. There are several others, according to Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, workers, cadres, including young lieutenant colonels and colonels who did not open fire at the mob. So they are saying that the Pakistan army has refused to open fire at the people of the country, and they're not following the illegal orders of General Asim Munir. Very clearly, the PTI, the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Party, is trying to say there are fissures in the Pakistan army, and it's split right down the middle.
It's very, very interesting choice of comments by Imran Khan. He broke his silence, and this is his first comment. What we're going to do is we're going to play that reaction over again, and I'm going to cut across to Hamza Amir on what it really means in the terms of messaging it's trying to create.
It's not the security agency. It's one man, the army chief. There's no democracy in that in the army. The army is getting maligned by what is happening right now. And sadly, the events that happened when I was inside, I only found out afterwards.
I want to bring you in on this. This is clever tactics by Imran Khan, because at one end, what was seeming to be was Imran Khan versus the entire establishment of the Pakistan army, which in any case has deep fault lines within. By making it just about the chief and Imran Khan, it's clever messaging.
Well, it is a very clever messaging, and it is also no less than playing with fire. Basically, what he's trying to say that the institution is fine. The chief of the institution is the one who's calling the shots to the extent that he wants to assassinate him. This is something that probably, I don't know how to put it, but it is very, very difficult to understand on what sense does he try to make out of it. That the chief of the institution, who basically is the head of the institution by far, is someone that he is not happy with, and that guy wants him dead. Now, in Pakistan, we have a history. Imran Khan has a history with the current army chief as well. He is the same army chief who was sacked by Imran Khan on a Saturday evening and told to leave his position as the chief of the ISI, only for the fact that he was basically raising and putting forward some very important cases in which him, his relatives, his wife were involved, and he said that this is going to bring a lot of problems for you, so you need to put a stop to it. And he was basically requested to the then army chief, General Bajwa, to sack General Asim Munir. So I think that is where the history has started from between these two. And now Imran Khan coming out and saying that it is not the institution, it's one man. Well, let me make this very clear. One man basically is the whole institution, who is representing the whole institution at large. You cannot see him other than anything else but then the army chief of the Pakistan army. And I think this is where Imran Khan is trying to play smart, but we need to go back to what the ISPR maintained. ISPR has said it, that on one side they attack the institutions, they do name calling and false propaganda, and on the other breath they also say that this is our army and we are for army in every possible way. That is something that they always they have now said that this is a two-faced approach that has now been exposed, and they're mentioning Imran Khan and
Is there an attempt? Hamza, stay with me. I'm going to cut across to more news that's coming in. But Gaurav, is this a clear attempt to try at least to turn certain members of the Pakistan army establishment against the chief and try and create those fault lines?
So apparently there are fault lines, and this is where things get very interesting, as Hamza, and Hamza knows better, he's on ground zero. Hamza says the army is one entity led by the army chief. The army chief is the institution. That's what the ISPR has also said. But why was the Lahore Corps commander sacked? Why was his chief of staff sacked? Apparently, several other lieutenant colonels and colonels have also been relieved of their duties. Some of them, some forces have been relieved of their weapons. Now, this is huge. What will this lead to, Preeti? Perhaps Hamza can tell us better on ground zero.
Hamza, coming right back to you, but just stay on with me. There are more reactions coming in. Let's listen in to Pakistan Minister Rana Sanaullah.
जो आपकी स्क्रीन पे है कि 17 तक उन्हें किसी भी केस में गिरफ्तार करने से मना किया गया है, तो 17 को जैसे ही ये ऑर्डर वेकेट होगा, क्योंकि एक पूरे साल की हर दिन की एविडेंस मौजूद है, जब लोगों को ट्रेंड किया गया, उनके नाम का इंदराज किया गया और उनको इस मकसद के लिए तैयार किया गया, उनको जो है वो पेट्रोल बम बनाने, गलेल, ये सारी चीजें जो हैं इसकी एक एक दिन की एविडेंस है। और इमरान खान साहब की अपनी जाती जो है वो हर दिन की, हर मौके की तकारीर मौजूद है कि अगर मैं गिरफ्तार हुआ तो फिर आपने ये करना है, फिर आपने वो करना है। जिस दिन उनके ऊपर बगियाबाद में हमला हुआ तो बाद में उनकी स्पीचेस मौजूद हैं जिसमें ये कहते हैं कि भी हुआ ही कुछ नहीं है। बेनज़ीर भुट्टो की शहादत के ऊपर ये कुछ हुआ था तो आपने किया कुछ नहीं है। तो ये सारा कुछ जो हुआ है वो इनकी इमा पे हुआ है, इनकी डायरेक्शन पे हुआ है, और उसमें ऐसा नहीं है कि ये जो 2-3 दिन आप देखें ना कि सारा एहतजाज जो है उसकी जो है वो सिमत ईद ही थी, जो कि इससे पहले कभी किसी एहतजाज की सिमत नहीं रही। और दूसरा ये है कि घरों के ऊपर हमला करना। अब देखें ना, घर तो इनके भी सारे मौजूद है ना। अब मेरे घर के ऊपर जो फैसलाबाद में जो लोग आए हैं, तो क्या मुझे उनके घरों का नहीं मालूम कि उनके घर कहाँ पे वाक़ई हैं? तो ये जिस किस्म की सूरत हाल इमरान खान ने पूरी मेहनत से पैदा कर दी है, तो इसके रिपरकशंस और इससे कंसीक्वेंसेस सिर्फ।
All right, that's the Home Minister of Pakistan. You heard him there, but lots of reactions coming in, viewers. Let's cut across and get you eyewitness reactions of the ransacking as well and the burning down of houses of generals, top generals of the Pakistan Army. Listen in, coming right back.
हम लोग जब अंदर आए हैं तो अंदर तो सारे जो फौजी अफसरान हैं या जो भी अफसरान हैं वो सारे भाग चुके थे, कोई भी नहीं था अंदर। लेकिन जो अंदर के हालात हमने देखे हैं वो हम लोग परेशान हो गए, तंग रह गए हैं। हम लोग के हमारे घरों के अंदर पंखा भी नहीं चल रहा, हमारे घरों के अंदर लोड शेडिंग की वजह से बच्चे जो है गर्मी से मर रहे हैं, लोगों के पास पीने के लिए साफ पानी नहीं है। यहाँ पर अंदर क्या है, अंदर स्विमिंग पूल्स में चिलर चले हुए हैं, 2-2, 3-3 चिलर चल रहे हैं। 2-2 फुट का वो स्विमिंग पूल है, उसके अंदर चिलर चल रहे हैं। उसके अलावा जी अंदर स्नोकर के फट्टे पड़े हुए हैं। ये कोई जना हाउस नहीं बना हुआ, ये जना हाउस बना हुआ है। अंदर ऐसी ऐसी चीजें पड़ी हुई हैं, आपकी सोच दंग रह जाएगी। अंदर इतने ये बुज़दिल है, इतने ये नकारा और बेशरम आदमी है कि यहाँ पर अंदर सारा असला पड़ा हुआ है, असला अंदर छोड़कर भाग गए हैं कि ये कुछ जना हाउस नहीं है, ये तो इन्होंने एक पैलेस बनाया हुआ था। हमारा किसका पैसा है? ये अवाम का पैसा है, जो बेचारी सड़कों पे जलील होती सारा दिन, जो सड़कों पे सारा दिन खवार होती है, रेडियो वाला का पैसा है। लोगों के घरों में 2 टाइम का खाना नहीं है, 2700 रुपए के किलो, 20 किलो आटे का थैला है, और इनके यहाँ पर अंदर फ्रोजन पड़ी हुई है, स्ट्रॉबेरी पड़ी हुई है।
Well, a protester there, allegedly not a part of the PTI, but someone who joined the protest. And Gaurav, and I want to bring you in that. That commentary by that person clearly elucidates where stands the large part of society where Pakistan is concerned, and the complete disconnect of the top generals and the other authorities with what the country is witnessing right now.
You know, this statement actually is an indicator. Is this inflection point when it comes to Pakistan? Is this Pakistan's Bastille moment? Is this the time that the peasants in Pakistan or the people in Pakistan, they don't have 1 square meal a day, and generals in Pakistan are eating, you know, mutton korma and frozen strawberries and have air conditioners in their swimming pool? And this is amazing what this person was saying, that this is not the house of Jinnah, this is the house of Zina. You know, loosely translated, that this is the house of sin. And the corps commander, look what has happened to the corps commander. He's lost his korma, he's lost his corps, and he's lost his, to a very large extent, his prestige in Pakistan. The fact that he ran away, he was inside that house when people came to ransack him. Preeti,
Right.
you come from a Fauji background. Can you imagine? He's a 3-star lieutenant general living in the Flagstaff house. What
Right.
happened to his personal security detail? What happened to the people who were there to protect him? There are armed people. This man says they ran away leaving their arms, ammunition, weapons, everything. This shows the reality of the Pakistan Army.
You know, Hamza, I'm
frankly.
going to take a quick word in from you before we cut across to our other stories. What next, Hamza? Because, you know, there's so much going on. There are layers within layers with what we are witnessing, other than just Imran Khan versus the Pakistan Army, judiciary versus executive. But it's also happening in the backdrop of civil unrest.
Well, yes, in fact, the intensity of the situation can be well imagined. That today, a cabinet meeting chaired by the Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, in that a hint of a suggestion that came that is it an option to implement an emergency in Pakistan That was opposed by Pakistan People's Party and Muttahida Qawmi Movement Pakistan. They said that no, they want elections to be happening on time, that is in October. So no consent was reached, but this is where the situation has reached, that political leaderships and ruling coalition parties are now even thinking about the fact that they should impose an emergency in Pakistan. On the other hand, Imran Khan, as you said, what next? Now what happens next? Imran Khan has been very smart. He's sitting in the court, but now he's decided he's going to go not to his residence in Islamabad, Banigala. He is going to travel to Zaman Park. That is basically going to be at least a 4-hour drive from Islamabad to Lahore. It is going to be a celebration. It is going to be live visuals. It is going to be people joining in from across the Punjab province who came out in protest for Imran Khan. So he basically is going to come out as a hero and use this time to showcase himself on what he proves to be as a public person and a public power, street power person. I think this is where we're moving towards. At the same time, PDM, the coalition government, they have also announced that they are going to be protesting outside the Supreme Court on Monday. So basically what we see is more political unrest, more political chaos going forward, because right now as we stand, Imran Khan is a free man till Monday. After Monday, things are going to change. He has relief from the court, but after Monday, he can be arrested in cases again.
Gentlemen, appreciate you both for joining us. We're going to keep the spotlight on all developments taking place in Pakistan, but where is the country headed? What fate awaits Pakistan? Take a look at this report.
Pakistan is simmering after days of violent protests. Imran Khan's supporters on Friday thronged the streets, flaunting weapons in a show of strength, celebrating his release. Their leader was produced before the Islamabad High Court in the morning, as ordered by the country's Supreme Court. A 3-tier security cordon was deployed at the High Court to prevent any untoward incident. Military vans, patrols and containers with thousands of security forces were on the field. Immediately after Imran made it to court, Pakistan's DIG operations came armed with 10 arrest warrants. Imran claimed a second arrest was definitely in the offing.
Relief? मैं हाई कोर्ट पे बैठा हूँ. मेरे पास कोई उनके पास एक जवाब भी था मुझे पकड़ने का. मुझे एब्डक्ट किया गया है. और जाके वहां फिर पहली दफा मुझे वारंट दिखाई जाता है जब मुझे जेल में ले जाते हैं. ये तो जंगल के कानून में होता है.
A minister in the Shehbaz Sharif government has made it clear Imran will be put behind bars in the many cases he's facing.
कि एक बंदा जो है वो जिस वक्त वो लोगों को चोर को
Imran himself is fearing the worst and is alleging the High Court judges are hand in glove with the ruling establishment. An audio clip of Imran in conversation with his party spokesperson, Musharrat Chima, has surfaced online in which he complains of malified action against him.
एक आजम साथी से ये भी जरूर बात करो कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी इसके ऊपर वो करें, क्योंकि ये तो बिल्कुल जो इन्होंने किया है ये तो बड़ा मैलिफाइड ही है.
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर. हम
तो आजम साथी का कहना है.
जी सर आप बेफिक्र हो जाए. हम
ये क्या कर रहा है ये जो चीफ जस्टिस है, ये तो ऑर्डर लेता है इनसे.
अभी इसने नैब वाले आए, फलाने आए, तो हमने कहा कि जी अभी सलमान सफदर साहब को मैं उनके बिल्कुल सामने खड़ी हूँ कि भाई आप उनको कहें कि कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करें, हमें कोर्ट में लेके आए. ख्वाजा हारिस साहब और उनके मैं बिल्कुल साथ बैठी हूँ कि कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करें ना. हम नहीं ऐसे जा सकते. हम कोर्ट के अंदर ही मौजूद है. जिस जज के पास आपका लगा हुआ चीफ जस्टिस के पास केस
नहीं, लेकिन ये तो उनसे ऑर्डर लेता है. वो आजम से बात करो दूसरी तरफ उधर. अभी आजम से जरूर कहना.
ओके सर.
But as tensions grew and the crossfire intensified, Imran Khan was granted blanket bail in all cases against him with no possibility of arrest until May the 17th. Pakistan is living its worst nightmare since 1971. The country is struggling to manage financial and food crises, and the latest political issue has left the country in tatters. With Hamza Amir in Islamabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's take you back on all that's gone down in Pakistan after Imran Khan was granted bail in all cases within the limits of Islamabad by the High Court. Shahbaz Sharif's government is leaving no stone unturned in their effort to re-arrest the former Pakistan Prime Minister.
A brief moment of triumph for his enraged supporters. That's when Pakistan's Supreme Court ruled his arrest as illegal. But that hasn't pushed the government led by Shahbaz Sharif onto the back foot. Pakistan's Interior Minister has publicly declared that Imran Khan will be arrested again, regardless of an unprecedented showdown between civilians and the country's powerful army over the prosecution of the former Prime Minister. The government has expanded its crackdown on Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf party. In the Punjab province, the police have charged at least 650 of his supporters under anti-terror laws in Lahore alone. More than 1,000 activists of Imran's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf have been arrested so far. And they aren't just ordinary workers. Several of his party's top leaders and former ministers have also been detained by the police. Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf spokesperson Fawad Chaudhry was taken in on Wednesday night. Former Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi was picked up on Thursday. PTI leaders Ali Mohammad Khan, Ijaz Chaudhry and former Minister Asad Omar have also been arrested. The Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Senior Vice President Shireen Mazari was taken into custody in a pre-dawn raid in Islamabad on Friday. Imran's party has condemned the arrests. The 70-year-old leader accuses the Pakistani establishment of plunging the country into jungle raj.
कोई उनके पास एक जवाब भी था मुझे पकड़ने का, मुझे एबडक्ट किया गया और जाके वहां पर पहली दफा मुझे वारंट दिखाई जाता है जब मुझे जेल में ले जाते हैं। ये तो जंगल के कानून में होता है और फौज अबडक्ट कर लेती है।
A country of 220 million people in the grip of chaos and anarchy that's only getting worse. Pakistan on the verge of a permanent implosion. With Hamza Amir in Islamabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
Trust us to get you the latest coming in from Pakistan. For now, we're going to close this bulletin. To stay with us on the other side is To The Point.
India's #1 reporters in the battlefield from India Today's Double Engine.
So you're saying that in Karnataka you cannot do Hindu-Muslim politics?
Are things getting better around here? Are they getting worse?
To Karnataka's finest reporting team.
What do you wish for the state of Karnataka?
Shettar also has an option.
Mallikarjun Kharge reservation has been a hot topic.
Priyanka Gandhi Vaja roadshow is a mega hit.
And India's leading national reporters.
How are you looking at politics in Karnataka?
Less polarization, more infrastructure.
Unsparing, unmatched, unrivaled coverage. India Today with Karnataka for Karnataka.
The balance sheet issues that we had at one point, Dr. Panagaria, and that had an impact across lenders and borrowers, are broadly behind us. There may be some company-specific stress, but that's a micro matter really. And like you said, the monetary and fiscal stimulus, at least by analysis, post-COVID have been responsible. How would you describe India's state of the economy at this point of time?
Yes. No, I remain upbeat. I have been upbeat and I remain upbeat precisely because, I'll say macro we have handled incredibly well. all congratulations to both the finance and the Reserve Bank. Through COVID, etc., all kinds of pressures came to print more money and all. We avoided that, and we are reaping the fruits of what we did well. We have to stay course on that front. There is no question. My worry, and overall, I think, GDP growth this year we are ending with 7%, maybe 7.1%. And I think we'll continue roughly on that path in the years to come. My sort of worry in India actually remains on micro side. I think, macro, we have always, even when you go back to the license permit Raj era and all, broadly except for small episodes or, short episodes of irresponsible behavior, which, had led to the 1991 crisis, also balance payments crisis. We always ran macro very conservatively, very responsibly. Where we have done very badly is the micro. Now we started improving this micro side of it, and we've been doing that. But I think we need to do a bit more.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Like this. They ain't never seen it like this. Like this.
Put on the back foot by the excitement generated by ChatGPT and its integration with Microsoft's Bing, Google is rolling out more artificial intelligence for its core search product. At its annual I/O conference in Mountain View, California, the company offered a new version of its engine. Equipped with what it calls the Search Generative Experience, the revamped Google can craft responses to open-ended queries while retaining its recognizable list of links to the web.
Making AI helpful for everyone is the most profound way we will advance our mission. And we are doing this in 4 important ways. First, by improving your knowledge and learning and deepening your understanding of the world. Second, by boosting creativity and productivity so you can express yourself and get things done. Third, by enabling developers and businesses to build their own transformative products and services. And finally, by building and deploying AI responsibly so that everyone can benefit equally.
Google announced a series of new AI applications opening up its Bart chatbot to the world, including India, integrating generative AI into search as well as products such as Gmail, which can create draft messages, and Google Photos, which can make changes to images like centering figures and coloring in empty space. AI has also been integrated with the Workspace suite as well as Google's Android operating system. Google also released a new foldable Pixel smartphone that lets consumers use the company's AI. Pixel Fold is priced at $1,800 and consumers get a free Pixel watch with it. Also unveiled a $499 Pixel 7a phone.
The Pixel family continues to grow into the most dynamic mobile hardware portfolio in the market today. From a broad selection of smartphones to watches, earbuds, and now tablets and foldables, there are more ways than ever to experience the helpfulness Pixel's known for, wherever and whenever you need it.
The new announcements were celebrated by Wall Street, with Alphabet's shares up 4% on Wednesday. They are up 26% so far this year, compared with the 8% rise in the S&P 500 index. All eyes are on the announcements Apple makes at its own developer conference, WWDC, scheduled in the first week of June. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Voltas Pure Air 6-stage adjustable AC. Co-powered by American Tourister, born to cross boundaries. Co-powered by The world comes together at Sharda University. Blue Star Fast Cooling AC.
Warm welcome. We are watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. With less than 24 hours left for the counting of votes in Karnataka, BJP has announced, or seems to have indicated, a plan B, just in case the party doesn't reach majority in the assembly elections, giving rise to speculations of Operation Lotus and resort politics.
The results are not out yet, but political parties in Karnataka are busy working on backup plans in case the elections throw up a hung assembly. The BJP already has a plan B ready, and its leaders are talking about it openly, sparking speculation about another season of Operation Lotus.
BJP is full majority, I think. One thing, we will form the government. BJP form the government. If anything happens, we will see B plan also. So that decided by the central government.
Sources tell India Today, the state BJP has requested Union Home Minister Amit Shah to reach Bengaluru by Saturday evening if no party manages to get majority. Sources claim the BJP has shortlisted possible winners from opposition parties and is likely to approach first-time Congress and JDS MLAs. The BJP, according to sources, will be considering options of forming government even if the Congress gets a slender majority. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, though, is confident of getting the required majority.
Even I say that there is no chance for an assembly. We will win with comfortable majority. 1 year they only ruled, no? 1 year it was a coalition government and it failed miserably.
Sir, DK Shivkumar says that
they did the unholy alliances.
The Congress, which many exit polls have given an edge, is aware of the dangers lurking. The party's top leaders met on Friday to chart their plan of action.
See, Operation Lotus has been originated and mastered in Karnataka. So if you read through the Karnataka political history, we have this black mark on us saying that the origin of Operation Lotus started in Karnataka. But having said that, we have to be careful. We'll keep our flock together.
The self-proclaimed joker in the pack, the JDS is claiming offers from both BJP and Congress.
Both the parties have really approached us. Both the parties know that JDS is really going to play a significant role in the decision after the post result. So we are definitely keeping our ideas of development of Karnataka as a primary factor, and definitely we would announce it at an appropriate time.
Whether any party wins majority or not, the BJP open claims of Plan B means Karnataka could see some resort politics yet again.
Well, with just 24 hours more to go for the big day that's going to decide the future of Karnataka, Make no mistake, Karnataka is one such state where both the parties give as good as they get. With video journalist Shivashankar, Anaka Keshav for India Today, Bengaluru.
So on the eve of counting, is the BJP getting a little jittery? Some of its leaders openly saying that an operation could be afoot. What is that operation? Well, we're going to try and get a bigger understanding. Joining me this evening, Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, Bhavya Krishnamurthy, Spokesperson, Congress. But before I go across to our political guests, I want to bring in Naga Arjun Dwarkanath live from Bengaluru. Naga, what does it look like? Let's leave the exit poll aside of what is predicted. But is there a possibility for both houses, and what you're picking up from both the BJP and the Congress? Tomorrow could very well have you either reporting from maybe a Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, or an Assam, Guwahati.
You have forgotten Himachal Pradesh also, Preeti.
They'd be happy with Himachal. Go ahead. Yeah, well, Naga. Yeah.
Move to Himachal, I get a trip to Shimla also. But yeah, on a lighter note, that's the talk here. But anyways, BJP seems to be on a jittery mood right now, because it was one of the senior minister, Mr. R. Ashok, who spoke on record saying that there's also Plan B, that politicians are not science. Till 24 hours before, when the voting was being done, Congress, the BJP was saying that they would be getting 125 to 130, including Mr. BSY, who went on record. But now, senior ministers in the cabinet are getting internal reports from the booth karyakartas that they would be somewhere between 95 to 105, and that's where they need independence. And also, if they go below 95, they need JDS as well. And if not, the last option is to poach MLAs. Remember, in 2019, they poached 17 of the BJP, Congress and JDS MLAs. If they poached 17 of them, 25 is not a big number, is what they feel. But the Congress is quite sure that they are crossing the 113 mark. I've spoken to at least 10 senior Congress netas, and most of them believe that either they fall short of 3 or 4 maximum, or they're just scraping through 113. That's the news coming in from the Congress party here. BJP also is quite confident, like the Chief Minister is quite confident that he would cross the halfway mark. While you speak to the individual MLAs in Northern Karnataka, they feel that the party might be falling short of just few numbers.
The party might be falling short of just few numbers. So both parties, what is the Congress saying, Naga? Could there be a possibility that fearing an Operation Lotus already plans afoot?
Well, Congress has learned the bitter way after 2019. They have learned what is BJP capable of. They also are in touch with independents. Independents are in more demand than Kumaraswamy for once today. At least for today, the independents have been approached by both the parties to be on standby to support whoever comes. And they've also started giving them promises that we would be making you ministers. And if that also, even with independents, if the 113 mark is not crossed, the last option for Congress is also JDS. But JDS, we all know that they are good at negotiating. Whoever offers Kumaraswamy the chief minister post, JDS is likely to go with them.
All right, Naga, appreciate you joining us. It's a big day tomorrow. We're going to see you 6 a.m. on. Have a restful night's sleep, because if the scenario turns out to what we are discussing, the next couple of weeks, again, you never know what really goes down. Thank you, Naga, for joining us. Cutting across right now to our political panelist, Sanju Verma. Mr. R. Ashok is not a junior leader, not a karyakarta, a leader of his stature to go ahead and say, if we don't get majority, there could be an operation. What is this operation, madam?
Preeti, we are barely a few hours away from the actual results. And as they say in Hindi, kuch hi ghanton mein doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani ho jayega. I, with no offense to none, have this to say. In fact, Access India Today Group has given us the lowest number in terms of the lower end of the range. You've said the BJP will get between 62 to 80 seats, and the Congress will get between 122 to 140. I will not go into the fact that last time also in 2018, Access India Today gave us between 79 to 92, and to the Congress it gave between 106 to 118. So I hope that the consistency is maintained, and this time again will spring a positive surprise. Be that as it may,
Madam, I want to come in when you talk about consistency. You were on my show one day after Gujarat exit polls, and you said, I completely agree with your exit poll. Preeti, Access My India, India Today has got it bang on by giving the maximum to the BJP.
Preeti, let me finish.
Yes.
You have not even given me a chance to complete.
I
was coming to that. I was coming to that. I was coming to the fact that by and large, when it came to even Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, forget Gujarat, the Access India Today poll numbers have been largely correct. Now, why Karnataka stands out as an outlier, I was coming to that, is basically because, Preeti, again I say I'm not a psephologist, but I'm using basic arithmetic and common sense, and I find that people have not been able to give credit to the BJP for the fact that even with a 36 or a 37 or a 38% vote share, we were at 38, we were at 36.35% in 2018, and Congress was at 38.14. I'm saying BJP has the ability to translate even a lower vote share into higher number of votes, whereas Preeti, in 20 seconds, if you notice, the Congress got a thumping majority in 2013. They won 122 seats, and we were reduced to 40 seats. But if you recall, when they got 122 seats, their vote share was actually 36.6%. And come 2018, their vote share had gone up.
Sanju Verma, the political map in 2013 was very, okay, I'll tell you why. Why that happened? Because the political map in 2013 was very different, and I would reckon your party knows that best, because your own party man today had formed his own political party. So that would explain the vote share of the Congress with what you're trying to justify the current political situation.
This is not done, Preeti. Let me make my point, then you can rebut. I'm just finishing my point.
Quickly, ma'am, make your point. I want to go across to the Congress. Make your point.
Yes. And I think one thing which no pollster seems to be talking about, while I watch India Today by and large, because your poll analysis is superb, I think people forgot to give credit to the so-called silent voters, the women voters in Uttar Pradesh and in Uttarakhand, and this time again in Karnataka. Remember, Preeti, and we will have a discussion on this, I'm sure, tomorrow. In 2018, only in 67 out of the 224 seats, women were in majority. Now, women are in majority in 112 of the 224 seats. That is in 50% of the seats. Right. Women have a dominant voice compared to 30% of the seats in 2018 when women had a dominant voice. Right. And that will be the swing factor for BJP.
Okay, but Sanju Verma, as per at least our exit poll, and you're right, actually it's not 112, it's about 104 seats where women are more than men. But as per at least our exit poll, where women vote is concerned, Congress is leading the women vote by over 8%. As per our exit poll. But like, we'll find out tomorrow. I totally, you're completely right. But, there's a larger question to it. Are you still fearing that it could be a hung house? And if it is, there's an operation underfoot. And I will bring in my our Congress counterpart on that. Bhavya Krishnamurthy, you've learnt it the hard way in 2019 on what the BJP is capable of. What is it that the Congress has in plan?
For a minister holding a constitutional position, to say that they will be performing operation, which is totally unconstitutional and against people mandate, shows how much arrogance this corrupt money has made these ministers of Karnataka BJP. I was there in the debate yesterday when Mr. R. Ashok, the sitting minister of the government, said something so atrocious. That's not acceptable by the people of Karnataka. People will give a good mandate. They will make sure Congress will come in full majority. Whether it is your exit poll or majority of exit polls have given us full majority. Some of them simple and some of them absolute majority. And we are very sure this time people of Karnataka will teach BJP a lesson that, all this horse trading doesn't work here.
But Ms. Krishnamurthy,
they will be teaching them a lesson against
Ms. Krishnamurthy, the fact is, even your leaders in Karnataka, some of them seem to suggest that you'd just about be going over the halfway mark, which is not auguring well for the Congress. And if that happens, does the Congress have a plan B is the question. The BJP surely does. Do you have a plan B? What are you going to do?
Every leader, starting from our president to CLP leader, and all the exit polls have actually said we will come in full majority. There is no need of a plan B, to be honest. Even if there is one, we are definitely not going to take any unconstitutional way, the way suggested by a BJP minister. That's for sure. We respect the people of Karnataka and their mandate, and we are very sure they respect the Constitution of India and the ones who...
Bhavya Krishnamurthy, as I bring in Sanju Verma, the today's politics is very, very different from respecting the mandate as well. You've got to do what it takes, Saam, Dam, Dan, Bhed. And the sheer fact that you say that we don't have a plan B could be alarming for many of the people who voted for you. But having said that,
we don't have a plan B. I said we don't need a plan B because
you
we
don't need a plan B. Madam, you never know what goes down tomorrow when that last vote is counted.
Okay. Whatever is allowed in the constitutional, unlike this arrogant minister that they said.
Okay, Sanju Verma, my question to you is, again, I'll ask you that same question, ma'am. A cabinet minister, somebody who's not just a cadre or a flag-bearing member of your party, goes ahead and says that an operation can be done. Madam, what can that operation be? Can you elucidate for us?
Preeti, I have to admire your consistency, and I'm not being sarcastic. You are talking about an operation. Now, please, indulge me. I saw you, Rahul and Rajdeep, on the exit poll day, and Mr. Yediyurappa, who I think is the tallest leader by far in Karnataka across parties. You, Rajdeep and Rahul repeatedly asked him the same question, at least 6 times, if not more. What is going to be the BJP's tally on the final day? Do you think there will be the need for another alliance with the JDS or independents? And he kept repeating one thing with great consistency without batting an eyelid. He said, we will have a majority and we will form the government. We will have a majority, we will form the government. I say this.
Ma'am, let him finish, I'll come back to you. Let Ms. Verma finish. Ms. Krishnamurthy, there's no point getting into this. Madam, hear me out. Let her finish, I'm coming right back to you.
Please don't get rattled. I did not heckle you, show the same courtesy
Yes, Ms. Verma, go ahead. Please make your point.
Thank you. Now, forget about what, an R. Ashok says or Mr. Sudhakar says. He's the health minister, obviously, and not just another Tom, Dick and Harry. And you rightly said he's a leader in his own right. I want to ask one thing very clearly. Which is the Achilles heel for the BJP across pollsters? I have taken the average of 11 pollsters, and they are saying we will maybe get 12 seats, 13 seats, at best 14 seats in old Mysore and Mandya region. And I think this is where we will have made huge inroads because, Preeti, don't forget, in 2018, we had no Vokaliga leaders to speak of in the larger sense of the term. Today, we have Mr. Ashwath Narayan, we have Mr. K. Sudhakar, we have Mr. R. Ashok, and I think, since people say politics is about perception, 10 seconds, the Congress has been in power in Karnataka on a standalone basis or in alliance in the state for the largest number of years. It took a Narendra Modi to finally install a 108-seat tall statue of Nada Prabhu Kempe Gowda, the biggest Vokaliga leader.
Sanju Verma, as I cut across to the Congress spokesperson, I want to go across to the Congress spokesperson, but this question I'm going to ask you, and this I will record, Ms. Verma. You are saying you will, hear the question out. You are saying it's going to be full majority, and whatever happens, I want to ask you, will the BJP indulge in any operation at all? Lotus, non-Lotus? Will the BJP stick by everything where the playbook of the constitution is concerned? Yes or no,
Preeti,
madam?
Preeti, let me be very clear. I quoted what Mr. Yediyurappa said. At the same time, if you ask me, and if I have to go by the average of the top 11 pollsters, they are giving BJP 96, the average for Congress is 102. For independents, it's about 4 seats, and for the JDU, it is about 24.
Sanju Verma, I will ask you this question again. Will the BJP, whatever the numbers are, will it get into conducting any sort of operation? It could be anything. Yes or no?
I want to ask you, Preeti, since you're a seasoned anchor now, sometimes you have to indulge the BJP spokesperson. When we win, we are put in the dockyard.
Madam,
if we don't win, we are still put in the dockyard. Preeti, can I at least finish?
Please.
You asked me a question. I want to say one thing. Is the BJP constitutionally well within its right to look for a post-poll alliance, yes or no? Or is that privilege only the prerogative of a DK Shivkumar who takes Congress MLAs to a hotel outside of Bengaluru and is involved in a 700 crore money laundering
Sanju
scheme?
Verma, I'm going to bring in Ms. Krishnamurthy, but there's a huge difference between post-poll alliance and poaching. They might both begin with P, but very, very different. Bhavya Krishnamurthy,
Please ask that
you
question
wanted
to
to come
the
and go
Congress
ahead.
also.
Okay, so going by what the BJP spokesperson said, I was there in the same debate where Mr. Ashok made this statement. He literally said, even if we are the second largest party to come to have the second largest number of seats, we will form the government with or without coalition. And we have started the Karya Charane. That means operation is what he said. Let me make it very clear. You can go back to the video and check if the BJP spokesperson would want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bhavya Krishnamurthy, I want to ask you, will the Congress embark in any operation at all if you fall short of numbers?
You know, like I said, for a minister to say something like this unconstitutional and unethical, Congress has always been the guard of constitution, and we will always stick by the constitution of India.
So we are not going to see any of your MLAs being moved to resorts?
That is allowed in the constitution.
So we are not going to see, Ms. Krishnamurthy, we are not going to see any of your MLAs being ushered into resorts?
Can you please repeat it?
Will we see or not any of your MLAs being ushered into resorts, Ms. Krishnamurthy?
If that happens, that is only to make sure our MLAs are safe and this BJP doesn't perform its dirty operation.
Look at the hypocrisy. Look at the hypocrisy. If you do it, it's constitutional.
May I? Okay, we'll only know tomorrow. With that, I'd like to close the show. There's no point getting into, there's no point. Nobody can really hear both of you talking together. But thank you, ladies, for joining us. We'll only know tomorrow when that last vote is counted, whether resorts are needed or not, whether there is an operation or poaching. We'll only know tomorrow on what the cards predict where Karnataka is concerned. Thank you for watching. Up next is Rahul Kanwar.
The Shiv Sena BJP government getting a massive respite in top court.
That the governor cannot act upon an inference that he has drawn that a section of the Shiv Sena wish to withdraw their support to the government on the floor of the House.
The Eknath Shinde government surviving the bruising Sena versus Sena war. A big blow to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. The Supreme Court nipped his ambition to come back as Maha-CM. Referring to his move to quit as CM and not face trust vote amid desertion from Sena in June 2022, adding that it can't overturn a voluntary resignation.
This court cannot quash a resignation that has been submitted voluntarily. Had Mr. Thackeray refrained from resigning from the post of the Chief Minister, this court could have considered the grant of the remedy of reinstating the government headed by him.
The Supreme Court, however, recognized illegality by the governor and the speaker in ordering a trust motion, appointing a new Shiv Sena whip illegally. While Uddhav Thackeray called it a moral victory, the BJP mocked his claim. Chief Minister Shinde and Uddhav also sparred over who is the real traitor. The then Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari and sitting Maharashtra Speaker defended their role.
मैं राजनीतिक मसलों से अपने को बहुत दूर रखता हूं और जो मसला सुप्रीम कोर्ट में था उस मसले पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपना निर्णय दे दिया है। उस निर्णय पर जो कानूनविद हैं वही अपनी राय व्यक्त करेंगे। मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैं चूंकि कानून का विद्यार्थी हूँ नहीं, मैं केवल संसदीय परंपराएं जानता हूँ और विधायी परंपराएं जानता हूँ। उस हिसाब से मैंने जिस समय जो भी कदम लिए सोच समझ के लिए।
Has the Supreme Court verdict, instead of setting the Sena versus Sena war, only renewed the bitter Maharashtra rivalry?
The Supreme Court very clearly saying that had Mr. Thackeray not resigned, the situation could have been different. But with the leader of the largest party, the party with the most number of legislators in the assembly extending support to Eknath Shinde, the governor was in fact justified in asking him to form the government. Clearly, legally, politically, questions have been answered in a very, very different terms. The Supreme Court making a delicate balance between what was correct, what is the law, and what was done in Maharashtra politics. With cameraman Ridul in New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Is the largest domestic stock market player, reportedly with enough clout to set the direction on Dalal Street, and also a white knight to several listed companies in trouble. Life Insurance Corporation of India, or LIC as it is better known as, holds shares of more than 10 lakh crore rupees, making it the kingmaker of the Indian stock markets. In the spotlight recently, due to its investments in Adani Group companies, LIC has more than made up for the losses in the Jan to March quarter. There are at least 10 companies which have given a return of more than 20% in the first 5 months of this year. Topping the list is RVNL with a spectacular 87% return. Kirloskar Electric, Aurobindo Pharma and Glenmark Pharma make up the top 4 stocks. These are followed by Siemens, Tata Motors, ITC and Responsible Industries. For LIC, the gain in ITC is especially gratifying given it holds more than 15% in the conglomerate. A report by Prime Infobase lists out the biggest holdings of LIC as on 31st March of this year. Topping the list is Reliance Industries, in which the state-owned life insurer owned stake worth more than 1 lakh crore rupees. ITC was second, followed by Tata Group flagship TCS. Infosys and State Bank of India completed the top 5 list. What's also important to note is that while LIC holds more than 10 lakh crore rupees of equity, the holdings have dropped nearly 8% from the October to December quarter, primarily due to the dip in Adani stocks. The maximum loss in the 3 months ending 31st of March was due to Adani Total Gas of more than 18,000 crore rupees. Adani Enterprises was second on the list, followed by Reliance Industries. SBI also contributed to fall in LIC's holdings. Adani Transmission stock price fall led to a dip of nearly 6,500 crore rupees for LIC. On the other hand, the bets which paid off for LIC in absolute terms had ITC topping the list. LIC also booked a national profit of Tech Mahindra, Dr. Reddy's Lab, GAIL and ONGC. On an overall basis, LIC holding went up in 63 companies listed on NSE in the past quarter and down in 82 companies. The biggest gains were in FMCG and the IT sector, while LIC saw its value being eroded by the financial services, commodities and the energy sectors. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress defeated in election after election in recent times.
There seemingly you've done very well in the Vokaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
Accurate results at blinding speed. The only results broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict Day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Co-presented by Hefler, Let's Reimagine. Co-powered by Timex, Choice of the Titans.
Hello and welcome. What impact could the Karnataka Assembly election results have on the big Lok Sabha election next year? Everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. And on this show, we will lay out from the post-poll studies that have been carried out, data which looks at what could potentially happen if voters in Karnataka were to cast their vote not in an assembly election, but rather in a Lok Sabha election. And that's my top focus on the news track.
The first big election of 2023. This sets the tone for 2024. What impact will the verdict have? Can Karnataka impact the national picture? Verdict suspense on the road to 2024. That's our big focus on News Track.
One of the biggest questions that will be asked again and again after Super Saturday is what impact will the assembly election results in Karnataka have on the big Lok Sabha elections next year? So what I did is I went into the deep dissection of the post-poll study done by Access My India for the India Today group, and we'll play out some of the results that we were able to pick up from this study and from some of the other post-poll surveys that have been carried out. To discuss this, I'm joined on the broadcast. Allow me to welcome my guests, Pradeep Gupta, lead cephalogist at Access My India. His neck on the chopping block tomorrow as the results for the actual results come out. This is called the exact poll, and with good reason. 95% accuracy record. So we'll know tomorrow whether that holds or not. With us also on this broadcast is Ashok Malik, partner at the Asia Group. With us is Yashwant Deshmukh. We've been looking at some of the tables that he's put out as well, lead cephalogist at Sea Voter. One-time cephalogist, now full-time politician, GVL Narasimha Rao. He's making copious notes, scribbling away since I've seen him, trying to intimidate us with the depth of his research. GVL, welcome. With us also is Lavanya Balal of the Congress Party. KC Tyagi, senior leader of the Janata Dal United. He's part of Nitish Kumar's efforts to try and bring the opposition together. We'll see if that is going to make any headway. And Clyde Crusto from the NCP. So let me put out the first data set that I'm tracking on this show, which is to do with the impact that Prime Minister Modi has in this campaign. And this is a question that's being asked again and again. So what we'll do is we'll show you amongst the 37,000 respondents who are part of the Access My India post-poll study, 19% of those who said they voted for the BJP said they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. That's 1 in 5 of those who voted for the BJP voted for the party because of Prime Minister Modi. 7% of the overall voters who cast their votes for different reasons said they decided because of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was their #1 reason for deciding where they wanted to vote. So what we did is then we worked with Pradeep Gupta and the Access My India team to try and estimate what the BJP's vote share in the assembly elections may have been had Prime Minister Modi not campaigned as strenuously as he did. So Access My India projects that without the Prime Minister, and this, remember, a decision to cast your vote one way or the other is an amalgam of various factors. But if you just try and isolate to the extent that is possible the impact of Prime Minister Modi's campaign, without him in the ring, BJP's vote share, which is about 35% according to the post-poll study, could be between 32 and 33. So the direct impact, and remember, it looks as if it's only 2 or 3, but when translated, and given there are 5.2 crore voters in Karnataka, the direct impact of Prime Minister Modi's campaign in the assembly election, according to Access My India, is about 2 to 3%. Without him, the BJP would have 32 to 33% of the vote. So what that essentially means, Pradeep Gupta, is if PM Modi had not campaigned in the way that he did, this would actually be a landslide in favor of the Congress.
Definitely, yes, Rahul, the kind of anti-incumbency against state government we have seen on the ground. And Prime Minister Modi made all the different post-April 29, he entered in the Karnataka war field. Had it not been there, and we also asked whom you are voting or whom you have voted, and after that, whatever they say, after that we also ask any particular reason why you are voting for this party. Then there are so many things they keeps on saying, and the top of the mind and top of the recall is always for the development. So there are common factor which decides the whom they should be voting for. And for BJP voters, among BJP voters, 19% for the Prime Minister Modi is way too high, and overall percentage is 7%, way too high. But we are giving the benefit of multiple answers and multiple questions, and that is the reason why we are calculated that 2 to 3% overall BJP vote share would have been reduced had there been no Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Karnataka free.
There is an interesting insight in the C voter data as well. So I worked with Yashwant Deshmukh to pull that out. One of the questions that C voter asks, they had a sample size of about 40,000. His is largely a CATI, which is a telephonic survey. One of the questions he asked is, if you were to cast your vote at this time for a Lok Sabha poll, how would you vote? So I want to walk across now and show that to our viewers. The same study, you've got one question about an assembly election, you've got a second question that C voter asks, which is about who would you vote for if this was a Lok Sabha election. So let me go across and try and capture that for you. This is from the C voter post poll study. Yashwant Deshmukh and his team asked, who would you vote for? When people were asked who they'll vote for in the assembly election, 42% said Congress, 38% according to C voter said BJP, 15% said Janata Dal Secular. However, when the question was asked about Lok Sabha voting behavior intent, who would you vote for if this was a Lok Sabha election, 35% said Congress. That's 7% less than those who said they'd vote for the Congress because this was an assembly election. The BJP's vote share suddenly jumped from 38 to 46. That's 8% more than what the BJP picked up in this assembly election. The Janata Dal Secular's vote share, which in any case came down to 15, would crash further to 12. That's 3% less than what they've picked up. When translated into seats, the new Lok Sabha from Karnataka, remember the state has 28 seats, out of which the BJP in the last Lok Sabha elections had 26, the Congress had 1, the Janata Dal Secular had 1. C voter projects that the BJP's vote share could be between, the seat share could be 20 to 22, the Congress's seat share could be between 6 and 8, Janata Dal Secular between 0 and 2. Yashwant, try and explain this to our viewers. How did you do this? Did you expect this kind of a big response? Because people are voting and saying they're voting for the Congress, 42%. Suddenly, when it becomes a Lok Sabha contest, the numbers dramatically change from 42 to 35. Try and explain this.
Well, this is very much of an expected line, Rahul, and this is what I was trying to explain yesterday, that the split vote is pretty much in. This we have observed in the last 10 years across all the states. There's almost 10 to 20 points kind of a jump out the Lok Sabha scenario on a BJP vote share between Vidhan Sabha and the Lok Sabha. And this is why in December 2018, while we predicted the sweep of Congress in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, at the same time we mentioned that BJP is going to sweep just in couple of months as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned in these same states, because people had told very clearly in the same sample, same questionnaire, two different voting intents, and there was no conflict whatsoever. And as far as Karnataka is concerned, Rahul, in Karnataka, probably was the one of the very first states which started showing the split vote phenomena way back in the 80s, actually almost say 15 to 20 years ahead of all other rest of the states. So that is interesting, tidbit of history. But here also, I don't see any contradiction of the trend from the rest of the India. Yesterday I mentioned you there was a reverse swing of almost like 10%, but actually it's almost like 15%, because from the trailing BJP trailing about 4% in this sample in the assembly lead, and then gaining a lead of 11% as far as the Lok Sabha thing is concerned. So 4 plus 11 is almost like 15% reverse swing, if you want to use the term of cricket analogy.
Would this broadly, Pradeep? You haven't asked this specific question, but would this be a broad sense as well?
Yes, definitely yes, because if you see the last time also, in 2018 election, BJP vote share was 36%, which went up to 51% in Lok Sabha 19. And what is more important and surprising was the biggest 1 point was of the Lok Sabha election in 19 was JDS and Congress fought together. They fought together and could win 1 seat each, only 1 seat each. That is something phenomenal. And let me tell you also, in 2013, where KG Yadurappa ji formed his party KGP and secured 10% vote, BJP secured 20% vote, total vote was 30%, but in 2014 election, BJP Lok Sabha vote share was 43%.
Okay, so you're also
30
saying
to 43.
that the scenario could change. KC Tyagi, what this means from the opposition perspective is that no matter what happens on Super Saturday, the opposition shouldn't get too carried away, because in 2024, voting patterns in Karnataka and probably elsewhere could be very different from a very localized assembly election.
राहुल, एक तो मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए बताना चाहता हूं कि HD कुमारस्वामी, सिद्धरमैया और बुमई तीनों 15 साल पहले जनता दल के ही हिस्सा थे।
बेशक।
और जनता दल का गठन जो है वो भी बंगलोर में हुआ था 11 अक्टूबर 1998। रामकृष्ण हेगड़े हमारे नेता थे, SR बुमई थे, पटेल साहब थे, और कुमार स्वामी के पिताश्री थे देवेगौड़ा जी। अब वहां पर उस समय बीजेपी नहीं थी, मुझे वो भी दिन याद है, एक MLC बीजेपी के हुआ करते थे और लड़ाई जो है जनता दल और कांग्रेस में हुआ करती थी। बंगरप्पा भी कांग्रेस छोड़ करके चले आए थे। तो ये 2014 के बाद का ही फिनोमिना है और बड़ा क्रेडिट इसका येदियुरप्पा को जाता है, जिनके नेतृत्व में बीजेपी ने इतनी बढ़त ली। और वो बढ़त लेने का कारण भी कास्ट है। आप लोग कास्ट को जो है मानते नहीं और दिन भर उसी पे प्रचार भी करते हो। ये पार्टियां जातियों की बनी हुई है, एक बोकालिंगा की पार्टी है, एक लिंगायत लोगों की पार्टी है, और कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है वो बटफोर सिद्धारमैया पिछड़ों की पार्टी है। सिद्धारमैया के पीछे जैसे बिहार में नीतीश कुमार के पीछे पिछड़े अति पिछड़े हैं, और उसमें दलित और जुड़ जाता है कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो अध्यक्ष हैं उनकी वजह से। तो चुनाव का जो नतीजा है वो हमारे लिए और विपक्ष की एकता के लिए बहुत जरूरी इसलिए भी है कि दक्षिण भारत में सिर्फ एक यही राज्य है जहां बीजेपी की बढ़त पीछे रही है। केरला में कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता, वहां डीएमके वर्सेस अन्ना डीएमके है। तमिलनाडु में डिवाइडेड, आंध्रा में इट इज रीजनल आउटफिट, सब नेशनलिज्म वर्सेस बीजेपी। यहाँ पर जरूर उन्होंने अपनी जड़ें जमाई हैं, और पिछली बार भी बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे थे GVL, उनको मात्र 104 सीटें मिली थी, बहुमत नहीं था। अब एक चीज जरूर राहुल है, जो इंदिरा जी के टाइम पे होता था, मेरे कांग्रेस के दोस्त बुरा ना माने, वही आजकल बीजेपी करती है। अगर बहुमत नहीं आता है तो खरीदो, फरोख्त करो, तोड़फोड़ करो, बहुमत प्राप्त कर लो। वो फोटो आपको याद होगा, अभी भी HD कुमार स्वामी की ओथ हो रही है और देश के सारे नेता अपोजिशन यूनिटी के लिए बंगलोर गए हुए हैं, और थोड़े दिन बाद ही इनकी पार्टी में स्प्लिट करा करके, तोड़फोड़ करके।
Let me put that question to GVL Narasimha Rao. We in fact saw one senior Karnataka minister, R. Ashok, actually say this, that there is a plan B, that if we don't get a majority, you know how it is, there is a plan B, we are working on a plan B. क्या कर रहे हो boss? अभी तो result भी नहीं आया. Your ministers are already publicly, I thought he said it first, only on one channel our person went and got the exact same comments. So it's obviously something he's thinking about. R. Ashok says, in a year there's parliament elections, keeping this in mind we will get full majority. In case we don't get a full majority, we have plan B. It's only likely that we have a plan B. We are not saints. What is this plan B, Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao?
Yeah, Rahul, good evening to you and all the viewers and the panelists. Every party will work on any imponderables that might become a part of the scenario, but it's too premature to even comment on this, to discuss about this. Only tomorrow afternoon we are very confident of getting a majority, or at least emerge as the single largest party, belying your poll predictions. And that is the time when we should really be looking at any government formation issues. Today it's too premature. Let me comment on some of the findings, or rather estimates, that your pollsters have made. You see, comparing, asking people about how you would have voted if the party leader had not been A or B, it is not an easy question that you can really get a response for. And it will always underestimate the impact of a leader, because it's very difficult to alienate a leader from a party. Can you go and ask JDS how much would you vote for JDS if Deve Gowda were not your leader? You will not, in fact, possibly JDS would not have actually existed. It would be zero, I would say, without Deve Gowda. So therefore, these estimates are always
I thought you'd like the estimates. The estimates actually show that the BJP in a Lok Sabha context would do well. You seem to be upset with Pradeep Gupta's estimates. In the Lok Sabha context, they're saying you'll do well in the same state.
That is known to every bacha in Karnataka, and if your pollsters have found it, it's a good finding for them. Every bacha would tell you that in Karnataka. And Prime Minister's impact, I think it's this 2%, 3%, I don't know, it sounds rather very unscientific. His impact in Lok Sabha itself, we have seen to be 36, going up to 51%. A direct 15% impact in Lok Sabha poll. In an assembly poll, it's difficult to assess, but I don't know why you need to apply a correction factor on 19% of the people who said we are voting because of Prime Minister Modi. I would rather estimate that to be a conservative figure. 7% of the overall vote share on account of leadership, and substantial amount on account of the party and organization.
Okay, Ashok Malik. Just look, politics aside, if we look purely at the data, is this something that would give the BJP some relief that, okay, no matter what happens on Saturday, in the Lok Sabha elections, the voting intent seems to be quite visibly different?
You know, Rahul, as has been pointed out, both in 2014 and in 2019, the BJP got 10 to 15% more in the Lok Sabha elections than in the Vidhan Sabha elections the preceding years in Karnataka. And it stands to reason that Mr. Modi and the BJP are front runners for 2024, irrespective of what happens tomorrow. But I'd like to correlate this finding today with your exit poll, which you announced 2 days ago. Now, let's presume the exit poll is correct and the Congress is headed towards a majority, and the BJP is headed towards a defeat, and the Janata Dal is headed for a severe contraction. Let's presume that polls. Then how do we correlate this data? It means that the Janata Dal's performance in a Lok Sabha election will perhaps be much worse. A vast section of the remaining Vokalega vote. So in a Lok Sabha election, I think the BJP will not just retain its current voters or its 2019 voters, it will get new voters and new communities.
So you're hoping that it could go up even beyond 51%, which is where they'd reached the last time.
If the Janata Dal is genuinely collapsing, and if the Congress coalition is a non-Vokalega, non-Lingayat coalition, the Vokalegas have to go
but the counter to that is that in the last elections, the Congress and the JDS fought together, so their vote collapsed into one, right? Now if they fight separately, then it may not be 51.
A certain Vokalega vote still remained with the Janata Dal, which is why the JDS did win one seat. I would say even more of the Vokalega vote will now migrate towards the BJP, looking at it as a long-term option. Remember, Vokalegas and Lingayats voted together for the Congress O many years ago and for the Janata Party. So they have coexisted, and I feel in the long run they are moving towards the BJP.
Clyde Castro, this seems to be bad news for the opposition's plank before 2024, where no matter what happens in a local state election, the mood in the national context seems to be quite different amongst the same voters.
Well, when you say something like that, then the question comes to mind is that is the campaigning that done by Mr. Modi not effective at all in Karnataka? That's the question that comes up, because if we are talking that after the assembly elections, when the Lok Sabha elections come in, the BJP is going to have a benefit. That means all those who campaigned in Karnataka from outside Karnataka will not have an impact at all. So then the question comes to Mr. Modi's campaign in Karnataka, which will not be effective at all. But the fact of the matter is that the people from Karnataka have been upset about the BJP government. There have been organizations that have gone public and said that there is corruption in this government, and the local people have felt betrayed about the whole thing. So I do not think there will be a problem when the 2024 elections come in, because also for the fact of the matter is that going by your projections, going by the numbers that you have put out, it shows that Congress is going to do very well, and then the Congress and the opposition has the numbers from now on to the next election, which is almost a year away, to actually work on the minds of the people, help the people, serve the people, and gain that confidence in them that if we can serve you in the local elections as in the assembly elections, we can also serve you when it comes to the central election, that is the Lok Sabha. So I think somewhere the whole impact is going to be on the BJP. They are going to be on the receiving end. It's going to be advantage the opposition. That means all the like-minded parties that have come together.
Ashok Malik, you want to chip in on this argument that Clyde Castro makes, that it gets the mojo of the opposition going. Earlier they would have been dispirited and in despair. Now that if they win Karnataka, it gives them something to hold on to, that okay, we can get together and make a fight of it.
You know, look, if the Congress wins a majority tomorrow, no doubt it's a shot in the arm for the Congress. And it's a great victory for the Congress, hats off to it. But do remember, Mr. K.C. Tyagi spoke about Kumaraswamy being sworn in what was it, in 2018, and all the opposition leaders gathering. Why did they gather? Because it was a third front government. It was Kumaraswamy and the Congress, so a grand alliance. If the Congress wins a majority on its own, the competition between the Congress and the regional parties will only become sharper. And do remember, we are going into elections in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh, where is Congress versus BJP. No third front, no regional party. So I think...
Now, can I get a minute?
Can I get Lavanya Balal of the Congress to respond to this? That two things can happen. Like the Congress after December 2018 started assuming that they will now suddenly be able to take on Prime Minister Modi. Rahul Gandhi got overconfident, thinking, okay, we've beaten them in 3 states, we'll beat them again. And this could actually, Pradeep Gupta has this theory ki jitni anti-incumbency thi nikal gayi. Whatever anti-incumbency there was, kind of got flushed out, and therefore 2024 then begins with a new slate. And from the opposition unity perspective, a Congress which would have lost may have been more hungry and more desperate to tie up than a Congress that wins and then tries to press the other third front parties down. Let Lavanya Balal respond to that.
Yeah, well, Rahul, I was listening to this survey and everything that you were talking about. Survey also should have asked what is the percentage of people who are not going to vote for BJP because of the mess Prime Minister Modi ji's roadshow created in Bangalore, and that would be a sizable number as well. And also, let's not forget, 2024 is almost a year away, and there are multiple factors that can affect the Lok Sabha elections, that can change the elections towards any other party. 2019, yes, we were in a friendly fight with the JDS, wherein we had one coalition candidate, and rest of the candidates, out of the 28, we only won one seat, DK Suresh sir, and one candidate of Udupi was a coalition candidate. Rest of it, we split the seats between JDS and Congress, and yes, we lost very badly. But this time, there are multiple factors that could change the election towards JDS, towards Congress, or towards BJP. But PCC president is a different president, a very aggressive organization man, Dr. DK Shivkumarji, who is heading the PCC right now. And also, Karnataka always had a different opinion when it came to assembly elections, and the way they voted for the Lok Sabha
Pradeep Gupta, on the back of these results, what's your understanding? Does it make more sense for the Congress and the Janata Dal Secular to ally and fight as one in the next elections? Will they do better then, or will they do better if they fight separately?
You are talking about 2024?
2024.
No, 2024, last time in 19 also they fought together and decimated very badly. 51% vote share of BJP as against combined.
Will they do better if they fight together or separately?
It doesn't matter. In fact,
you're saying they'll do badly regardless.
I mean, that is pretty obvious. Also, one more thing,
yes.
I just wanted to point out that JVLR is a very senior cephalologist, I would say, and I have a lot of respect. JVL, I was just referring to that 7% more vote because of Modi ji. BJP voter says that. Among the BJP voters is 19%, which is too substantial a number. When I say 3%, there are common factors. They are voting for development. That is also belongs to Modi ji also. And last election, BJP has secured 2% less vote share than Congress. Still, they were ahead by 25 seats. So 3% is a too substantial number when Modi ji comes and do the needful.
Yashwant Deshmukh, in your view, will the Congress and the JDS do better if they fight together next year, or will they do better if they fight separately?
I mean, they would do pathetic if they come together. I can predict here right away, right now, if they come together, then the 10% odd vote, 10-12% votes which you are looking in the JDS category right now, half of them will move away to the BJP. That's precisely what happened. Because JDS vote bank is primarily made up of anti-Congress votes now. Let's not forget that. And JDS Congress coming together means pushing of JDS core support base towards the BJP. Now, whether or not this will happen automatically with or without
no, but where does that leave KC Tyagi's opposition unity theory? Tyagi ji, ये हमारे चुनावी विश्लेषक तो कह रहे हैं कि अगर कांग्रेस जेडीएस अलग लड़ेंगे तो बेटर आएगा, साथ में लड़ेंगे तो डूब जाएंगे. ये तो पूरा उल्टी होगी थ्योरी आपकी, और पिछली बार भी यही हुआ था लोकसभा इलेक्शन में.
देखिए, पिछली बार के चुनाव में इस चुनाव में एक बुनियादी फर्क है राहुल. पिछली बार का चुनाव पुलवामा के जो नेशनलिज्म के इमोशंस हैं सिर्फ उसी पर आधारित था. और मैं बहुत जीवीएल जी बहुत कंजूसी से कह रहा हूं कि मासिज में इस समय निराशा है. वो उत्साह नहीं है बीजेपी के लिए जो पिछली बार था.
ओके.
और जब से हम लोगों ने बिहार में आपसे अलग होने के बाद ये मुहिम चलाई है, तो हमारा जो राहुल है वो है 1 against 1 2024.
One candidate, one seat, one seat, one candidate. OSOC.
इसराय की होगी. Yes. Yeah.
Rahul. No, one second. Let GVL Narasimha Rao respond on this. GVL. KC Tyagi makes the argument that 2019 was an exceptional Lok Sabha election because that was fought in the aftermath of the Pulwama attacks. This is where nationalism was at a peak. People have seen that once. One plank gets you vote only in one election. Now there are other issues which he thinks could bring the BJP's tally down next year. GVL.
Yeah, Rahul, the optimism of the opposition is quite misplaced, because today there was last few months there has not been any incident of the kind that he mentioned. But why is the popularity of the Prime Minister at its peak, at its zenith even today? Why are thousands of people thronging to see him in road shows? And why is he emerging as a top leader on the international surveys every year after years, every 6 months? Your own surveys on India Today show a very high popularity of the Prime Minister. So it's not one incident or one event that has led to any victory. The opposition might want the people to believe otherwise. But look at the story of Karnataka. Look at the story of Uttar Pradesh. Look at the story of Bihar. In all these states, all these political pundits were proved wrong. In 2014, when the JDU, the Janata Dal United, broke away from us after Prime Minister Modi ji was announced as the Prime Ministerial candidate, JDU got decimated. You were routed. You were reduced to just 2 seats in Bihar. We swept the polls in Bihar Lok Sabha elections in 2014. Same thing happened in 2019 in Uttar Pradesh. Everyone said SP, BSP coming together, BJP has no chance. We disproved.
Let KC Tyagi respond to that. Lok Sabha election is very different. आप सब एक भी हो जाओ, 1 seat, 1 candidate, फिर भी उनको लग रहा है कि बीजेपी भारी हो जाएगी. केसी त्यागी.
राहुल जी, इसी तरह की भाषा मेरे कांग्रेस के मित्र बोला करते थे जब हम नॉन कांग्रेसिज्म चला रहे थे, जिसमें जनसंघ भी उस समय के हमारे साथ थी और बीजेपी भी. 2015 में मैं अपने दोस्त को और जीवीएल को याद दिला दूं कि 243 के हाउस में, आप तो मेरे साथ चुनाव में थे वहां पर, इनकी सिर्फ 45 से 50 सीटें रह गई थी जब ये हमसे अलग हुए थे. लोकसभा चुनाव में हम तो घट गए थे, हम मान रहे हैं. विधानसभा चुनाव में आपके करिश्मों का क्या हुआ था?
Okay, I want to now play out this interesting data set I've culled out from the post-poll study done by Access My India, which is to do with how much of the core vote bank of each party have they been able to hold and how much have they lost relative to the last election. So if 100 people voted for, say, the BJP, how many have they kept and how many have they lost? So the retain and swing analysis for the BJP shows that out of 100 people who said they voted for the BJP, 73 have still voted for the BJP, 16 have gone to the Congress, 6 have gone to the Janata Dal Secular and 5 have gone to the others. So about 73% the BJP holding on to its voters from the last elections. The Congress has held on to about 82% of its voters from the last elections. 11% of those who said they voted for the Congress in 2018 have now voted for the BJP. 3% voted for the JDS. So the Congress has held on to a vast majority. 82% is a very good retain ratio from the Congress's perspective. The Janata Dal Secular has held on to about 66% of its voters from the last elections. 17% have gone to the Congress, 12 to the BJP. And this is important because this question has been asked again and again. Where is the JDS vote likely to go? Pradeep Gupta, one of the BJP's big hopes was that when the JDS vote splits, it will come to the BJP. The JDS vote has split, but it's gone more to the Congress than to the BJP. Why is that? Because the anti-JDS voter is the Congress voter and the JDS voter is typically an anti-Congress voter.
Yeah, Rahul, you have to see this in further dissect this. Who is JDS voter last time? Last time you remember BSP made alliance with JDS, so there was a good number of Dalit votes into their fold, the JDS fold. And second is the Muslim votes. Muslim vote also voted in a good number. I would not say a lion's share must have got by JDS. No. Lion's share was still with the Congress, but some 20 to 30% Muslim vote has voted in the favor of JDS. So this is number 2. And third very important point is that Adivasi vote. Last time our data shows that Adivasi vote has also voted in a good number to JDS. So these three gone back largely to the Congress, and Voka Ligas, the large chunk has shifted to BJP. Whatever votes has shifted.
Let me
away
put that
from
question
JDS.
to GVL Narasimha Rao, because this data suggests that issues like the Bajrang Dal was Bajrangi issue may have actually polarized the Muslim voters in favor of the Congress. A part of the Muslim vote used to go towards parties like the JDS. The post-poll study by Access My India shows a whopping 88% of the Muslims in the state voted for the Congress. Now that essentially means that you, with this shrill rhetoric, may have actually helped the Congress's case by consolidating their Muslim vote bank. GVL?
Rahul, I think we'll have to, the veracity of these numbers will only be known when you see the overall outcome tomorrow. Even the outcome doesn't tell you which community voted for whom, but at least it will tell you if there is a big victory as your survey predicts. Possibly this could be a factor, but we opposed it, and possibly this was the intent of the Congress party, and we highlighted it because their manifesto talked about ban of Bajrang Dal with clearly an eye on the vote bank, and we talked about it openly. And I have no reason to believe that there is no reverse consolidation, because a party that is aiming to come to power is openly following appeasement politics. And what would they do if they come to power again? Like people have seen how Tipu Sultan Jayantis were celebrated with great fanfare, and how a lot of incidents against Hindus went unpunished.
Clyde Crasto, respond to GVL Narasimha Rao's argument that as the majority voter sees these kind of numbers, that 88% of the Muslims have voted for the Congress, there could be going forward an even bigger Hindu consolidation, where Hindus feel that, okay, if Muslims are going to be voting that side, then they need to get together and vote for the BJP, which would be problematic for the opposition.
Rahul, let me tell you one thing very clearly. The problem is going to be for the BJP, for the simple fact that caste politics, community politics do work. But at the moment in Karnataka, the general mood is that the people are upset with this government. They are upset with the Bombay government. There's talks of corruption. There's talk of the MLAs not working for the people. That is the mood right now. And the other thing that I'd like to tell you is that if an individual's aura or magic can only work for the Lok Sabha and not work for the Vidhan Sabha, I find it something very absurd. Because if the magic is going to work for the Lok Sabha, then it has to work for the Vidhan Sabha, because that's the way it should work. But somewhere or the other, you can understand that this magic is waning, and it's not going to be as effective. If not now, then it's not going to be effective in the Lok Sabha also.
This is an argument the opposition will make.
The people are upset, because I have been talking to the people. I have family and friends in Bangalore, and they've been telling me that the people are upset with the Bombay government, and no outside magic is going to work here.
Okay, this is an argument Ashok Malik, the opposition will make again and again. It's an argument born out of politics, not out of data. But the argument is that Modi campaigned the way he did, uske baad haar gaye. Ye to batao, if he didn't win, then maybe the magic is fading, the aura is waning. This is an argument the opposition will make again and again if Pradeep Gupta's data is actually correct.
Look, Rahul, I do believe that Mr. Modi's campaign covered some of the gap which the Bombay government's unpopularity had created, but obviously couldn't fill all of it. I don't think Mr. Modi can carry an entire state unit if people don't want to vote for it otherwise. They can, and also you're facing a very formidable Congress unit there which has strong local leaders, so you have to have a local face who matches those Congress leaders. But I do think there is the counter theory to that in a Lok Sabha election, you equally need a strong counter national face to Mr. Modi, which I don't see currently. Maybe someone will emerge in the next 1 year.
No, but that's a good argument. Lavanya Balal. Here you had Siddaramaiah and DK Shiv Kumar. They were your faces, and these are strong faces. Siddaramaiah is arguably the most popular leader in Karnataka. All the polls say that. At the national level, the likes of Rahul Gandhi pale when compared with Prime Minister Modi. There simply is no comparison, and the likes of Ashok Malik would argue that that is to the BJP's great advantage.
Well, Rahul, see, the attempt by the BJP always has been to make it like an American election, presidential election. Let me remind everybody, we are fighting elections in a federal state where the state leaders are much more important than national leaders during assembly elections. It is so sad that for BJP, which has administered Karnataka for the last 3.5 years, did not have a state leader to get them votes, that they had to parade the Prime Minister in multiple events seeking votes for the BJP. Isn't that sad? What does it say about the local administration? If my street lights are not working, it's my MLA who is supposed to take care of it, not Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji or any other Prime
GVL
Minister.
Narasimha Rao, this issue will be flung by the opposition at the BJP again and again if Access My India's post-poll study is right, that the Prime Minister campaigned in the way that he did, uske baad aap haar gaye, batao. And that means that the PM's magic is waning. That's the charge they'll throw at you.
Rahul, there are analysis, and there are also sometimes people give such comments in self-deception. I think if people want to dupe themselves, deceive themselves, we have no problem with it. The people of the country, people of Karnataka know. I think if elections were to be held today, we would even actually sweep Karnataka 28 or 28, not even 26. I think that's the level of popularity of the Prime Minister. We have tried to leverage his personal popularity, Prime Ministerial popularity, to translate that into votes in assembly elections, because at the end of the day, governance has to be done through the states. A large number of programs have to be implemented through the state governments. And therefore, Prime Minister has made a big impact. But is that enough to take us beyond the halfway mark? That's a question that a lot of people are asking. But for anybody to believe that Prime Minister has not been able to improve BJP's lot in the state, I think they are indulging.
Clyde wants to make a quick counter before I wrap up. Clyde Castro.
No problem with that.
Rahul, a quick question. A quick question that I would like to ask is that if the election tomorrow, if the BJP wins, who gets the credit? But if the BJP loses, who gets the flack? That's the answer the BJP should give.
Who will get the flack if you lose, GVL?
Prime Minister, as per your own survey, on a conservative estimate, has delivered 7 percentage points in votes to the BJP. And how much
who will get the flack if BJP loses, and who will get the credit if BJP wins? That's the question. Simple as that.
No, tell me. When you answer that for Sharad Pawar, I'll answer it for my party. My leadership, my party is not like your party.
Okay. I don't want to get caught in this rhetoric. I'm running out of time.
I'm already sleepless, I know.
Okay, I just have time for a last question. Yashwant Deshmukh, what are you most nervous about tonight? Will you be sleeping aram se, or will you, like the netas of Karnataka, only be getting irregular sleep?
मैं तो हमेशा ही आराम सोता हूँ. I mean, I don't lose my sleep on these things. I think our job was what we have done. We have to just wait for the results. I believe within the prescribed, deviation, statistical deviation, whatever we are finding from the data, that will remain true.
Okay.
I hope
Class 10 and Class 12 results came out today. Pradeep Gupta, your results come out tomorrow.
Yes.
Do you sleep the night before counting day aram se, or are you highly anxious and nervous?
No, same thing as
Ashok Malik, do you buy that? After creating so much stress in the whole system, he says, I sleep aram se.
Let me tell you how we prepare our mindset and how we are in this business. It's a very risky business, 5 crore people and we 37,000 sample size. So we report whatever the data come, whatever people are saying. And to our all political parties friend, I always say, भाई यदि मेरा गलत होता है, आप जीत जाते हो तो मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I promise you, I don't sleep well before counting day, and there is no good reason for it, honestly. But I just don't sleep well because you're anxious, you're on edge, you're excited, and not that we have any skin in the game. I mean, no matter who wins, we're likely to be abused by both sides. So it doesn't really matter. No one's going to say, oh, great job, poll went right. You're likely to get abused. But I don't sleep well, and which is fine. So, but we'll be back really early in the morning, starting 6 a.m. India Today's live and continuing coverage of Super Saturday, the big Karnataka election counting day. This is, make no mistake, the most important assembly election this year, and you will watch the best coverage of counting day here on India Today. To all the Netas, goodbye, good night, and to all our viewers, see you early tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.
India's #1 reporters in the battlefield from India Today's Double Engine.
So you're saying that in Karnataka you cannot do Hindu-Muslim politics?
Are things getting better around here? Are they getting worse?
To Karnataka's finest reporting team.
What do you wish for the state of Karnataka?
Shettar also has an option.
Mallikarjun Kharge reservation has been a hot topic.
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra roadshow is a mega hit.
And India's leading national reporters.
How are you looking at politics in Karnataka?
Less polarization, more infrastructure.
Unsparing, unmatched, unrivaled coverage. India Today with Karnataka for Karnataka.
దేవుడు అమరేంద్ర బాహుబలి రక్తాని వినువు.
జై మహేశ్వరి!
Prabhas is one of the most celebrated superstars of Telugu cinema. He's known for his dynamic roles and versatility as an artist. This is why throughout his career, the rebel star has delivered not one but several memorable performances. Bahubali Saga. Prabhas was a well-known name in every household down south and had established an unfathomable fan base in Telugu cinema. But with the Bahubali franchise, Prabhas managed to break all the barriers to become a pan-Indian star. S.S. Rajamouli and Prabhas emerged as a game changer by bringing larger-than-life cinematic experiences to life. Bahubali, the beginning, the first of the two-part franchise, expanded the horizon of filmmaking with its visual effects, grandeur, sets, storytelling and star cast. Cine lovers were surprised to witness such an uprise of regional cinema. Bahubali Part 1 released in the year 2015 and the story ended on a cliffhanger. So much so that for the next 2 years before the second film, Bahubali The Conclusion, hit cinemas, why did Kattappa kill Bahubali was one of the most asked questions. The makers played well on that and managed to keep the mystery under wraps. However, the answer was worth the wait.
నువ్వు నా పక్కనున్నంత వరకు నన్ను చంపే మగాడింకా పుట్టలేదు మామా.
Prabhas had outdone himself as Mahendra Bahubali and his dual role is considered one of his finest performances. Mr. Perfect.
ఎవరు నాన్న అమ్మాయి?
Vada.
అదా?
Fans love Prabhas doing a good old romantic comedy, and 2011's Mr. Perfect was exactly the same.
నీకు నచ్చితే చాలా, తనకు నువ్వు నచ్చాలి కదా. నచ్చాలంటే నీలో సంథింగ్ స్పెషల్ ఉండాలి.
స్వామి, ఈ ఎంట్రన్స్ టెస్ట్ లేని స్వామి.
Directed by Dasarath, Vicky, an eligible bachelor living in Australia on his terms, finds it difficult to be engaged to his childhood best friend, as said by Kajol Agarwal, hence calling off their union. However, with time, he realizes his mistakes. The film also starred Taapsee Pannu in a key role, whose character added spice to his love triangle.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode. Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress defeated in election after election in recent times.
Their seemingly You've done very well in the Vokaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
accurate results at blinding speed. The only results Broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict Day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Starting next year, these bunk beds will be available on hire on Air New Zealand's long-haul flights. The design was revealed a couple of years ago. Now their prices have also been announced. The beds will be available for passengers wanting to take a comfortable snooze at 35,000 feet for $100 an hour. The beds will be available for maximum of 4 hours and just once during a flight. The 6-bed bunks, known as Sky Nest, will have a pillow, sheets and blanket, earplugs and a reading light. According to the airline, passengers who oversleep will be gently woken up by the air crew. Air New Zealand is already offering Sky Couches on its flights, which combines 3 economy class seats to form a bed. The new bunk beds will be available on ultra long-haul flights on board new Boeing 787-9 aircraft on the Auckland-New York direct service and the 14-hour-long Auckland-Chicago flight. Currently, an economy class ticket for the New York flight costs up to $1,800, while the lie-flat seats of business class, similarly, an economy class ticket to Chicago costs $870, while the business class ticket will set you back by nearly $8,000, making a $400 spend for 4 hours of sleep a fantastic bargain for many passengers. If this additional source of revenue clicks for Air New Zealand, it may soon find favour with other airlines as well, particularly the more aggressive ones like Emirates, Qatar, British Airways and Turkish Airlines. Even Air India, which has a massive pending order of 470 aircraft, may opt for the revenue spinner. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
What's your longer-term strategy on Europe, and is there a trade-off versus focusing more on India and expanding here?
So, Siddharth, the situation in Europe needs to be understood, in a slightly more detailed level, right? You have the Dutch assets, operations in Netherlands, which is 70% of our European footprint, is a pretty strong asset. It has always been cash positive, EBITDA positive, and does not require any support from India. So they can run on their own. Okay, so we are less concerned about that. We've had a couple of bad quarters. We will have one more bad quarter simply because there's a blast furnace relining which is going on there. In Q3, Q4, we were hit by higher energy costs, etc. So, but we are not, worried about the structural, strength of the Dutch operation. It's a sustainable business. It can run on its own. It can transform. The challenge is UK, which is 30% of our footprint there. That's not cash positive. More often than not, it's cash negative. More often than not, it's EBITDA negative. And many of the facilities there, particularly in the upstream, are reaching the end of life. So the clock is ticking on that one. So that's a call we'll have to take during this year or latest by next year. During this year and next year, those assets will come to end of life. And if there is not enough support from the government, we cannot transition to a new process route. The cash flows from the business don't support any more investments than we've made already there. So that's the challenge. To go back to your fundamental question, does this impact our growth in India? The answer is no, because like I said, the growth in India is taken care of by the cash flows in India, which are very strong. And like I said, if the Dutch assets don't need our support, and it's just the UK assets, which is 3 million out of 32 million,
it's not as material as it was 10 years back, when it was 10 million out of 25 million.
Bengaluru.
From a gold mine to a bowl of dust.
The lakes, do you think they're getting better? Are they getting worse?
This is Nabila signing off with camera person Prashant for India Today from Muttur, Mangaluru.
Biggest leader of the Congress party, someone who's still very respected.
Biggest and ambitious roadshow so far, Bengaluru.
Reservation has been a hot topic here in Karnataka.
Sonia Gandhi, while addressing a public rally in Hubballi.
Assistant General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is taking out a roadshow in Bengaluru. Whatever interactions we've been having with the BJP supporters and BJP workers.
In 2012, Prabhas worked in a commercial entertainer titled Rebel for his fans.
ఆవేశంతో వేటాడే పుల్ని చూసుంటారు. నేను 2 ఏళ్లు ఉపవాసం తర్వాత వేటాడే పుల్ని. దానికి ఆహారం ఇప్పుడే ఫిక్స్ అయింది. నేను యముడు రూపంలో వచ్చిన రెబల్.
The film, despite lacking content, was devoted mostly to the superstar's fans and was directed by Raghava Lawrence.
Rebel time start.
Later that year, he returned, and how? 2013's Mirchi was a blockbuster.
రాష్ట్రంలో ఏ అమ్మాయికి అన్నయ్యవు.
ఆడపిల్లను కాపాడుకున్నట్టు కాపాడుకోవాల్సి వస్తుందా?
The action drama was directed by Kotala Siva, another big name in Telugu cinema. Mirchi had all the right elements of a masala entertainer, rivalry, but most importantly, love.
వీలైతే ప్రేమిద్దాం డ్యూడ్, పోయిదే ఉంది. మహా అయితే తిరిగి ప్రేమిస్తా.
He then made his Bollywood debut in 2014 with Ajay Devgan's star Action Jackson, in which he appeared in a special number titled Punjabi Mast. However, his career hit eternal heights with the Bahubali films, which released in 2015 and 2017.
మా దేవుడు అమరేంద్ర బాహుబలి రక్తాని విను.
జై మహేశ్వరి.
Top-notch VFX, magnanimous sets, a larger-than-life cinematic experience, and one fictional period story, S.S. Rajamouli changed how Indian cinema was viewed, and Prabhas became a pan-Indian superstar. Later in 2019, he starred in Saho, which was directed by Sujit. The film also featured Shraddha Kapoor opposite him.
गली क्रिकेट में तो सब तेंदुलकर है. असली टैलेंट वो होता है जो भरे मैदान के बाहर सिक्सर मार सके.
Despite unfavorable reviews, the action thriller grossed over 400 crore rupees in ticket sales.
अपने आप को रोमियो समझते हो?
नहीं, I don't fall in love. ये प्यार मुझसे नहीं होगा.
After this, the superstar featured in a romantic drama titled Radhe Shyam. The film, however, failed to live up to the expectations of his fans and was a disaster. As far as his upcoming projects are concerned, Prabhas is currently gearing up for the release of Om Raut's Adipurush, a take on the mythological epic Ramayana. He also has Salar and Project K in his kitty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 43 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 40 and minimum 24 degrees.
Namaskara, people of Karnataka. Voting done. Now for the verdict.
The big picture is simply this. The Indian National Congress defeated in election after election in recent times.
They're seemingly, you've done very well in the Vokaliga belt. You've been able to pull away
Accurate results at blinding speed. The only results Broadcast India will watch. Double engine in top gear. Verdict day with the #1 election team. May 13th, 6 a.m. onwards. Only on India Today TV.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by Kentaro, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Friday night, ahead of that big verdict day tomorrow morning starting at 7 a.m. Clear verdict or hung house in Karnataka. What lies ahead? 12 hours to go for that big verdict. Also, we'll have a ground report as I go to ground zero to talk to our wrestlers who are simply refusing to end their protest. And Maharashtra's speaker, the man who has a big task ahead of him, will be joining me day after that big Supreme Court verdict. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. All eyes on the big Karnataka verdict. Ahead of verdict day, Congress, BJP keep plan B in place in case the election throws up a hung assembly. H.D. Kumaraswamy hints he's ready to deal with any party that makes him chief minister. Axis My India Today poll predicts a clear win for the Congress. The dangle for justice now reaches the courts. Delhi police form an SIT to probe the case against Brij Bhushan Saran Singh, accused of sexually harassing women wrestlers. Judge says POSCO case will be transferred to a district judge. Supreme Court pulls up the Mamata Banerjee government for banning the Kerala story. Says West Bengal not different from the rest of the country. Sends a notice to the government. Interim relief for ex-Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. Court grants him bail in all cases. Pakistan government told to ensure security. Imran declares it's me versus army chief. Sachin Pilot's sangharsh against the Gehlot government continues as he resumes his march from Ajmer. Attacks both Gehlot and the BJP over corruption. Maharashtra government drops charges against ex-Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh, revokes his suspension. Meanwhile, ex-NCB officer Samir Wankhede booked in corruption case. Big development in the Gyanvapi Temple Mosque row. Court allows Archaeological Survey of India to conduct carbon dating of the alleged shivling without damaging the structure. Supreme Court pulls up SEBI in the Adani Hindenburg row, says can't grant 6 more months to finish the probe, hints at a shorter time period. India's retail inflation eases to an 18-month low of 4.7% in April. Inflation below RBI's upper tolerance limit for the second straight month. But the story that we are breaking at the very top, all eyes now on Karnataka, where counting begins tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Top leaders of BJP, Congress have gone into a huddle this evening. BJP leaders claiming they have a plan B ready. HD Kumaraswamy has returned tonight from Singapore. So all eyes there in Karnataka on that big story, because remember, this is a crucial do-or-die battle for the Congress in particular. And ahead of that, Mr. HD Kumaraswamy flying off to Singapore, setting tongues wagging. What is he up to? The Congress is now in a meeting with its top leaders, while the BJP has openly said that they are ready with a plan B. All of this on the day before counting takes place in Karnataka. What's happening on ground zero? It's our top story tonight.
The results are not out yet, but political parties in Karnataka are busy working on backup plans in case the elections throw up a hung assembly. The BJP already has a plan B ready, and its leaders are talking about it openly, sparking speculation about another season of Operation Lotus.
BJP is full majority, I think. One thing, we will form the government. BJP form the government. If anything happens, we will see B plan also. So that decided by the central government.
Sources tell India Today, the state BJP has requested Union Home Minister Amit Shah to reach Bengaluru by Saturday evening if no party manages to get majority. Sources claim the BJP has shortlisted possible winners from opposition parties and is likely to approach first-time Congress and JDS MLAs. The BJP, according to sources, will be considering options of forming government even if the Congress gets a slender majority. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai, though, is confident of getting the required majority.
Even I say that there is no chance for Hung Assembly. We will win with comfortable majority. 1 year they only ruled, no? 1 year it was a coalition government and it failed miserably.
Sir, DK Shivkumar says that
it is they did the unholy alliances.
The Congress, which many exit polls have given an edge, is aware of the dangers lurking. The party's top leaders met on Friday to chart their plan of action.
See, Operation Lotus has been originated and mastered in Karnataka. So if you read through the Karnataka political history, we have this black mark on us saying that the origin of Operation Lotus started in Karnataka. But having said that, we have to be careful. We'll keep our flock together.
The self-proclaimed joker in the pack, the JDS is claiming offers from both BJP and Congress.
Both the parties have really approached us. Both the parties know that JDS is really going to play a significant role in the decision after the post result. So we are definitely keeping our ideas of development of Karnataka as a primary factor, and definitely we would announce it at an appropriate time.
Whether any party wins majority or not, the BJP open claims of Plan B means Karnataka could see some resort politics yet again.
Well, with just 24 hours more to go for the big day that's going to decide the future of Karnataka, make no mistake, Karnataka is one such state where both the parties give as good as they get. With video journalist Shivashankar, Anaka Keshav for India Today, Bengaluru.
So what can we expect tomorrow? That's my first big question. Decisive verdict or yet another hung house? Will Karnataka see resort politics once again? Who will JDS back if it's a hung house? Does the Congress have a clear edge as our exit poll, the Axis My India poll, indicates? I'm joined by Dr. Zafar Islam, the national spokesperson BJP. Aishwarya Mahadev is the national spokesperson of the Congress. And SS Shankar Anna is the JDS state spokesperson. Appreciate all of you joining us. Aishwarya Mahadev, you have reason to smile if you look at the India Today Axis My India poll, but other polls are suggesting a much closer fight and a possible hung assembly. So is there a plan B ready? Is the Congress very clear? Anything below 113, you will have to take your MLAs to a resort.
Good evening, Rajdeep. And I think of all the surveys that we've seen, the one I will put my money behind is yours. And I think you've given us 122 to 140 plus. So I don't think there's going to be any resort politics. We're extremely confident of an emphatic win. And I'm not going to be like any of my opposition here that have plan B, C, plan J, D, S and things like that. So I don't think that is going to be something that we're seeing. We're very confident. Our workers have been at the strong rooms. All of us are looking forward to polling tomorrow at 8, Rajdeep. That's pretty much what it is from my side.
No, so you're telling me that the Congress has no plans. We are told you are already contacting potential independents who may win. I was told this afternoon by a senior Congress leader that there are 3 or 4 independents who we are in touch with. You're denying all that. You're claiming that the Congress still sees only the India Today Axis poll. I'm putting all the polls out there. At least 5 of them are saying it's a hung assembly.
Rajdeep, I think for us, we're very confident of it, but obviously contingency is something that the Congress will plan for, especially looking at how the BJP leadership has come out and the way that they've spoken, saying there will be an operation in Karnataka. It is just contingency to prepare and plan, because we can't put anything past the BJP where even completely patently illegal acts are seen as Chanakya at action. So that is the reality of today. So the Congress is very optimistic, but cautiously so also when it comes to contingencies. But then again, I still believe that you called it right. So we'll talk about this. Hopefully, if I get a chance to be on your show tomorrow, Rajdeep.
Yeah, we'll have wait and see. If our poll is right, you'll have reason to smile. If it is wrong, I don't know whether you'll even come on the show, which is, of course...
I will.
Okay, you'll come even if our poll is wrong and you're losing. Okay.
Irrespective.
Irrespective, you'll be on the show. Good. That's the spirit to have. Shankar Anna, JDS state spokesperson, all eyes are also on Mr. Kumaraswamy. Because in the past, 3 of the last 4 elections in Karnataka have thrown a hung assembly. He's been chief minister thrice. We are told he's flown off to Singapore and is coming back later tonight. Which way are you going? Are you in talks with the BJP? There is some talk that the BJP has contacted the JDS.
Good evening, Rajdeep sir.
Good evening.
You personally have visited Karnataka, and one thing you will agree, sir, that though we might not get the absolute majority, but the people of Karnataka love Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy ji. And we will be the kingmaker, and we'll be getting around 50 seats.
So you will be getting around 50 seats, you will be the kingmaker, but do you want to be king like in 2018? Who is your preference between the BJP and the Congress? Who is your first preference, Shankar Anna?
Sir, last time also we got 37 and Congress got 78.
Yes.
Yet Congress came to Kumaraswamy ji and told, you be the chief minister. That is the love towards Kumaraswamy from both the parties of the state of Karnataka, sir.
So and you are saying whoever, am I correct that whoever makes Kumaraswamy chief minister will get first shot?
That is what Kumaraswamy ji has made it clear today to a national daily, sir.
Yes, that is a big story. You're giving us breaking news. You're confirming what has been said by Kumaraswamy. Mr. Kumaraswamy is saying, whoever makes me chief minister, I will do a deal with them, is what the buzz is in Bengaluru. Dr. Syed Zafar Islam, is it true that you all are in touch with Mr. Kumaraswamy? R. Ashok, your leader, has already spoken of a plan B.
Well, I'm not privy to what is the plan B of Mr. Ashok was talking about.
But as far as Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, the Karnataka unit, the Delhi unit, everywhere, if you ask anyone, you will find only one answer, you'll get only one response, that we are confident. And because the ground reality is very different than what has been projected in your survey and what the feedback we have from our people. We are very confident that we will at least have 125 seats or between 125 to 130 seats. And
so you are denying these reports. You are denying the reports that you are in touch with Mr. Kumaraswamy. You are denying the reports that you will try and you are in touch with JDS MLAs, potential JDS MLAs.
Well, all I'm trying to tell you that we are absolutely confident of our victory. In case JDS, if our leadership wants JDS to be part of that government, it is the prerogative and discretion of our leadership and of course JDS as well. So I won't comment anything there, whether they have been contacted, not contacted, whether there will be possible alliance for to form the government, because these are all speculative questions and I don't want to speculate at this point when I am confident of our victory. Still, even if you are in a position to form the government, and should the leadership decide to rope in JDS also as a partner, it is the discretion of the party leadership, or JDS wants to be part of the government, it is again, they can make such requests, but all this decision is taken at the leadership level. It is unfair on my part to make that statement that whether they have been contacted or whether we have not contacted.
So you are saying you are confident of getting 125 seats, you are not worried. Aishwarya Mahadev, let's look at what H.D. Kumaraswamy told me 10 days ago. He is, as he confessed to me, the joker in the pack. And he says no card game can be won without the joker. I want you to listen to what HDK said and I want you to respond, Aishwarya.
The big question everyone is asking, hung assembly, who do you go with? You went in 2018 with the Congress. Who will you go with, sir?
This time we worked very hard because last two occasions, what we have a bitter experience about bad experience. For that actually we wanted to bring our government on our own on the blessing of the people of Karnataka. For that we are working out. Let us see what will be.
No, but if it is a hung assembly, then what?
No, let us see.
Wait and watch.
Yes.
You are not committing to any party.
No. We are not committing to any party.
Who is your enemy number one, Congress or BJP?
Both the parties are enemies to our party.
The national parties believe regional parties are now going to find it difficult. That the days of regional parties are coming to an end.
Even after 2 terms by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Ji, now people are declining from BJP also.
Okay, there H.D. Kumaraswamy saying Congress, BJP, both enemies. Aishwarya Mahadev, let's speak clear now about this. Is the Congress willing to do a deal with H.D. Kumaraswamy like you did in 2018? Is that at all in the realm of possibility? Anything below 113 and you will need the support of HDK possibly. Is that something that the Congress is willing to consider, or once bitten, twice shy?
You know, Rajdeep, I'd really like to believe that someday I'll be important enough to answer that question for you. But right now, that depends on what the leadership decides. There have been several instances, and I'll give you history on this. In 2004, whenever the JDS crosses 30-35 seats is when they obviously come into play. In 2004, they created a coalition with Mr. Dharam Singh in the Congress. You know how that went down. In 2018 also, we see what happened and how the BJP obviously gave you Operation Kamala again. So the JDS, I'm assuming, and it's only fair for all political parties to have aspirations. The JDS hopes that this is the third time that, you know, that they can come in and make some impact out of this. But Rajdeep, I come from the old Mysore region. I come from what is the powerhouse for the JDS. And there is a massive vein of their basic vote bank that they have, whether it's caste-based, whether it's farmer-based and whatnot. So I don't think the JDS will make enough numbers there. Okay. However, in the off chance, I do not... Two instances, Rajiv. One is that the BJP MLA of Hassan Pritam has said don't even vote for the JDS because that vote is coming to the BJP. So I don't know what he means by that. And the second is, again, I'm going to be supremely confident, but I will also concede tomorrow we may or may not see what the mandate of the people is, but I'm still supremely confident that we will not need anybody else but our own MLAs in this situation.
I want to put up the 5 X factors, and I want the viewers to know that these are the X factors we look at very closely when the exit poll comes tomorrow. X factor number 1, Which way will the women and the poor vote? Remember, our exit poll is showing women, 11% more women are voting for the Congress compared to the BJP. Could be critical. The poor too, those below 20,000 income, 10,000 income, voting big time for the Congress. Number 2 X factor is, can the BJP hold on to its Lingayat votes? Remember, about 17% of Karnataka is Lingayat vote. Will the BJP hold on to this critical caste base of the party, especially in North and Central Karnataka? Takeaway number 3, X factor number 3, is a triangular fight in old Mysuru helping the Congress. The vote share of JDS declining, BJP getting votes, but the Congress benefiting from the split in votes. Takeaway number 4, will the BJP's last mile booth management prove crucial? Remember, the BJP has the resources, has a lot of Panna Pramukhs who handle every page. They claim that will make the critical difference. And takeaway number 5, will that JDS vote remain intact or drop? If it starts dropping, who will benefit from it? Very quick final word there for Dr. Zafar Islam. Which is that X factor? Are you worried that women may not have voted for you and the poor may have not voted for you? You cannot win an Indian election without the support of the women. Mamata Banerjee got the women vote. She defeated you. Now it could be Siddaramaiah.
Or DK Shivkumar.
Well, Rajdeep, we had discussed in detail yesterday also. But let me tell you very candidly that whether it's the bottom end of the pyramid or the lower strata of the society, or even the women, the youth, and the farmers, everyone has supported Bharatiya Janata Party. We will win comfortably. But let me tell you one more thing. You posed this same question to the Congress spokesperson. She has very candidly accepted that JDS is something they do not want to be associated with, because she claimed that they have dented in JDS vote, and she obviously they wouldn't want to align with JDS. And we have seen in 2018 also that the unholy alliance didn't work beyond one and a half years, because both of them had a different different expectations.
Now, what's the point you're making, Zafar Islam? Very quickly, I have limited time. What's the point you're making?
As I said, that right now we are very hopeful that we will win. Should we not have a situation where we have a comfortable majority? We are not saying anything that we will not align with JDS. As Mr. Ashok has very clearly stated, that Plan B means Plan B can't be anything but having an alliance.
Very interesting, very interesting. The BJP spokesperson today is saying he's not ruling out a Plan B. He's saying you'll get a majority, but you're saying no one is an untouchable for you in politics, not the JDS certainly. It appears, Shankar Anna ji, you are hoping that dono haath mein laddu, so you're hoping that both these parties will not cross 114. As you heard your leader Kumaraswamy ji saying, I will wait and watch. What has Mr. Kumaraswamy gone to Singapore for, by the way?
Sir, just look at the confidence Kumaraswamy ji has. When all BJP and Congress leaders are busy booking resorts, making meetings, Kumaraswamy ji very confidently goes to Singapore.
Maybe he's flying his MLAs to Singapore, Rajdeep.
No, 1 minute. What has he gone to Singapore for?
Sir, 103 days continuously he has campaigned in spite of 2 bypass surgeries. Obviously, a man needs bit of time for himself, sir.
Okay. So he has gone for rest and recuperation. I'm told he's returning back tonight.
Sir, he is a 24/7 politician like his great father.
Okay.
So there also he is strategizing, and I am aware that he is getting calls from both the parties, sir.
Okay, you're saying he's getting calls from both the parties. Interesting. We will wait and see. We will wait and see what happens in Karnataka. It's a state which is always...
Rajdeep, sir.
Yes.
He doesn't want to come into the hands of both the party easily.
Okay, this time he won't come into the hands of any party easily. We'll wait and see what happens in Karnataka. As I said, our coverage starts early morning, 6 a.m. onwards, counting 8 a.m. I appreciate all my guests joining us. Will Karnataka throw a hung assembly? As I said, our poll is showing a clear verdict. My sense also is Karnataka will throw a very clear, decisive verdict tomorrow. Watch out for that coming up tomorrow. Let's turn from there to my other big focus tonight, because the fact is 20 days and counting, India's top wrestlers are still on the street demanding arrest of Wrestling Federation Chief Brij Bhushan Saran Singh. Many wrestlers, remember, have accused him of sexual harassment. The wrestlers have moved a Delhi court seeking a court-monitored probe in the assault case against the BJP MP Brij Bhushan. Today, the Delhi police informed a special court it has formed an SIT to probe the matter.
With wrestlers still protesting, seeking action against Brij Bhushan Saran, Delhi police has now filed a status report before a Delhi court in a sealed cover. Remember, these female wrestlers who have accused Brij Bhushan Saran of sexual harassment have now moved Delhi's Rouse Avenue court seeking court-monitored investigation. The Delhi police has told court that information in the status report should not be shared with anyone. However, lawyer appearing for the wrestlers has claimed that the same is being done only to protect Brij Bhushan. Not just that, lawyer for the wrestlers has also questioned how Brij Bhushan Saran is getting information regarding the complaint and is also making statements about them before the media. Delhi police has told court that the SIT will now be investigating this matter. The court has decided to go ahead with the case after the statements of the complainants are recorded. The case will next be heard on 27th May, which is when we'll see if the court decides to interfere in the investigation in this case. With camera person Ashwani from New Delhi, this is Shrishti Ojha, India Today.
So, is a breakthrough possible at all in the standoff between the Wrestling Federation, the Sports Ministry on the one side and the protesting wrestlers on the other? Well, just a couple of days ago, I hit the street to find out why the women wrestlers or our wrestlers in general remain angry. Wrestlers को गुस्सा क्यों आता है? Listen in.
अच्छा, आप कहाँ से आए हो? आप कहाँ से आए हो?
मैं रांची झारखंड से आया हूँ। मधेपुरा जिला बिहार से।
तेलंगाना से आए हो? किसे आप? राजस्थान। आप?
राजस्थान चूरू जिला। मध्य प्रदेश ग्वालियर से।
आप ग्वालियर से आए हो? राजस्थान सीकर। आप करने क्या आए हो? यहाँ आकर क्या फर्क पड़ेगा?
सर, फर्क पड़ेगा क्योंकि अपनी बहनों को न्याय दिलाने के लिए, इंसाफ दिलाने के लिए, ये जो प्रभूषण है इनको जेल भिजवाने के लिए आए हैं।
सरकार कह रही है कि ये सब राजनीतिक हो गया है, अलग-अलग
हम लोग पार्टी से, हम देश से जुड़े हैं।
या तो ये घुटनों के बल बैठ के सिर झुका के जी ले, या ये सर उठा कर मरे।
भारतवर्ष में नहीं, पूरी दुनिया में जब झंडा ऊपर होता है तो हम लोग की आंख में आंसू आ जाती है, और ये इस तरह यहाँ बैठेंगी।
किसान आंदोलन को आने की क्या जरूरत है?
दरअसल बेटियां भी तो हैं किसी की, तो अगर क्या मतलब किसान को हक नहीं है यहाँ आने का?
Jantar Mantar has seen many a protest over the years, but what has happened over the last fortnight here is quite unique. To see India's Olympic wrestlers, medal winners, protesting on the streets is something which has never happened before. It's unprecedented, and we don't know what the end game is. That's what I want to find out, because I'm joined by Bajrang Punia. कैसे हो? संगीता कैसी हो? विनेश कैसी हो? मैं यहाँ आया था 17 दिन पहले, और तब लगा था कि ये 2-3 दिन में सब खत्म हो जाएगा। अब 17 दिन हुए हैं और ऐसा नहीं लगता है कि कोई एंड गेम नहीं नजर आता है कि क्या करना क्या है। एफआईआर फाइल हुई है ब्रिज भूषण सरन के खिलाफ, एक नया अध्यक्ष होने वाला है। अब क्या चाहती हैं? अब मैं देख रहा हूँ आप अरेस्ट चाहती हैं उनका। जब तक अरेस्ट नहीं हो तब तक आप यहाँ से नहीं निकलेंगे?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए एफआईआर तो उनके ऊपर पहले भी है, बहुत सारी केस पहले भी है, 302 का भी है केस, और एफआईआर से अगर कुछ होता तो पहले भी हो जाता। जब तक अरेस्ट नहीं होता उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं होती।
नहीं, पर पहले आपकी मांग थी एफआईआर, पहले आपकी मांग थी कमेटी बनाए, उसके बाद थी एफआईआर हो, वो सब हुआ है। अब कह रहे हैं कि अरेस्ट हो। अरेस्ट तो पुलिस करेगी, अरेस्ट कार्रवाई के बाद होगी।
देखिए पहले कमेटी की हमने नहीं बोला, कमेटी बना के तो हमें आश्वासन दिया गया था, और कमेटी बनने के बाद हमारे साथ जो हुआ वो सभी देशवासियों को भी पता है, क्योंकि कमेटी सारा उन्हीं के लोग बैठे थे, उन्हीं के हिसाब से चल रहे थे। और जब वो बोल रहे कि भाई कमेटी का इंतज़ार नहीं किया, खेल मंत्री जी का भी एक बयान आया था कि कमेटी के फैसले का इंतज़ार नहीं किया। हमने तो इंतज़ार किया था, ब्रिजभूषण अपने घर में ही नेशनल चैंपियनशिप करवा रहे थे, वो उन्हीं के लोग बोल रहे हैं कि भाई न्यूज़ में निकलवा रहे खिलाड़ियों ने कुछ भी नहीं दिया, बोला सोर्सेज बोल रहे हैं कि खिलाड़ियों ने कोई प्रूफ नहीं दिए, कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं थी कि उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की जाए। कमेटी ने तो उनको क्लीन चिट दे दिया था।
तो आपको कमेटी में विश्वास नहीं था, क्या अब आपको विश्वास है कि अब एफआईआर फाइल हुई है? क्या आपको लगता है जब तक अरेस्ट नहीं हो तब तक आप यहां से हटेंगी नहीं?
सर देखिए, एफआईआर भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब आदेश दिया 6 दिन के बाद में लॉन्च हुई है। अगर कोई नॉर्मल इंसान एफआईआर के लिए जाता है, 7 लड़कियां हैं, उसमें पोस्को भी है, उसमें एफआईआर नहीं होता है, तो आप सोचिए विश्वास किस चीज़ पे करें, पुलिस पे हम विश्वास किस चीज़ पे करें?
और आपने पुलिस को सभी जानकारी दे दी है, पूरी जानकारी पुलिस के पास है? अब
बिल्कुल 7 लड़कियों ने कंप्लेंट्स दी थी, पुलिस को दे दिया था, सब
एविडेंस जितना भी है पूरा दिया है, जो भी आपको कहना था।
के लिए एविडेंस की जरूरत ही नहीं होती सर। एफआईआर के लिए अगर किसी लड़की ने बोल दिया कि हमारे साथ में गलत हुआ है तो एफआईआर लॉन्च करो ना। और पोस्को एक्ट में कोई नॉर्मल इंसान अगर होता है तो उसको अरेस्ट करके इंटेरोगेशन में लिया जाता है। ब्रिजभूषण कौन सा अलग खास इंसान है, उसको क्यों नहीं इंटेरोगेशन में लिया जाता है? अरेस्ट करके इंटेरोगेशन कीजिए ना। हम यही हैं, हम कहीं नहीं जाने वाले। हम प्रोसेस में हम विश्वास करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस पे हमारा विश्वास नहीं है।
दिल्ली पुलिस पर नहीं है विश्वास?
6 दिन एफआईआर नहीं किया सर, कैसे विश्वास करें?
तो पर फिर किस पे विश्वास होगा? सरकार पे नहीं है, कमेटी पर नहीं है, पुलिस पर नहीं है, तो किस पर होगा?
कमेटी किसने बनाई थी? स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री ने। स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता, 17 दिन से हम यहाँ बैठे, हमको कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता, कोई जिए कोई मरे।
अनुराग ठाकुर कभी आए आपसे मिलने इतने दिनों में?
फोन कॉल ही नहीं आया।
कोई नहीं आया? अनुराग ठाकुर कोई नहीं?
नहीं सर, कोई नहीं आया हमारे हमसे मिलने। हम 17 दिन से यहाँ बैठे तो किसी ने पूछा भी नहीं कि
स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी के ऑफिशियल आए थे?
हाँ जी, उनसे बातचीत हुई।
बट स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर से आपने फोन पर बात करने की कोशिश की कि आप आइए यहाँ देखिए, हमारी बात सुनिए?
नहीं, अभी नहीं की, लेकिन जब कमेटी की जब सारी प्रक्रिया चल रही थी उस टाइम पे मैंने भी 2-3 बार ट्राई किया। उससे पहले तो बात हुई थी, लेकिन जब बोले कि भाई खेल मंत्री जी अभी व्यस्त है, उन्होंने बात करवाई नहीं।
उन्होंने कहा खेल मंत्री व्यस्त है।
हाँ, तो खिलाड़ियों से ही बात नहीं करेंगे तो किस चीज में व्यस्त है?
एक सरकार का कहना है कि ये अब राजनीतिक हो गया है, कि आप लोगों को कांग्रेस उत्साह रही है, हुड्डा भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा।
मैं दूंगा इस चीज का, जिसने बोला ना वो हमें न्याय दे दीजिए, हम उठ के चले जाएंगे, हमें राजनीति नहीं करनी, हम अपने न्याय के लिए बैठे हैं। जो भी राजनीति मुद्दा इसको बना रहा है या बता रहा है, आप आ जाइए, हमें न्याय दे दीजिए, हम उठ के चले जाएंगे।
क्योंकि अगले साल हरियाणा में चुनाव है, तो कह रहे हैं हुड्डा परिवार आपको प्रोत्साहित कर रहा है। अब किसान संगठन भी आ गए हैं।
आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि जो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि इसमें राजनीति है, अगर आपकी बहन बेटी के साथ होता तो आप यही सवाल करते क्या कि राजनीति हो रही है, कि वो लोग राजनीति कर रहे हैं?
किसान कौन है सर? किसान हमारे ही तो बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं, किसान के घर से हमारे हैं। आप पहले किसान को गालियां दे रहे हो, खिलाड़ियों को गालियां दे रहे हो, तो क्या ये जो बोल रहे हैं यही देशभक्त है क्या? देशभक्त है कौन? मतलब जवान को भी कुछ छोड़ा नहीं, किसान को भी छोड़ा नहीं, खिलाड़ियों को भी छोड़ा नहीं, तो देशभक्त है कौन अपने देश में? मैं तो यही समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
ये जो किसान आए हैं, जो अन्य पॉलिटिकल दल आए हैं, आपने उनको बुलाया या वो खुद आ गए हैं?
हमने अनाउंसमेंट किया था कि कोई भी पूरे देश में से कोई भी हमारा समर्थन कर सकता है। सभी लोग नैतिक समर्थन कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें मुझे समझ नहीं आता इसमें बुराई क्या है।
आपका क्या होगा? क्या एशियन गेम्स है, ओलंपिक्स है, क्या कहीं आपको अब लगता है कि अब आप देश के लिए नहीं खेल पाएंगे?
हम तो खेलना चाहते हैं सर, लेकिन स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री को देखना चाहिए कि उनको हमारी जरूरत है कि नहीं है। शायद कोई राजनीति वालों को या कोई भी स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता कि इसके खिलाड़ी क्या करते हैं क्या नहीं करते, क्योंकि मेडल पहले भी हम अपने दम पे लेके आए थे, आगे भी हमें लगता है कि हम अपने ही उसके ऊपर लेके आ सकते।
वो कह रहे हैं आपको क्वालिफायर करना पड़ेगा, प्रोसेस करनी पड़ेगी, धरना छोड़िए, चलिए आइए प्रैक्टिस करिए।
आज तक ये बताइए कि कौन सी क्वालिफाई करके नहीं गए? आज तक कोई टूर्नामेंट बताइए। जो लोग बोल रहे हैं ना, वो लोगों को भ्रमित कर रहे हैं कि भाई ये सीधा खेलना चाहते हैं। आज तक मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि कौन सी ट्रायल हमने नहीं दी।
तो आपको ट्रायल के बाद ही आप जाएंगे, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये जो अगर इसी तरह से कितने दिनों तक रहेंगे, ये सवाल उठता है। क्योंकि ब्रिजभूषण शरण सिंह ने साफ कहा, मैं इस्तीफा नहीं देने वाला हूँ। आप चाहते हैं कि वो अरेस्ट हो और MP पद से इस्तीफा दें। उनका कहना है नहीं देंगे, कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है।
देखिए MP वो जनता ने बनाया, अपने क्षेत्र से जीत के आया है। हम MP पद से इस्तीफा नहीं चाहते उनका कि भाई वो,
आप बस अरेस्ट चाहते हैं।
हम जो
FIR पे कार्रवाई करके अरेस्ट,
जो एलिगेशन लगे हैं रेसलिंग फेडरेशन से इस्तीफा दे और जो एलिगेशन लगे हैं उनको उनकी सजा मिलनी चाहिए।
क्या आपको विश्वास है कि आपको न्याय मिलेगा? 17 दिन बाद कहीं लगता है कि यार ये कहाँ कितने दिन ऐसी, वो आपको एक तरह से कह रहे हैं कि चलिए अब आपको थकाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
सर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अगर हमारी थकाने से या हमारी कुर्बानी देने से अगर देश में कुछ एक चिंगारी आ जाती है, लड़कियों की भलाई हो जाती है। ये सिर्फ एक रेसलिंग की बात नहीं रही है, अभी इतनी महिलाएं हमारे पास में आ रही हैं, इतनी छोटी छोटी लड़कियां आ रही हैं जिनके साथ में गलत हुआ है, उनको कभी FIR लॉन्च नहीं हुई है या उनको डराया गया है या वो कभी बोल नहीं पाई।
बाकी स्पोर्ट्स में भी,
बाकी स्पोर्ट्स में नहीं, नॉर्मल
रेसलिंग में,
अब स्पोर्ट्स में भी आई हैं, स्पोर्ट्स में भी लड़कियां आई हैं हमारे पास में।
वहाँ कैमरा है, क्या कहेंगी ब्रिजभूषण सिंह जी को, क्या कहेंगी? देखिए कैमरा, क्या कहना है?
वो तो बेशरम आदमी है, उनका तो कुछ नहीं, वो तो जेल में जाएंगे तभी पुलिस ही कुछ कह सकती है उनके बारे में।
तो तभी आपको एक तरह से राहत मिलेगी जब वो जेल में जाएंगे। आपको लगता है उनको सजा होनी चाहिए?
ऐसे लोग बाहर रह के देश की संसद में बैठ कैसे सकते हैं? ऐसे दरिंदे जो इतनी लड़कियों के साथ गलत करके वो कैसे संसद इतना पवित्र स्थान है, हमारे देश के संविधान का एक मुख्य पार्ट है संसद, वहाँ पे ऐसे लोग बैठेंगे तो लड़कियाँ कहाँ सेफ हो सकती हैं? ऐसे लोगों की जगह संसद में थोड़ी है सर, ऐसे लोगों की जगह जेल में ही है।
बजरंग जी, संगीता, विनेश, आपने बात रखी, आपने साफ कहा है मुझे कि जब तक आपको न्याय नहीं मिले, और न्याय का मतलब है कि ब्रजभूषण शरण सिंह आप समझते, जब तक वो अरेस्ट ना हो तब तक आपका ये आंदोलन नहीं, आपकी ये जो लड़ाई जो है वो जारी रहेगी। सच्चाई की लड़ाई जारी रहेगी। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
कौन कहता है कि तूफान इधर आएगा? बजरंगी हर तूफान से टकरा के निकल जाएगा।
कितने दिनों चलेगा ये?
सर जब तक न्याय नहीं मिल जाता। जब तक
न्याय का मतलब क्या है?
न्याय का मतलब ये है कि अक्यूज के ऊपर जो FIR की गई है, पहले हमारे बयान होंगे एंड देन कार्रवाई हो उचित।
बयान तो आपने दे दिए हैं?
नहीं, बयान लड़की
अभी तक नहीं दिए,
नहीं हुए हैं और 164 वाले नहीं हुए हैं। पुलिस डिले कर रही है कि उसको बचाने के लिए, और दूसरा फेडरेशन पे से बिल्कुल उनका कब्जा हटना चाहिए,
क्योंकि फेडरेशन में तो अब एडॉक कमेटी आ गई है, तो कहा जा रहा है वो हटेंगे वहाँ से। तो एक बार हटे तो आप,
पे मैं कोई बिलीव नहीं है।
कोई नहीं,
कमेटी पे हमने बिलीव करके देखा, उन्होंने हमारे साथ धोखा किया कि कमेटी बनाएंगे और आपको बहुत अच्छे से।
वो कह रहे हैं नए अध्यक्ष बनेंगे।
नहीं, कमेटी एक वही बात है, ठंडे बस्ते में डालने वाली बात होती है। फिर 5-6 महीने हम वेट करते रह जाएंगे। अभी 3 महीने में क्या कर दिया था कमेटी ने।
तो आप चाहती हैं कि वो अरेस्ट हो?
हाँ, जो भी उचित कार्रवाई है, जो भी पुलिस जांच करेगी, जो भी कार्रवाई बनती है उन पे होनी चाहिए, और फेडरेशन से उनको इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। और
पुलिस कह रही है कार्रवाई शुरू हो गई है।
नहीं हुई है कार्रवाई, बिना बयानों के कैसे शुरू होगी?
तो आप चाहती हैं कि कार्रवाई जब तक समाप्त ना हो, जब तक कोई ठोस नतीजे पर नहीं आए, तब तक यहाँ से नहीं हटेंगे?
नहीं।
कहीं ऐसा है कि एक डर का माहौल है कि ये इतने ताकतवर हैं, सरकार के खिलाफ एक तरह से आप बन गई हैं। कहीं डर है कि हमारा करियर खत्म हो जाएगा, अब हम रेसलिंग भी नहीं कर पाएंगे देश के लिए?
सर जब दोबारा प्रोटेस्ट पे बैठे थे ना, तो सिर्फ यही सोच के बैठे थे, हर चीज चाहे दाव पे लग जाए, करियर, जॉब, जान, कुछ भी लग जाए, लेकिन हमें बैठना था। क्योंकि पहली बार धोखे से उठाया और हमें झूठा साबित करवाया गया। क्यों? क्योंकि उसने दोबारा से फेडरेशन रन करना स्टार्ट कर दिया अपने ही नगरी में, अयोध्या में, वहाँ गोंडा में वो नेशनल्स करा रहा है, मेडल्स पहना रहे हैं, सारे काम कर रहे हैं। तो इसका मतलब तो ये हुआ कि हम झूठे थे जो हमने पहला प्रोटेस्ट किया।
ये जितने भी लोग यहाँ हैं किसी पार्टी से नहीं है?
कोई पार्टी से नहीं। हमारा जो धरना है वो किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को सपोर्ट नहीं करता, ना हम किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को सपोर्ट करते। हम एक खिलाड़ी हैं जो पूरे देश के हैं, और ये भाई लोग खड़े हैं, इतने दिन से आ रहे हैं, साथ दे रहे हैं, और हमारा मंच है। और हमने डे फर्स्ट से ये बोला है कि हमारा मंच हर एक भारतीय नागरिक के लिए है, जो हमें इंसाफ दिलाना चाहता है वो आ सकता है।
चलिए मैम, थैंक यू वेरी मच साक्षी जी, थैंक यू, थैंक यू.
So what do you think? What happens next? We'll wait and see to our wrestlers in their fight against the authorities. Let's turn to another fight, because a day after the Supreme Court called the governor's order to conduct a floor test illegal, questioned the manner in which the speaker had chosen a whip in Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray claimed a moral victory. While the court has not reinstated Uddhav Thackeray as the chief minister, all eyes are now on whether the 16 rebel MLAs, including Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, will be disqualified by the speaker Rahul Narvekar. Today, the Sena Uddhav Thackeray group set a deadline for the speaker, saying, with Uddhav Thackeray even going to the extent of asking Prime Minister Narendra Modi to dismiss the Maharashtra government.
एकूणच महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जी काही एक बेबंदशाही माजवण्याचा प्रयत्न चालू झालेला आहे त्याच्यावरती काल सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने निकाल दिलाय आणि परखड भाष्य केलेलं आहे. गद्दारांच्या माध्यमातून आपल्या दावणीला बांधण्याचा भाजपचा घाट हा काल सर्वोच्च न्यायालयाने उघडा पाडला.
या संदर्भातले सगळे अधिकार स्पीकरला दिले आहेत. रिझनेबल टाइम देखील त्या ठिकाणी सांगितलेला आहे. त्यामुळे अशा प्रकारे स्पीकरवर दबाव आणण्याचा जर प्रयत्न हा कोणी करत असेल तर ते फ्री अँड फेअर अशा प्रकारच्या न्याय प्रक्रियेत बसत नाही. माझी अपेक्षा आहे की जे कायद्यामध्ये आहे, जे संविधानामध्ये आहे आणि जे सुप्रीम कोर्टाने सांगितलेलं आहे त्यानुसार महाराष्ट्र विधानसभेचे माननीय अध्यक्ष हा निर्णय करतील.
So what happens next? All eyes on the Maharashtra speaker. Will he disqualify the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and other MLAs? I'm joined by Rahul Narvekar, who is in London. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Narvekar. You are in London on a pre-scheduled agenda. We are told you are back here in a couple of days. All the turbulence taking place in your home city of Mumbai. You're in the hot seat now because the Supreme Court has made it clear, Rahul Narvekar, the Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly must decide in a reasonable time on the disqualification petitions of the 16 Sena MLAs. Are you now going to decide this expeditiously? Uddhav Thackeray has decided within the next fortnight, or he will go back to the Supreme Court?
Well, at the outset, I must applaud the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court upholding the constitutional discipline wherein the legislature, executive and the judiciary have their independent roles. Neither of them have superintendence over the other, but they have rightly recognized the jurisdiction, powers and duties of the speaker to decide disqualification petitions under the 10th schedule, thereby upholding the constitutional discipline in the country. Having said that, it shall definitely be my endeavor to deal with these proceedings at the earliest and give a decision on them at the earliest. However, as you are aware that the Supreme Court has opined that we should first decide as to who was in control of the political party at the relevant time, and thereafter we need to get into the issue pertaining to the merits of each petition that has been filed before me. So I will first have to decide as to who was in control of the party back in 2022. So all this will take a reasonable amount of time. Be rest assured, we are not interested.
No, Mr. Narvekar.
We are not interested in delaying the matter, but we cannot hurry it either.
No, but when you say, therefore, a reasonable amount of time you need, and you're saying you're not interested in delaying the matter, and you're saying you will do it at the earliest, what is the time frame? As I mentioned, Uddhav Thackeray today has said he expects this to happen within the next fortnight. You are being accused in a way without being mentioned that because you're from the BJP, you've been sitting on these disqualification petitions for months on end, have not taken a call. Will you take a call within the next fortnight? Is that what reasonable time means according to you?
Well, I cannot act to the desires of every individual member. I will have to go in accordance with the provisions of law, and I'll have to consider the facts on record. As you're aware that the provisions of CPC are applicable to these petitions under the on the basis of principles of natural justice. I will have to give a hearing to every to the petitioner as well as the respondents. There'll be evidence led, there'll be examination in chief, there'll be cross examination, there'll be verification, the entire process will be carried on. And therefore, it would be most unfair to expect results in a hurry. We will carry out the entire process and deliver the judgment or pass an order at the earliest.
No, but at the earliest, do you want us to give us some kind of a time frame? We are in May of 2023. Next year, Maharashtra has its Vidhan Sabha elections, Lok Sabha elections. Will you give a judgment before the end of this year?
Well, I would have loved to give you a time, but it's not possible right now. There are multiple petitions which are pending. There are different facts in each petition. There are petitions filed by either group against the other. There is the primary issue as to who was in control of the party and who represented the political party at the relevant time yet has to be decided. And thereafter, I'll have to go into the merits of the petition. So all this would take considerable amount of time, but I would like to assure you and the viewers that I shall not delay this matter at all, and it shall be my endeavor to complete all the procedures in the minimum time that is required.
You know, you keep referring to you having to first settle the decision as to which is the political party which was in charge to decide on the whip for the Shiv Sena. Now, as you know, yesterday the Supreme Court has very clearly said that your action in choosing a member of the Shinde Sena as the chief of the party was prima facie illegal. You did it without applying your mind, without an independent inquiry. You should have inquired as to which was the political party at the time in control before that taking that decision, instead of simply accepting the Shinde Sena's whip. How do you respond? Would you concede that you did not apply your mind before accepting the Shinde Sena's nominee as the whip?
Well, Rajdeep, insofar as my decision to recognize Mr. Bharat Gogaole as the whip is concerned, let me tell you that the Schedule 10 provides for the political party, and the rules made under the Schedule 10 provide for the whip being appointed on the basis of a majority decision of the elected MLAs. And this has been the process that has been carried out in the state legislature for years together. Even in the past, and this is not only with regards to the Shiv Sena, but with all the major parties in the assembly, the same process has been followed.
Right.
And therefore, there was no reason for me to deviate from that process. And now that the Supreme Court has perhaps interpreted the provisions of Schedule 10, that becomes the law of the land. So we shall abide by that now.
Okay.
But there is no reason for any to be attributed to the decision taken then.
Mr. Narvekar, just a final question. After the Supreme Court verdict, as you said, you will review your decisions. I just want you to tell our viewers, can we expect that this decision will not be motivated by malice and bias? You are a speaker, but also a BJP MLA. Can you give an assurance that whatever decision you take, which will have huge implications for the government in Maharashtra on the issue of whip or disqualification, will be free of any pressure, malice or bias?
Every citizen who believes in democracy shall believe in the constitution of this country. The constitution of this country mandates the speaker to act in an unbiased manner. Once I assumed the office of the speaker, I am unattached and do not have an affiliation to any political party per se in my discharge of my duties as the speaker.
Right.
And therefore, be rest assured, I needless to state that I'm going to be absolutely fair, unbiased in this matter. I am going to take up the issues based on the facts on record and the law.
Okay.
As it prevails.
Okay, let me leave it there. That's reassuring, but we will wait and see whether you act, how expeditiously you act on this crucial issue of disqualification of MLAs. Rahul Narvekar, our exclusive newsmaker tonight, thank you very much for joining me. Let's take a break. On the other side is our good news today story. And yes, it comes from battle-scarred Imphal. We'll tell you more on the other side.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Issues and factors influencing the Karnataka elections. Amul versus Nandini controversy. Hijab versus saffron debate. Corruption allegations. And the rebel factor are all crucial issues that could sway the voters. The Lingayat and Vokaliga communities have dominated state politics for decades, and their votes will be crucial. Stay tuned to indiatoday.in/interactive for our daily coverage of the Karnataka elections every Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. only on India Today TV. Don't miss out on the #1 election team. Reporting from Ground Zero. Grounded in journalism.
Quality today. In Delhi, 163. In Mumbai, 90. In Kolkata, 106. In Bangalore, 51. In Chennai, 72. In Hyderabad, 63.
Welcome back. Let's turn to tonight's good news story. And it is a story which comes from a state which has experienced, unfortunately, violence and several deaths in the last week. Today, we tell you the story of a brave school principal in Imphal who rescued nearly 90 students who were stuck when violence broke out in Manipur's capital. It's tonight's Good News Today story.
Nearly 90 school kids are meeting their parents for the first time since violence erupted in Manipur. The parents, most of whom are tribals, could not come earlier to pick their children up as their boarding school is in Imphal, an area dominated by the Meitei community.
It's going to be around 70 kilometers from here. 70 kilometers. Yeah. Being a single parent and my child is away from home, still staying in a boarding, and if they see all these horrible things in their life since they are small kids, they should first thing what comes in my mind is that they will have lots of trauma in their mind.
7-year-old Zoya Waife, daughter of a late soldier, is now inspired by the work done by the army, which brought her parents to the school.
What do you want to now become in life?
India Army.
You want to become an Indian Army? Do you want to become an officer?
The hero who saved the school kids from the ethnic violence is Vanelam Waife, the principal of the Bloomingdale's boarding school. Armed with a sword, Waife moved the children to the nearby hills when violence broke out.
I was the last one holding a sword, and we ran towards the hills. Okay. The whole night we stayed there, and early morning we head back to the boarding school. We prepared tea, some breakfast, snacks. We had again gunfiring, some noise. So that time, once again, we took through the hills.
Wi-Fi then sent an SOS to the army, which swung into action and united the children with their parents on Wednesday. The Braveheart principle has only one wish.
As the gunshot begin again, and there were like announcement made by the communities, different communities. So I started contacting their parents, the nearby parents, to come and pick their children as soon as possible. So the Meitei communities, they came and picked. I really pray and hope that peace will be restored soon.
The many tales of how the Indian Army came to rescue when the incident was taking place, which was one of the most difficult nights for these parents. The children were far away from school, far away from their homes, and that is one thing that the parents were worried about, and now finally they have reunited with their kids. In Imfarakshi Dongre for India Today.
The courage of the ordinary Indian needs to be saluted and applauded at all times. On that note, I have to leave you tonight because I have an early start tomorrow. Our entire team will be here from 6 a.m. in the morning for our special coverage on the verdict for Karnataka. Who's winning the battle for Bengaluru? We'll tell you more on that. Don't miss the verdict tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. onwards. For now, stay well, stay safe. Good night. Jai Hind. Shubhratri. Namaskar.
The Shiv Sena BJP government getting a massive respite in top court.
That the governor cannot act upon an inference that he has drawn that a section of the Shiv Sena wish to withdraw their support to the government on the floor of the House.
The Eknath Shinde government surviving the bruising Sena versus Sena war. A big blow to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. The Supreme Court nipped his ambition to come back as Maha-CM. Referring to his move to quit as CM and not face trust vote amid desertion from Sena in June 2022, adding that it can't overturn a voluntary resignation.
This court cannot quash a resignation that has been submitted voluntarily. Had Mr. Thackeray refrained from resigning from the post of the Chief Minister, this court could have considered the grant of the remedy of reinstating the government headed by him.
The Supreme Court, however, recognized illegality by the governor and the speaker in ordering a trust motion, appointing a new Shiv Sena whip illegally. While Uddhav Thackeray called it a moral victory, the BJP mocked his claim. Chief Minister Shinde and Uddhav also sparred over who is the real traitor. The then Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari and sitting Maharashtra Speaker defended their role.
मैं राजनीतिक मसलों से अपने को बहुत दूर रखता हूं और जो मसला सुप्रीम कोर्ट में था उस मसले पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपना निर्णय दे दिया है। उस निर्णय पर जो कानूनविद हैं वही अपनी राय व्यक्त करेंगे। मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैं चूँकि कानून का विद्यार्थी हूँ नहीं, मैं केवल संसदीय परंपराएं जानता हूँ और विधायी परंपराएं जानता हूँ। उस हिसाब से मैंने जिस समय जो भी कदम लिए सोच समझ के लिए।
Has the Supreme Court verdict, instead of setting the Sena versus Sena war, only renewed the bitter Maharashtra rivalry?
The Supreme Court very clearly saying that had Mr. Thackeray not resigned, the situation could have been different. But with the leader of the largest party, the party with the most number of legislators in the assembly extending support to Eknath Shinde, the governor was in fact justified in asking him to form the government. Clearly, legally, politically, questions have been answered in a very, very different terms. The Supreme Court making a delicate balance between what was correct, what is the law, and what was done in Maharashtra politics. With cameraman Ridul in New Delhi, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Is the largest domestic stock market player, reportedly with enough clout to set the direction on Dalal Street, and also a white knight to several listed companies in trouble. Life Insurance Corporation of India, or LIC as it is better known as, holds shares of more than 10 lakh crore rupees, making it the kingmaker of the Indian stock markets. In the spotlight recently, due to its investments in Adani Group companies, LIC has more than made up for the losses in the Jan to March quarter. There are at least 10 companies which have given a return of more than 20% in the first 5 months of this year. Topping the list is RVNL with a spectacular 87% return. Kirloskar Electric, Aurobindo Pharma and Glenmark Pharma make up the top 4 stocks. These are followed by Siemens, Tata Motors, ITC and Responsible Industries. For LIC, the gain in ITC is especially gratifying given it holds more than 15% in the conglomerate. A report by Prime Infobase lists out the biggest holdings of LIC as on 31st March of this year. Topping the list is Reliance Industries, in which the state-owned life insurer owned stake worth more than 1 lakh crore rupees. ITC was second, followed by Tata Group flagship TCS. Infosys and State Bank of India completed the top 5 list. What's also important to note is that while LIC holds more than 10 lakh crore rupees of equity, the holdings have dropped nearly 8% from the October to December quarter, primarily due to the dip in Adani stocks. The maximum loss in the 3 months ending 31st of March was due to Adani Total Gas of more than 18,000 crore rupees. Adani Enterprises was second on the list, followed by Reliance Industries. SBI also contributed to fall in LIC's holdings. Adani Transmission stock price fall led to a dip of nearly 6,500 crore rupees for LIC. On the other hand, the bets which paid off for LIC in absolute terms had IT.
Co-powered by American Tourister, born to cross boundaries. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. I quickly want to cut across to Islamabad. There are reports of firing taking place outside the Islamabad High Court. Even as we speak, we are told there is firing that's going on. Imran Khan is still inside the Islamabad High Court. He's been granted bail. He was granted bail almost 5 hours ago, but he hasn't been able to come out of court because there's massive firing, we are told, that's being reported. But for a moment, let's just cut across and listen in to that firing in outside the Islamabad High Court.
मुझे पता है मैं समझ गया इसलिए बोला कि सिंगल है
Moment, give me a moment. I'll get you more on that story. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Hamza Amir, who joins us for more on the story. Hamza, what's happening? What's happening? Tell us about these reports of firing.
Gaurav, just a little while back when Imran Khan's convoy of 35 vehicles was ready to leave from the Islamabad High Court and take the Srinagar highway route towards the motorway to go towards Lahore, there was a firing incident and the police security says that they were fired upon from this G13 area. Now, G13 area is basically right next to the G11 sector of Islamabad where Imran Khan currently is and the High Court is present. Police says that the firing incident triggered a security threat and that is why a search operation was conducted. And during that time, even more aerial firing was heard. Now the protesters are out on the streets. Tear gases are being fired to disperse them, and it has forced even Imran Khan to call out for calm, saying it out to his people that he has been waiting for the past 4 hours to leave from Islamabad, and now because of this situation, he has to wait. So he's called on his protesters to wait and to stay calm, because such incidents are actually going to create a security situation which will not allow him to leave Islamabad and move towards Lahore. And he has a convoy ready, he has his personal security guards ready to take him from the Islamabad High Court. But for the moment, he has been told to sit back in the courtroom where he was in the morning. It has been over 11 hours, I think, that Imran Khan has been in the court, and now he's waiting for the security clearance to clear the area so that he can leave with the convoy towards Lahore.
So right now, even as we speak, you are saying firing is still going on, and this time it's the security forces that are firing in the direction. Do we have any idea who fired first? Where did this exact firing take place? And was there any threat to either Imran Khan's life or to the lives of his supporters or to the lives of security forces?
Well, as per the security forces, the Islamabad Capital Territory Police, they say that the firing incident was done. The firing incident happened by the supporters of Imran Khan who take part in the convoy that is moving or supposed to move towards Lahore. They wanted to join him, and because they were stopped, there was an aerial firing incident. And now, as we speak, the DIG operations of Islamabad is in consultation meeting with Imran Khan, telling him to give out statements to his supporters to settle down, calm down, because they need to clear out the area first. Otherwise, he will not leave under that kind of a security situation. So it is basically the supporters of Imran Khan.
Hamza, also, is the Lahore police still here? We were told that Lahore police wanted to arrest Imran Khan the moment he came out of court. Has that been sorted out, Hamza?
Yes, that has been sorted out, and the police has left because they were waiting for directives from the higher authorities of their department after Imran Khan got a blanket bail for till at least Monday. So they were actually given the orders of the court, which they took and they left, because now after getting a bail from the court, they cannot arrest Imran Khan. Till the time that did not happen, they stayed present outside the Islamabad High Court. But that issue got sorted out once Imran Khan got a written verdict from the court, which was handed over to the Punjab police sector.
Fair enough. Hamza, for the moment, many thanks for joining me. For the benefit of viewers who have just joined us, listen in to the firing that took place outside Islamabad High Court. Pakistan is very clearly on the edge. In fact, PMLN leader Maryam Nawaz has hit out at Imran Khan. Of course, this was just moments before the firing. The PMLN leader accused Imran Khan of hiding inside court premises, fearing for his life or fearing arrest. Attacking Imran Khan, Maryam Nawaz said, if it's wrong to arrest a person inside court, is it the new law to allow a criminal to take refuge in court? This was Maryam Nawaz's big attack on Imran Khan, but all of this just before this firing took place. This firing now, as Hamza Amir was reporting, was by Imran Khan supporters. So was this celebratory firing? We do not still know, but this firing took place on the route that Imran Khan was supposed to take. Imran Khan, according to his supporters and the security detail, is planning to travel back to his Zaman Park residence in Lahore, and there is a 30-car cavalcade. Imran Khan will be in the center of this 30-car cavalcade. That's what we are being told. Joining me now for more on the story is Mona Alam, a senior journalist from Pakistan. Also with me is Sushant Sareen, senior fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. But Mona, I want to come to you first. What have you heard of this firing that took place outside the Islamabad High Court? Was this celebratory firing? Was this something that Imran Khan's team should have been nervous about?
It's preemptive to say that, Gaurav, but we can't exactly be sure about it, because even yesterday when Imran Khan had come to the court upon orders of the three-member bench which was hearing his case, even then the NAB had brought him in a black Mercedes which was supposedly bulletproof, and this is exactly the reason that they told the court that it was due to life threats upon Imran Khan that, you know, they had to take these preemptive measures and ensure that he reaches the court in a bulletproof car. So he is under life threat. Even the Interior Minister Rana Sanaullah is on record for having said that. I cannot say if, you know, this is something life-threatening to him, or this was to attack him, or if these are celebratory fires. But, you know, even the mobs which are out to protest against Imran Khan, or which are just out to, you know, celebrate /protest. I don't know what they're out as yet for. So even those mobs, you know, we've heard and we've seen them armed. There are armed individuals within those mobs as well. There are some rogue elements, you know, which are carrying sticks and guns, and as well as pellets and stones. So it's preemptive to say as to from where has the fire come from, but obviously it's a very tense situation, and unfortunately, instead of calming down, the situation is worsening with each passing day, and tomorrow seems to be a further chaotic day, since, you know, the PTM government has also announced protests against the court. Maulana Fazlur Rahman has done a presser, has done a media talk. So it's only going to get worse from here, unfortunately. I do not see any harm.
Is this the beginning then? Is it premature, Sushant Sareen, to say that there's a virtual civil war in Pakistan? Imran Khan is taking on the might not just of the Pakistan Army, but he specifically named the Pakistan Army chief, and we'll play out that reaction of Imran Khan in just a moment from now. But what do you make of what's happening in Pakistan right now, Sushant Sareen?
Gaurav, maybe this is an exaggeration, but I see an unraveling of the Pakistani state, and I see that unraveling happening at an alarming pace. It's not just the events surrounding the court and, you know, the tamasha which you are reporting right now. It is the deep divisions within the Pakistan Army, officers being sacked, stuff which we knew about, which we had been hearing rumors about. You know, all kinds of straws in the winds were there, that there are deep divisions within the Pakistan Army, and now these are coming to the fore. And you have the Pakistan Army, which is divided, which is not a united house. Unlike the past, when it could intervene to set things right, you have a polity which is completely divided and polarized and simply cannot get together. You have the judges passing the most bizarre judgment. I have never seen a judge pass a judgment in which he gives a blanket bail in any and every case. So Imran Khan could kill a man tomorrow and he cannot be arrested, because he cannot be arrested in any case. So it's crazy the kind of judgments that are being given. You have an economy which is virtually, you know, dead. You have a security situation. You know, we've seen what has happened in Balochistan today, and we've seen what has been happening, and that the intensity of those attacks are increasing by the day. and you have this spectacle taking place. The courts actually trying to sabotage the state. Courts are supposed to be a pillar of the state. They are not supposed to sabotage the state, but they are doing it. They are doing it because, I don't know whether it's the mother-in-law effect, whether it's whatever effect it is. But so I see the unraveling of the Pakistani
You're
state.
seeing unraveling of the Pakistani state? Okay, can the tide still be stemmed? I have more breaking news coming in. Now we are told a vehicle has just been set on fire by protesters and not far from the Islamabad High Court. In fact, Imran Khan has warned the IG of police. Imran Khan has warned IG of police to clear the route and let him go in under 15 minutes, or he will announce a strict plan of action. Imran Khan has said, and I quote, this is a statement that's just been put out by Imran Khan's team. Imran Khan says, have gotten bail from court, have been waiting for the past 4 hours to leave for Lahore. Why am I not being allowed to leave the court premises? Unquote. What we are also being told is that a vehicle has been set on fire outside the court premises. Imran Khan has also appealed to the protesters to stay calm so that he can go home after being in court for over 10 hours. I once again want to bring in Mona Alam. And before that, Talha Saeed joins me live for more on this from Pakistan. Talha, what more can you tell us about the firing and about Imran Khan's appeal, Talha?
Well, the thing is that the firing incident that happened nearby the court, it's not exactly outside the court. It is it is on in a very safe. You can say that it happened from very safe distance from the court, and that was not only one incident of firing, but the firing incident happened thrice in a row, and after that the authorities and the law enforcement agencies, they stopped Imran Khan and they didn't give him the security clearance to leave the Islamabad High Court. So right now Imran Khan is still present inside the Islamabad High Court, and authorities are saying that till they are not very much sure about the situation outside, they can't let him go. And on the other hand, Imran Khan, he gave an ultimatum to IG Islamabad, and he said that he needs the route cleared within the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, he's going to give a call to his workers for his next action plan. So let's see that what could be his next action plan.
Stay with me, Talha. But Mona, I want to understand this from you. Is the Pakistan army a divided house? Do we have any more details? Why was the Lahore Corps commander shunted out?
Well, there hasn't come any confirmation regarding the Lahore Corps commander, as if, as though, yes, there are reports and they do suggest that he was shown the door, he was sacked. And I think apparently, as far as reports are concerned, we're hearing that this has happened because he failed to act against the protesters and the mob that had stormed into his house. And he showed restraint, although he was probably instructed by his higher-ups to take action if necessary, and that he didn't. This is one reason, and this is the only reason that I've heard so far. But as far as these rounds of fires are concerned, and Imran Khan giving calls of clearing the way within 15 minutes, otherwise he's going to give the next plan of action, this is extremely concerning and worrying. As much as I stress upon it, it won't be sufficient, because I just fail to understand and fathom two things. One, I mean, if the court, no matter how biased they may appear, as Mr. Sareen also has been pointed that Imran Khan is being bailed in almost every case that was against him. They may be genuine cases, they may be frivolous cases, and the government may have their serious reservations on these bails to Imran Khan. But, I mean, they cannot outrightly say that they're in total defiance of the court. And they're in total defiance of the court orders. I mean, if not the courts, then who's going to run the country? Who's going to ensure the rule of law in the country? Starting from the Prime Minister to the most commoner, to the most basic commoner here in Pakistan and in every civilized democracy, they only look up to the court, to be able to get justice in whatever their problems are.
But is the court behaving in a blatantly biased manner? Is the court as the Prime Minister of Pakistan seems to allege, as Maulana Fazlur Rahman in that press conference seemed to allege, the court was acting virtually as a cadre of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, and Maryam Nawaz has said so in as many words. Sushant Sareen, Maryam Nawaz is telling the Chief Justice of Pakistan, Umar Ata Bandyal, that why don't you leave being Chief Justice of Pakistan and become a cadre of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf?
Look, one is, these are empty bullets being fired by people like Maryam Nawaz Sharif. If they really have the guts, then they should do something about it. As far as what Mona is saying, look, at a theoretical level, she's correct. But then the question arises that the kind of judgments that the courts have passed, are they upholding rule of law or are they undermining rule of law? And I think it's the latter. Secondly, when Mona says that, everybody has to follow what the courts tell them to do. Okay, now here is a hypothetical case. A sensible judge comes into Pakistan and he says that Pakistan is an illegal occupation of Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan should vacate its illegal control. Will the Pakistani government accept this particular order of a Supreme Court bench? Will they accept it? I don't think they will, because they will say that this is against the interest of the state. In fact, in the past, Supreme Court judges have passed judgments and passed rulings where they have said that judges have to stay within a certain framework. The judges can't simply go out of that framework, which is exactly the judiciary under this guy Bandyal has been doing. And of course, under the previous fellow, under the previous Chief Justice Saqib Nisar, that's the kind of stuff they've been doing. So the judiciary has been running amok, and I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind on what is happening. On the second issue, Gaurav, on this business of the corps commander and other officers, it's not just the corps commander, but other officers also have been fired. And there are very credible reports coming in that it's not just one corps commander who's going to be sacked, but there might be at least 2 or 3 more who are likely to be sacked, along with a number of other officers.
Yes.
Now, if these are rumors, then should not the ISPR come out and openly issue a statement saying that these are rumors, please don't pay any attention to them? That the army is united, the army is one organization which is not going to be divided. That is not happening. So these rumors are only going to grow, and clearly
and Imran Khan's statement where he says that it's not the institution of the army.
Imran has declared war on the state of Pakistan very clearly. Imran has declared that he is Pakistan and everything else is incidental. I love him for it. I'll be very honest with you. As an Indian, I love him for what he's doing to Pakistan. It's purely when I put my analyst hat that I can point out the various problems of what are happening in Pakistan.
Yes.
That does not mean I oppose what Imran is doing. I love him for everything he's doing to Pakistan.
And I'm not sure how Mona Alam and Talha will react to it. But before I get you more on this big story, and we'll also hear Imran Khan saying that it's Asim Munir and not the Pakistan Army. I know, Mona, you have a smile, but Mona, you actually have a Mona Lisa smile today. We don't know whether you're happy or you're sad, given what's happening in your country.
Well, that's very apt. I wouldn't deny this. This is a helpless smile. I don't know what to say, and I honestly don't know whether to laugh or cry upon the situation. Look, Imran Khan, whatever that he's doing, it's right. He's literally naming and shaming the army chief. It's unprecedented. We haven't seen this before. But also, we cannot say that Imran Khan is the only crowd puller in the political history of Pakistan.
Yes.
There has been worse. There has been a lot worse that has happened to the rulers and politicians here in Pakistan, like Benazir Bhutto, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. Both of them, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto went through a judicial murder. Benazir Bhutto was assassinated. So much has happened, but we've never seen this amount of hue and cry and this amount of violence across streets of Pakistan, and this prolonged violence across streets of Pakistan.
And God forbid, it could actually escalate. It could actually escalate in the days and weeks ahead.
I put my bets on it. It is going to escalate, unfortunately. No matter how optimistic I want to be here, but I cannot be untrue to myself and to those who are listening to me here. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere sane from this point onwards. On the other hand, even, the government is coming up with nonsensical statements.
Yeah.
I mean, they're literally ridiculing the Supreme Court. I agree. Look, Sushant Saab spoke about Saqib Nisar. He's also spoken about the present Chief Justice in the same light. No matter how strong the grievances of the government may be, but there's a legal way to go about it.
But let me get Talha also to quickly react to this. Talha, Lahore Corps Commander was inside the house when his house was attacked, and Lahore Corps Commander's security detail apparently abandoned him, abandoned the weapons, abandoned the ammunition, and ran away, leaving a 3-star general and his family inside the Flagstaff house at the mercy of a mob. It reflects very poorly on Pakistan Army. Is the Pakistan Army divided, Talha?
Well, so the thing is that the clip which is viral on the Twitter and the internet or social media sites right now, that is being claimed fake by the intelligence sources, and they are stating that the Corps commander was not in his house, and that video is totally engineered. And the sources are claiming that the Corps commander and his family, they were not in that house, not even like on that same day, but they were not present over there from the last 3 to 4 days of the said incident. So we are not sure about that either those visuals.
But why was the Corps commander sacked? Why has the Corps commander been removed? What are your intelligence sources telling you?
Well, so the thing is that this story is not also confirmed as well right now. So because as far as there is no official statement from the government, there is no official statement from the ISPR. These are all the speculation and rumors right now.
And none denied either, Talha. But stay with me. So there was this protester who was inside the Corps commander's house, and he's describing what the Jinnah house, that's what the Flagstaff house was called, what the Jinnah house should have been, and why he thinks it is not Jinnah house but Zina house, and Zina means sin. Take a look.
हम लोग जब अंदर आए हैं तो अंदर तो सारे जो फौजी अफसरान हैं या जो भी अफसरान हैं वो सारे भाग चुके थे, कोई भी नहीं था अंदर। लेकिन जो अंदर के हालात हमने देखे हैं वो हम लोग परेशान हो गए, तंग रह गए हैं। हम लोग के हमारे घरों के अंदर पंखा भी नहीं चल रहा, हमारे घरों के अंदर लोड शेडिंग की वजह से बच्चे जो है गर्मी से मर रहे हैं, लोगों के पास पीने के लिए साफ पानी नहीं है। यहाँ पर अंदर क्या है, अंदर स्विमिंग पूल्स में चिलर चले हुए हैं, 2-2, 3-3 चिलर चल रहे हैं, 2-2 फुट का वो स्विमिंग पूल है, उसके अंदर चिलर चल रहे हैं। उसके अलावा जी अंदर स्नोकर के फट्टे पड़े हुए हैं। ये कोई जिना हाउस नहीं बना हुआ, ये जिना हाउस बना हुआ है। अंदर ऐसी ऐसी चीजें पड़ी हुई हैं, आपकी सोच दंग रह जाएगी। अंदर इतने ये बुज़दिल है, इतने ये नकारा और बेशरम आदमी है कि यहाँ पर अंदर सारा
Frozen strawberry, mutton korma. It's not Jinnah house, it's Zina house. That the swimming pool inside, or the plunge bath inside the Corps commander's house, has ACs, and the common man does not even have a flag, does not even have a fan. Mona.
This is the difference, the line between haves and have-nots. It exists in every society, but I am rather sorry to see, the state and the frustration within the commoner here in Pakistan. This is all owing to inflation. This is all owing to economic mess here in the country, misgovernance in the country. I mean, this level of frustration could have been answered. It could have been addressed by the government, by the state, and it should have been addressed. I mean, this is one thing that I almost always object to, because the government had come in to provide better economic conditions to the public and to the people.
But this war between Imran Khan and Shahbaz Sharif, or Imran Khan versus General Asim Munir, is it now very clear that only one of the two will survive? I've run out of time on this part of the show. Sushant Sareen and Mona Alam and Talha, as always, many thanks for joining me. And there's breaking news coming in. Before I take a break, Imran Khan's personal security vehicle, the bulletproof vehicle, and 30 cars, 30 vehicles will escort Imran Khan all the way up to his Zaman Park residence in Lahore. Imran Khan's personal security vehicle, that bulletproof Mercedes, and other vehicles have entered the Islamabad High Court, and they will now move out. The 15-minute warning was given. The IG Islamabad has said that the route is now clear. There's no more firing, and we'll be tracking that story very, very closely. I'm slipping into a break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Big win for Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal after a long drawn-out fight with the Lieutenant Governor and the centre. In a unanimous verdict, the Supreme Court on Thursday demarcated the powers of the centre and Delhi government with regard to governance of the national capital. The top court declared that the centre would control Delhi's land, public order and police. But the Delhi government will have legislative and executive powers over services. This means the Delhi government will decide on transfers and postings of all officials, including IAS, except those related to land, police and law and order. The court also ruled that the Lieutenant Governor was bound by the elected government's decisions.
The ideal conclusion would be that GNCTD ought to have control over services subject to exclusion of subjects which are out of its legislative domain. If services are excluded from its legislative and executive domain, the ministers and executives and the executive who are charged with formulating policies in the territory of NCTD would be excluded from controlling the civil service officers who implement such executive decisions.
Soon after the decision was announced, celebrations erupted at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters in Delhi, where CM Kejriwal received a grand welcome. Party workers celebrated with firecrackers and drums. Aam Aadmi Party slammed the Narendra Modi government, accusing it of trying to usurp the powers of the Delhi government.
3 महीने के अंदर ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक आदेश पारित करवाया केंद्र सरकार से कि दिल्ली के सर्विसेज के मामले अब दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री के पास नहीं रहेंगे, वो एलजी के पास रहेंगे या केंद्र सरकार के पास रहेंगे। ये आदेश प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 23 मई 2015 को पारित किया। 8 साल हो गए उन बातों को, 8 साल से संघर्ष कर रहे हैं हम लोग। तो इसको इस्तेमाल करके दिल्ली के हर काम को रोका गया। एक तरह से मेरे दोनों हाथ बांध दिए गए पीछे और मुझे नदी में फेंक दिया गया कि अब तैरो।
With this Supreme Court verdict, the Delhi government has become the real masters of the civil servants in the city-state, ending a long-standing spat between the elected government and the centre. With Sanjay Sharma and Anisha Mathur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hello and welcome to the Business Today show. I am Udayan Mukherjee. India is a large market for alcoholic beverages, but unlike its counterparts in the Western world, it's a market dominated largely by spirits. Low alcoholic beverages or low percentage alcohol content beverages like wines and beers don't get much of a look in. But that may be about to change, and one company which has been trying its best over the last decade and more to change drinking habits in India and to further the culture of wine drinking is Sula Vineyards, and therefore it gives me great pleasure to welcome on the show today Rajiv Samant, Managing Director and CEO of Sula. Rajiv, thanks for joining in and great to have you on the show today.
Absolutely, Udayan, a pleasure.
Thank you very much. I want to start by asking you whether you are a wine person yourself, or are you a lover of spirits like most Indians?
I'm very much a wine person, but that doesn't preclude me from enjoying a spirit from time to time. So I do enjoy a gin and tonic, for example, from time to time. But if you ask me what my go-to drink is, generally it's a glass of well-made Sula white wine.
Okay, white over red. But as I said in my introduction, Rajiv, the wine, despite the strides that you've made over the last decade or so and more, wine is still what, 1% of the $33 billion spirits market? Is it changing at all, or is it changing at a glacial pace?
So you're very right that it's a fraction of the spirit market in India. India has had a tradition ever since India started drinking, which was really during the British Raj. The Brits were great fans of spirits, and therefore India became a spirits drinking country until this point. It's very interesting that if you look at those countries that were under the French colonial rule, they became wine drinking countries. So some people say that, but don't Indians prefer spirits? And, it's not anything intrinsic. It's just a fact of some of our not so far back history. However, that's changing, I would not say at a glacial pace. I would say fairly rapidly. Over the last decade, wine has been growing much faster than spirits and beer. And that growth continues today. So I think it's a very, we're very optimistic about the road ahead.
Is it only changing in a few metros and big cities, or do you see a nationwide kind of a consumer preference shift going on, Rajiv?
You definitely see it being led by the metros and big cities. Having said that, you got to think about where it started. When it started, it was only Mumbai and Delhi. Then it moved to Bangalore. Today, it's in Hyderabad. It's in Chennai. It's in Calcutta. Goa is a booming market. Gurgaon is a booming market. So, though yes, it is still the big cities, it's moving also very fast to some of the tier 2 cities. In fact, over this past couple of years, we've seen faster growth, if anything, in the tier 2 cities than in the metros.
You have any numbers you can throw at me in terms of targets by, say, in the next 5 or 10 years? What percentage of the Indian market, alcohol market, could actually be wines? When does it cross 5% of the entire alcoholic beverages market?
So at this point, I would say even if we double over the next 5 years, you're still looking at just about 2%. So 5% is fairly far in the future. But let's understand what that means. India is one of the largest volume markets in terms of spirits in the world. And rapidly also in terms of value becoming one of the most important. If you think about the spirit majors, India is generally in the top 5 markets for the spirit majors. So it's a very significant market. So I would say at this point, even if we capture 2% of the market, that would still mean that we at Sula would have to something like produce 2.5 to 3 times the volume of wine that we're producing today. So we have our work cut out for us for the next 10-15 years ahead, even to get to 2%.
Now, as this market doubles, whether in the next 4 years or 6 years, do you think the entrenched leaders like Sula would be disproportionate beneficiaries? Because wine is an interesting market in that there are some entry barriers. I mean, you can't just flip a coin and get access to vineyards. Most of the vineyards are tied into very long-term, 10-year, 12-year contracts. So a new entrant cannot just walk in and start producing or have access to wine. So do you stand to benefit disproportionately if the market were to take off?
Udayan, you have hit the nail on the head. I wouldn't say we'll benefit disproportionately. Even today, as you're probably very well aware, Sula has something like 60 to 65% of the premium wine market. So, we are already very much the leaders in the market. And I think we're going to continue to be the leaders in the market. As you said, extremely difficult for a new entrant to come up, even to persuade farmers to plant for you. They always say, show us first. Sula today has a track record, 25 years of working with farmers successfully. And that stands for a lot. So there is a very wide and deep moat towards more players entering this space, and we definitely have it sewn up. Of course, we've proven that it's not only that we have market share, but we've always executed and stayed ahead of the field, been pioneers in so many ways. We'll have to continue doing that. We aim to continue doing that. So we aim to continue being market leaders for quite a while in the future.
So forget new entrants. What about existing competition? Like, you are the dominant player, but there are players like Fratelli and Grover Zampa who are not exactly tiny. But do you see the market shares between the top three players changing significantly at all in the next 2 or 3 years or 3 or 4 years?
What I would like to see is for the overall pie to grow. I think today for Sula, that's the most important thing, and for all of us, because, sort of squabbling amongst ourselves for a market share of a market that is not that large, I think would be very short-sighted compared to working together, which is something that we are doing, coming on common platforms, taking part in wine shows together, taking part in things like Little Flea in Mumbai together. So coming together to try to grow this market that at this point is barely 1% of Alcobev, take it to 2%, 2.5% together. I think that would be a great thing to do. So I'm not really looking necessarily for us to take more market share. We're in a place that we are so dominant. I'm looking rather to take wine to tier 2 cities and beyond. Right now, tier 3, it's probably a little bit early to talk about it, but definitely tier 2. I mean, just think about how huge that market is and how much work we have ahead of us for that. Plus, wine is an agricultural crop. So as you've just said, 10-year contracts, you need to plant today, you only get your grapes 3 years from now. It's not easy just to produce on demand. So, market shares are sticky, but we hope to grow the entire market together.
Well, market shares are sticky because we are talking only about domestic players, Rajiv. And that's the only kind of criticism one can level against the kind of work that domestic wine players, manufacturers like Sula have been doing, which is commendable in other senses over the last decade or more, is that in a sense you can be called a child of duty protection because you're competing with local wines, but international wines have to pay 150% duty. If they were allowed in, like many countries do, would you be able to flourish in the face of imported competition?
So I do believe that our government has a very well thought out strategy in this case. I would not like to single out wine and the wine industry as sort of children of protection. Please remember that at the end of the day, this is one of the few bright spots for Indian agriculture. Today, you have a thriving wine scene. You have so many more grape growers starting to plant wine grapes. How many bright spots do you have in Indian agriculture? And so this is something that's definitely it's a farmer's story. Once you talk about duties, you have the same duties exactly on spirits. You have the same duties on beers. You have things like automobiles that are protected by those kinds of tariffs. So, it would be quite unfair to single out Indian wine in this case. If you talk about beer, which is far bigger than Indian wine, there's basically no imported beer in the market. Now, what's happened as a result is that a lot of big players have come in and invested in India and breweries here. I think that's the kind of thing that India would like to see happen. We have 100% automatic FDI in wine today. And, I think we invite other big wine players to come up and make wine here. There's so much land. There's 1 lakh hectares of table grapes in Maharashtra and barely a couple thousand hectares of wine grapes. So you can tell the immense potential. Let's make wine here in India and let's be proud about it.
Time for a quick break on the show, but we shall return with Rajiv Samant of Sula in just a minute.
Quality today. In Delhi, 163. In Mumbai, 90. In Kolkata, 106. In Bangalore, 51. In Chennai, 72. In Hyderabad, 63.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You're watching the Business Today show. I've been in conversation with the wine pioneer of India, Rajiv Samant, Managing Director and CEO of Sula Vineyards. On the subject, Rajiv, I believe that India is re-looking at its trade terms with Australia in terms of import of wine, and over a graded phasing of many years, maybe the duties will come down. How could it potentially affect a player like you? I mean, I'm trying to think of a situation where maybe a Jacob's Creek, which is a mass market Australian wine, retails at 800 or 900 rupees in Delhi. Would Sula be able to compete with that? Could it ever happen?
So Udayan, we should remember that actually an FTA or an early harvest has already been signed with Australia. Duties are going to come down on some of the more expensive Australian wines. I think, again, the Indian government has been, very far thinking about this, in that they have agreed with the Australian government that duties should come down on more expensive wines. But given, I mean, Udayan, I don't know if you have any data on how much benefits and subsidies some of these other grape growing and winemaking countries get from their governments, as opposed to India, where we don't have any, basically, from the central government. But, they get a lot of benefits. So rather than allowing a cheap flood of imports to come in, which will basically flood out our growers, I think that whatever has been the outcome is something we're very comfortable with. Duties are coming down and will come down on the more expensive wines. So you're likely to see something that was at 4,000 rupees come down to 3,000 rupees. That's a big reduction. In terms of wines that are already at 1,500 coming down below 1,000 rupees, we don't see that at this point. It could happen. I have no answer for that. What happens if the government tomorrow decides to reduce the duties on cars, for example, from 150% down to 50%? It could happen. But I don't see you asking Maruti, etc., what will happen in that case. I'm not sure why, such pointed questions towards wine.
Okay, let's talk about this competition issue in a different light, because while you are a dominant player, there are niche labels which are cropping up in various parts. I mean, you mentioned Goa earlier. There are some niche wines in Goa, and you made an interesting move a couple of years ago by buying the wine unit of York. How has that worked out for Sula, and do you see the inorganic space as an opportunity in the years ahead? I mean, of course, you'll continue to launch your own brands, but could you potentially be buying some of these niche, smaller labels which are coming up?
So Goa is a very interesting case in point. Goa has, as you said, a proliferation of smaller labels, especially imports. And in fact, you have a lot of imported wine in the price point, exactly the price point that you talked about, because of low state duties at 800, 900, 1,000 rupees. In fact, as low as 700 rupees. Sula has just had one of its best years ever in Goa. I think probably grew by something like 30% over the past year in Goa. So, great tourism season for Goa. Of course, it's been mainly driven by domestic tourists, which has lifted all boats. But we have proven that today the Indian consumer sees Sula as a go-to wine brand. Plus, given our unmatched distribution, at the end of the day, an increase in wine drinking means that we emerge as a clear winner. So that's something about Goa and imports. In terms of acquisitions, I would say that we are always open. We are always on the lookout. It's not a very target-rich space in terms of other Indian wineries, But for sure, today we're a listed company. That means our shares are currency. And it's something that we're always open to discussions on. If it makes sense for the seller as well as ourselves, we're always open to that.
Has the York thing worked out? I mean, I just want to understand whether, as a blueprint, did that experience make you more hopeful and optimistic about the inorganic possibilities?
So York is a very special circumstance. Their winery and tourism operation is just down the road from our iconic Nasik operation, which is possibly the world's most visited vineyard. So we saw synergies not just from the owning of the brand and distributing the brand, but also from the tourism, because we have such a well-developed tourism. We really know our business there. So I would say that, yes, it has worked out. Probably not exactly as we had expected, but it's definitely worked out. But to find another acquisition exactly like York is not going to be that easy, but definitely we remain open to inorganic. So our experience has been pretty good.
You spoke about wine tourism. I want to understand, Rajiv, what kind of revenue potential this business has going forward. Because today, while it is a very handy contributor to your top line, the bulk of revenue still is very much the wine business. Is that going to change? Is tourism potentially a much bigger percentage contributor of your revenue line?
So this past year has been just amazing for our wine tourism business. I'm sure you saw our Q3 numbers, and that gave some sort of idea about the kind of growth that we've seen. There are two things here in terms of wine tourism. One is the revenue that it brings, which is of course important for our overall business. But what is even more important is the fact that at our estates, this is where so many Indians get their first taste of wine. They learn the basics of wine. Wine gets demystified for them, simplified for them, and they leave from our estate being, someone so much more knowledgeable, able to buy wine, understanding the kind of wine that they want to drink, and which is very often one of our wines. And this has been a terrific experience. So, just to put it in perspective, our individual tastings at our vineyards have gone up by something like 60% in this past year, more than 60% in this past year over the year before. And that's really my aim, that when you enter our vineyards, you do a tasting, in half an hour, you emerge from there being a brand ambassador for wine and for Sula. And that continues to grow by leaps and bounds. Today, Nasik and Shirdi are connected by air to Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Nagpur, Ahmedabad, and I'm sorry if I've missed out some, which wasn't the case 3 or 4 years ago. So more and more people landing up, hotels still full on the weekends, even though we add more rooms, and everybody who comes in gets a taste of the wine life, gets a taste of the Sula life. That's what we're looking for. The percentage of revenue to me is a little bit less material than how many people we do tastings with and they leave as our brand ambassadors.
Tell me a little bit about the profitability metric of this business, Rajiv. I mean, if you put your wine business and the wine tourism business together, steady state in a year without disruption, I mean, I'm not talking about exceptional years like COVID, etc. Can it be a 30% EBITDA margin steady state business?
So here you're really pulling me out. You're aware that we closed last year, FY22, at approximately a 26% EBITDA margin, which was incredibly strong already. I am not actually going to project that we're going to head towards 30%, but I would not disagree with you that if you took these two businesses and stripped out our third-party brands, actually margins do start tending towards that level. So yes, these are strong, profitable businesses. Today we've become masters of producing good quality wine at a very decent price, and doing that with ever lower and lower manufacturing costs on a per unit basis. So, we do aim to, at this point, we're not a low cost producer when you look out at the world, but we're becoming a lower and lower cost producer. So it's very exciting. Margins are going up all the time. And Udayan, looks like you've been doing some of your own financial math behind the scenes.
Where is the real growth coming in from, Rajiv? I mean, your focus has always been, your stronghold too has been the elite and premium end of the business. Is your foray into the lower end wines only a matter of expanding the category so that people get a sense of wine and slowly start graduating up the rung, up the value rung? And do you see elite and premium really as the major growth driver for you in the years to come?
So I would say first and foremost, the growth driver is our own brands. That's the first thing. 3 years ago, our third-party brands or imported brands was something like 20% of revenues. Today, it's gone down to less than 10%, less than 8% of revenues. So clearly, own brands is where we are focusing, and we're doing that really well. Within own brands, our focus is very much premium and elite. Having said that, ultimately, we're in India. There is a fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. And, being the largest player, we cannot ignore that segment. And definitely, as you say, people, taking people on the rung and bringing them up, etc. Also, the fact being we're the masters of wine. We're the masters of making great tasting alcobev out of the grape. And therefore, we want to do that at every price point. And as you're aware, today, Sula dominates every price point, starting at around 250 rupees in Maharashtra, going up to 2,000 rupees for our own brands. Sometimes you have one category growing faster than the other, but I'm very happy to say that elite and premium over the last 5 years have very much outgrown what we call the economy and popular segments. And today is a much larger percentage of our own brands business. So own brands is the focus. And within that, yes, elite and premium. Do we want to continue creating that ladder? Look, the lowest rung, below 500 bucks a bottle is extremely competitive, hyper competitive, and characterized by heavy discounting. So it's not necessarily the slab that we want to play in. We want to play in the more rarefied slabs where our USP is to make a wine that can be on the shelf of a Marks and Spencer or a Waitrose or a Costco across the globe. And today we're giving it to the Indian consumer at a great price. That's where we would prefer to play, in that premium and elite range above 700 rupees.
Right. Wines of which geographical region appeal to you the most personally, Rajiv? What do you consider aspirational for Sula? If I were to ask you, does Sula aspire to be producing wines of the quality of a traditional strong Clare like France? Or is it a world of new wines like New Zealand or even California, where you cut your teeth in education and perhaps even picked up your love for wines? Which regions do you think produce the kind of wines which Sula aspires to be over time?
So, that is, of course, we have also come a long way ourselves in Nashik today, and we have, a taste of our own. Now, our winemaker, when we started, Kerry Damsky, the guy who was really my winemaking mentor, himself was from Napa and Sonoma. So that was our earliest model. Today, if you look at it, each one of our wines, I would say the model is slightly different. For Sauvignon Blanc, New Zealand is the model today. For some of our red wines, probably the Rhone region, the southern Rhone region of France, where you have brands like, appellations like Chateauneuf du Pape. Those are something, because that's where the world's great Syrahs come from. For Zinfandel, it's California. So it really depends on which wine you're talking about. But in all of those cases, I think we continue to move up the quality charts. We're winning awards at reputed, award shows globally. But we are always tasting those wines. Personally, I would say that I mostly drink French when I'm not drinking my own wines.
Well, on that note, I shall thank you, Rajiv, and I look forward to raising a glass to your continued success at Sula in the years to come. Thank you very much for your time.
The next interview will be in Nashik, Udayan.
I look forward to that. Cheers.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 43 and minimum 25 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 39 and minimum 27 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 34 and minimum 25 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 40 and minimum 24 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Oh, sorry.
बहुत ही दिलचस्प मुकाबला बल्लेबाजी की टीम उतरी है।
मेरा नाम है विराट, लगाता हूँ सबकी बात, जो मुझसे टकराता है खड़ी कर देता हूँ उसकी खाट। समझ में आई मेरी बात? हाँ अच्छा बेटा, मेरा नाम है गंभीर, मुझसे जीतना टेढ़ी खीर, मुझसे जो टकराएगा दूंगा उसको मैं चीर।
India's #1 reporters in the battlefield from India Today's Double Engine.
So you're saying that in Karnataka you cannot do Hindu-Muslim politics?
Are things getting better around here or are they getting worse?
To Karnataka's finest reporting team.
What do you wish for the state of Karnataka?
Shettar also has an option.
Mallikarjun Kharge reservation has been a hot topic.
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra roadshow is a mega hit.
And India's leading national reporters.
How are you looking at politics in Karnataka?
Less polarization, more infrastructure.
Unsparing, unmatched, unrivaled coverage. India Today with Karnataka for Karnataka.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Co-presented by Hayfler, Let's Reimagine. Co-powered by Timex, Choice of the Titans.
Hello and welcome. What impact could the Karnataka Assembly election results have on the big Lok Sabha election next year? Everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. And on this show, we will lay out from the post-poll studies that have been carried out, data which looks at what could potentially happen if voters in Karnataka were to cast their vote not in an assembly election, but rather in a Lok Sabha election. And that's my top focus on the news track.
The first big election of 2023. This sets the tone for 2024. What impact will the verdict have? Can Karnataka impact the national picture? Verdict suspense on the road to 2024. That's our big focus on News Track.
One of the biggest questions that will be asked again and again after Super Saturday is what impact will the assembly election results in Karnataka have on the big Lok Sabha elections next year? So what I did is I went into the deep dissection of the post-poll study done by Access My India for the India Today group, and we'll play out some of the results that we were able to pick up from this study and from some of the other post-poll surveys that have been carried out. To discuss this, I'm joined on the broadcast. Allow me to welcome my guests, Pradeep Gupta, lead cephalogist at Access My India. His neck on the chopping block tomorrow as the results for the actual results come out. This is called the exact poll, and with good reason. 95% accuracy record. So we'll know tomorrow whether that holds or not. With us also on this broadcast is Ashok Malik, partner at the Asia Group. With us is Yashwant Deshmukh. We've been looking at some of the tables that he's put out as well, lead cephalogist, C-voter. One-time cephalogist, now full-time politician, GVL Narasimha Rao. He's making copious notes, scribbling away since I've seen him, trying to intimidate us with the depth of his research. GVL, welcome. With us also is Lavanya Balal of the Congress Party. KC Tyagi, senior leader of the Janata Dal United. He's part of Nitish Kumar's efforts to try and bring the opposition together. We'll see if that is going to make any headway. And Clyde Crusto from the NCP. So let me put out the first data set that I'm tracking on this show, which is to do with the impact that Prime Minister Modi has in this campaign. And this is a question that's being asked again and again. So what we'll do is we'll show you amongst the 37,000 respondents who are part of the Access My India post-poll study, 19% of those who said they voted for the BJP said they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. That's 1 in 5 of those who voted for the BJP voted for the party because of Prime Minister Modi. 7% of the overall voters who cast their votes for different reasons said they decided because of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was their number one reason for deciding where they wanted to vote. So what we did is then we worked with Pradeep Gupta and the Access My India team to try and estimate what the BJP's vote share in the assembly elections may have been had Prime Minister Modi not campaigned as strenuously as he did. So Access My India projects that without the Prime Minister, and this, remember, a decision to cast your vote one way or the other is an amalgam of various factors. But if you just try and isolate to the extent that is possible the impact of Prime Minister Modi's campaign, without him in the ring, BJP's vote share, which is about 35% according to the post-poll study, could be between 32 and 33. So the direct impact, and remember, it looks as if it's only 2 or 3, but when translated, and given that 5.2 crore voters in Karnataka, the direct impact of Prime Minister Modi's campaign in the assembly election, according to Access My India, is about 2 to 3%. Without him, the BJP would have 32 to 33% of the vote. So what that essentially means, Pradeep Gupta, is if PM Modi had not campaigned in the way that he did, this would actually be a landslide in favor of the Congress.
Definitely, yes, Rahul. The kind of anti-incumbency against state government we have seen on the ground. And Prime Minister Modi made all the different post-April 29, he entered in the Karnataka war field. Had it not been there, and we also asked whom you are voting or whom you have voted, and after that, whatever they say, after that we also ask any particular reason why you are voting for this party. Then there are so many things they keeps on saying, and the top of the mind and top of the recall is always for the development. So there are common factor which decides the whom they should be voting for. And for BJP voters, among BJP voters, 19% for the Prime Minister Modi is way too high, and overall percentage is 7%, way too high. But we are giving the benefit of multiple answers and multiple questions, and that is the reason why we are calculated that 2 to 3% overall BJP vote share would have been reduced had there been no Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Karnataka free.
There is an interesting insight in the C voter data as well. So I worked with Yashwant Deshmukh to pull that out. One of the questions that C voter asks, they had a sample size of about 40,000. His is largely a CATI, which is a telephonic survey. One of the questions he asked is, if you were to cast your vote at this time for a Lok Sabha poll, how would you vote? So I want to walk across now and show that to our viewers. The same study, you've got one question about an assembly election. You've got a second question that C voter asks, which is about who would you vote for if this was a Lok Sabha election. So let me go across and try and capture that for you. This is from the C voter post-poll study. Yashwant Deshmukh and his team asked, who would you vote for? When people were asked who they'll vote for in the assembly election, 42% said Congress, 38% according to C voter said BJP, 15% said Janata Dal Secular. However, when the question was asked about Lok Sabha voting behavior intent, who would you vote for if this was a Lok Sabha election, 35% said Congress. That's 7% less than those who said they'd vote for the Congress because this was an assembly election. The BJP's vote share suddenly jumped from 38 to 46. That's 8% more than what the BJP picked up in this assembly election. The Janata Dal Secular's vote share, which in any case came down to 15, would crash further to 12. That's 3% less than what they've picked up. When translated into seats, the new Lok Sabha from Karnataka, remember the state has 28 seats, out of which the BJP in the last Lok Sabha elections had 26. The Congress had 1, the Janata Dal Secular had 1. C voter projects that the BJP's vote share could be between, the seat share could be 20 to 22. The Congress's seat share could be between 6 and 8. Janata Dal Secular between 0 and 2. Yashwant, try and explain this to our viewers. How did you do this? Did you expect this kind of a big response? Because people are voting and saying they're voting for the Congress, 42%. Suddenly, when it becomes a Lok Sabha contest, the numbers dramatically change from 42 to 35. Try and explain this.
Well, this is very much on the expected line, Rahul, and this is what I was trying to explain yesterday, that the split vote is pretty much in. This we have observed in the last 10 years across all the states. There is almost 10 to 20 points kind of a jump out the Lok Sabha scenario on a BJP vote share between Vidhan Sabha and the Lok Sabha. And this is why in December 2018, while we predicted the sweep of Congress in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, at the same time we mentioned that BJP is going to sweep just in couple of months as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned in these same states, because people had told very clearly in the same sample, same questionnaire, two different voting intents, and there was no conflict whatsoever. And as far as Karnataka is concerned, Rahul, in Karnataka, probably was the one of the very first states which started showing the split vote phenomena way back in the 80s, actually almost say 15 to 20 years ahead of all other rest of the states. So that is interesting tidbit of history. But here also I don't see any contradiction of the trend from the rest of the India. Yesterday I mentioned you there was a reverse swing of almost like 10%, but actually it's almost like 15%, because from the trailing BJP trailing about 4% in this sample in the assembly lead, and then gaining a lead of 11% as far as the Lok Sabha thing is concerned. So 4 plus 11 is almost like 15% reverse swing, if you want to use the term of cricket analogy.
Would this broadly, Pradeep, you haven't asked this specific question, but would this be a broad sense as well?
Yes, definitely yes, because if you see the last time also, in 2018 election, BJP vote share was 36%, which went up to 51% in Lok Sabha 19. And what is more important and surprising was the biggest 1 point was of the Lok Sabha election in 19 was JDS and Congress fought together. They fought together and could win 1 seat each, only 1 seat each. That is something phenomenal. And let me tell you also, in 2013, where Yadurappa ji form his party KGP and secure 10% vote. BJP secured 20% vote. Total vote was 30%. But in 2014 election, BJP Lok Sabha vote share was 43%.
Okay, so you're
From
also
30
saying
to 43.
that the scenario could change. KC Tyagi, what this means from the opposition perspective is that no matter what happens on Super Saturday, the opposition shouldn't get too carried away, because in 2024, voting patterns in Karnataka and probably elsewhere could be very different from a very localized assembly election.
राहुल, एक तो मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए बताना चाहता हूं कि HD कुमारस्वामी, सिद्धरमैया और बुमई तीनों 15 साल पहले जनता दल के ही हिस्सा थे।
बेशक।
और जनता दल का गठन जो है वो भी बंगलोर में हुआ था 11 अक्टूबर 1998। रामकृष्ण हेगड़े हमारे नेता थे, SR बुमई थे, पटेल साहब थे और कुमार स्वामी के पिताश्री थे देवेगौड़ा जी। अब वहां पर उस समय बीजेपी नहीं थी, मुझे वो भी दिन याद है। एक MLC बीजेपी के हुआ करते थे और लड़ाई जो है जनता दल और कांग्रेस में हुआ करती थी। बंगरप्पा भी कांग्रेस छोड़ करके चले आए थे। तो ये 2014 के बाद का ही फिनोमिना है और बड़ा क्रेडिट इसका येदियुरप्पा को जाता है, जिनके नेतृत्व में बीजेपी ने इतनी बढ़त ली। और वो बढ़त लेने का कारण भी कास्ट है। आप लोग कास्ट को जो है मानते नहीं और दिन भर उसी पे प्रचार भी करते हो। ये पार्टियां जातियों की बनी हुई है। एक बोकालिंगा की पार्टी है, एक लिंगायत लोगों की पार्टी है और कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है वो बटफोर सिद्धारमैया पिछड़ों की पार्टी है। सिद्धारमैया के पीछे जैसे बिहार में नीतीश कुमार के पीछे पिछड़े अति पिछड़े हैं और उसमें दलित तोड़ जुड़ जाता है कांग्रेस पार्टी के जो अध्यक्ष हैं उनकी वजह से। तो चुनाव का जो नतीजा है वो हमारे लिए और विपक्ष की एकता के लिए बहुत जरूरी इसलिए भी है कि दक्षिण भारत में सिर्फ एक यही राज्य है जहां बीजेपी की बढ़त पीछे रही है। केरला में कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। वहां डीएमके वर्सेस अन्ना डीएमके है तमिलनाडु में। डिवाइडेड आंध्रा में इट इज रीजनल आउटफिट, सब नेशनलिज्म वर्सेस बीजेपी। यहाँ पर जरूर उन्होंने अपनी जड़ें जमाई हैं और पिछली बार भी बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे थे जीवीएल, उनको मात्र 104 सीटें मिली थी, बहुमत नहीं था। अब एक चीज जरूर राहुल है, जो इंदिरा जी के टाइम पे होता था, मेरे कांग्रेस के दोस्त बुरा ना माने, वही आजकल बीजेपी करती है। अगर बहुमत नहीं आता है तो खरीदो, फरोख्त करो, तोड़फोड़ करो, बहुमत प्राप्त कर लो। वो फोटो आपको याद होगा, अभी भी HD कुमारस्वामी की ओथ हो रही है और देश के सारे नेता अपोजिशन यूनिटी के लिए बंगलोर गए हुए हैं और थोड़े दिन बाद ही इनकी पार्टी में स्प्लिट करा करके तोड़फोड़ करके।
Let me put that question to GVL Narasimha Rao. We in fact saw one senior Karnataka minister R. Ashok actually say this, that there is a plan B, that if we don't get a majority, you know how it is, there is a plan B, we are working on a plan B. क्या कर रहे हो boss? अभी तो result भी नहीं आया. Your ministers are already publicly, I thought he said it first only on one channel. Our person went and got the exact same comments. So it's obviously something he's thinking about. R. Ashok says in a year there's parliament elections. Keeping this in mind, we will get full majority. In case we don't get a full majority, we have plan B. It's only likely that we have a plan B. We are not saints. What is this plan B, Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao?
Yeah, Rahul, good evening to you and all the viewers and the panelists. Every party will work on any imponderables that might become a part of the scenario, but it's too premature to even comment on this, to discuss about this. Only tomorrow afternoon we are very confident of getting a majority, or at least emerge as the single largest party, belying your poll predictions. And that is the time when we should really be looking at any government formation issues. Today it's too premature. Let me comment on some of the findings, or rather estimates, that you are your pollsters have made. You see, comparing, asking people about how you would have voted if the party leader had not been A or B, it is not an easy question that you can really get a response for. And it will always underestimate the impact of a leader, because it's very difficult to alienate a leader from a party. Can you go and ask JDS how much would you vote for JDS if Devegowda were not your leader? You will not, in fact, possibly JDS would not have actually existed. It would be zero, I would say, without Devegowda. So therefore, these estimates are always.
I thought you'd like the estimates. The estimates actually show that the BJP in a Lok Sabha context would do well. You seem to be upset with Pradeep Gupta's estimates. In the Lok Sabha context, they're saying you'll do well in the same state.
That is known to every bacha in Karnataka, and if your pollsters have found it, it's a good finding for them. Every bacha would tell you that in Karnataka. And Prime Minister's impact, I think it's this 2%, 3%, I don't know, it sounds rather very unscientific. His impact in Lok Sabha itself, we have seen to be 36, going up to 51%. A direct 15% impact in Lok Sabha poll. In an assembly poll, it's difficult to assess, but I don't know why you need to apply a correction.
And we've got breaking news, breaking late tonight. Imran Khan has left the Islamabad High Court after a great deal of high drama. 7 hours after he received bail, Imran Khan has left the court with massive security. We're tracking the story live here on India Today tonight. After 7 hours inside the Islamabad High Court, 7 hours after he got bail, Imran Khan has left with a huge amount of security, headed towards Lahore minutes after he had warned the police to release him in 15 minutes. Imran Khan has actually now released a video claiming that he is being held hostage by the security forces. Remember that the security forces are escorting Imran Khan. He's received bail in all of the cases against him. The court has given him relief from arrest until at least the 17th of May. Here's the video that Imran Khan has just put out a short while ago. Here's the latest chapter in this unfolding drama from Pakistan. 7 hours after he received bail, Imran Khan being escorted to Lahore by security forces. He's left the Islamabad High Court with massive security. Here's the video that Imran Khan's just put out.
अब 3 घंटे हो गए हैं। 3 घंटे से मुझे इन्होंने यहाँ रखा हुआ है अदालत के अंदर, जाने नहीं दे रहा है। कभी कोई बहाना मारते हैं, कभी कोई बहाना मारते हैं। मैं आज सारी कौम को कह रहा हूँ कि अदालत ने मुझे हर जगह बेल दे दी है। मेरे ऊपर अब कोई केस नहीं है, मैं आज़ाद हूँ। उसके बावजूद इन्होंने मुझे यहाँ किडनैप किया हुआ है, ज़बरदस्ती रखा हुआ है। मैं सारी कौम को आज ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इनकी बदनीयती है, ये फिर से कुछ करना चाहते हैं। सारी कौम तैयार हो जाए कि एक जब अदालतों के फैसले नहीं माने जा रहे, जिस मुल्क के अंदर कानून की हैसियत ही खत्म हो गई है, तो अवाम को पुरअमन एहतजाज करना चाहिए। नहीं तो हम भेड़ बकरियां बन गए हैं। अब जब आइन की भी कोई परवाह ना हो, जब कानून की भी परवाह ना हो, जो ताकतवर हो, जो मर्जी चाहे, कि अदालत ने फैसला कर दिया कि मैं आज़ाद हूँ। 3 जजेस ने हाई कोर्ट के फैसला किया है, उसके बावजूद मुझे यहाँ रोका हुआ इन्होंने पिछले 3 घंटे से। मैं सारी कौम को अभी बता रहा हूँ, आप पुरअमन तरीके से एहतजाज के लिए तैयार हो जाएं।
Very rapid late night developments now. Imran Khan, we understand, is being taken to an undisclosed location. He's been taken out of Islamabad, currently at the city limits of Islamabad, being escorted under a large amount of security and being taken towards Lahore. India Today's reporter on the ground, Hamza Amir, says the spokesperson of the Islamabad Capital Police has said that they are reviewing all security arrangements and the court orders will be fully implemented. Imran Khan's cavalcade with that security has reached the motorway. He's being escorted by the Islamabad police till the motorway and limitations of Islamabad on their way to Lahore right now. So Imran Khan has just put out that video, very dramatic video, where he says he's being held hostage, but the security forces escorting Imran Khan out of Islamabad towards Lahore is something that is happening as we speak. I want to go across to Talha Saeed, who's a reporter who's tracking all developments here. Talha, what's the latest that you can tell us? 7 hours after he received bail, Imran Khan with security forces apparently departing from Islamabad and heading towards Lahore, Talha.
Well, so Imran Khan just left the Islamabad High Court just a while ago, and right now his cavalcade just hit the motorway, and Imran Khan is coming back to Lahore. Before the arrival of Imran Khan, there are many preparations going on right now in Lahore at the Zaman Park, where he is currently residing, and Imran Khan's family and Imran Khan's worker and many party leaders, they are waiting for him at the Zaman Park. And while talking about the Imran Khan's departure, Imran Khan's Barrister Gohar is actually accompanying him, and police officers are also with him in his car. And Imran Khan's cavalcade just hit the motorway, and it is expected that after 3 hours or 4 hours, Imran Khan will be in Lahore at his residency, and it is being expected that Imran Khan will be there by 3 a.m. in the morning. It was a very long day for the Pakistani courts, for the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf's workers, that for the whole day it was a very continuous drama which was being held at Islamabad High Court. That first Imran Khan was late for the court, then after that when he managed to secure all the bails from the court, his departure from the court was also very dramatic. And now after whole of this drama, now Imran Khan is finally on his way towards Lahore, and we are still expecting that when he'll reach in Lahore, there will be huge celebrations, because there are preparations being made at Zaman Park. Workers are gathering over there. They're chanting the party slogans. They are preparing the fireworks, which is going to be held when Imran Khan will arrive at Zaman Park. So this is the situation in Lahore right now, and in Islamabad, the things are getting normalized now as the Imran Khan left Islamabad for Lahore.
Okay, so stay with me, Talha. We also have Hamza Amir joining us. India Today, remember, the only channel with a reporter on the ground. We've got images on your screen. All of our viewers, I draw your attention to the images that our team in Pakistan is getting us in terms of visuals. Those are pictures of Imran Khan getting into his security vehicle and leaving from the Islamabad High Court just a short while ago. Over 7 hours at court, and finally he has left late tonight, and they are on their way to Lahore. Talha telling us that they will reach by about 3:30 in the morning. High security for Imran Khan. He's put out a video saying he's being held hostage and taken against his will. Hamza Amir is also with us live for more on this. Hamza, very dramatic late night developments. What are you hearing?
Well, as per the latest shift, Imran Khan currently is on his way towards Lahore. The Islamabad security forces are escorting him till the motorway from where the limitations of Islamabad capital territory end. Before that, he was dramatically moved out of the Islamabad High Court from the back door, because after his consultation and meeting with the IG Islamabad, Imran Khan clearly refused to move an inch from there. He said he will not go and stay at any safe house. He wants to go back to Lahore, back to his home. So his arrangements of a movement were done. The security movement took him out of the Islamabad High Court, and then now, as we hear, he is currently being moved on. He's on his way towards the motorway to reach at the end of the Islamabad limitation, and from there he will be going from the Islamabad Lahore motorway towards Lahore to his house in Zaman Park.
What next, Hamza? You know, once Imran Khan's cavalcade reaches Lahore at before 4 a.m., we understand what happens next. He's going to be kept at his residence.
Yes, this is what he plans to do. He wants to go back home to his house, his residence in Zaman Park. And because he cannot be arrested, there can be nothing done against him as far as legal course is concerned till Monday midnight. Till that time, he has time. But he would want to use this time to basically reach to Lahore, because if he would have stayed in Islamabad, on a Monday, till Monday, then he may have been arrested again by the Punjab police, who was there even earlier today to arrest him in cases against him. So he has a relief till Monday. He would want to be in Zaman Park because Zaman Park is a much more safer place for him to be than Banigala, only for the fact that in the past we have seen that there are supporters who actually bank themselves outside Imran Khan's residence for 24 hours or even more. They put up tents in the area. They sit 24 hours, and whoever wants to come from the security forces to meet or even arrest or present an arrest warrant to Imran Khan, they have to go through that massive confrontation with his supporters who sit outside to protect Imran Khan. So I think Imran Khan feels that the most safest place for him right now is his house in Zaman Park, where he can be actually shielded by his supporters very efficiently. And there are no other routes that come to the same house, so it has to be the one street that reaches to his house in Zaman Park. So he would feel much more safer there because he would be able to have his people around him to to secure him if there is any arrest attempted on him after Monday.
Is there, Hamza? Very quick last question: is there any, is there any merit to Imran Khan saying that he's being held hostage? That's a very grave thing to say at this very precarious time when, when the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf workers and activists are already on the rampage, to claim that he's being held hostage?
Well, I think Imran Khan was sick of sitting in the Islamabad High Court for 5 hours waiting for him to move. And then after having, an advice or at least a suggestion coming from the IG Islamabad that he should be kept in a safe house in Islamabad for a couple of days, that is when he recorded this statement. He said that they are keeping me by force in the High Court premises, even though he is a free man, so he should be allowed to go. And the riots that happened outside, PTI people are saying that these riots have been fabricated by the government and their own people to actually say that the security situation does not allow Imran Khan to leave Islamabad. And I think that is why he basically said that they are keeping him in the High Court premises by force, even though he has no cases against him for the moment. He's not required to stay in the court. He wants to go back home. And that is why I think, this is what his point of view was, that him staying in the court for any longer would only be taken as an abduction or a forced attempt on him to not leave Islamabad.
Okay, Hamza, thanks very much for the moment, for joining us. Talha continues to be with us. Just want to once again remind all of our viewers that the pictures you're seeing on your screen brought in from our colleagues in Pakistan are basically showing you Imran Khan getting into his vehicle at the Islamabad High Court. Remember, he's been granted bail in all the cases against him. He has relief from arrest. He can't be arrested. That's the context in which Hamza was telling us that he's being taken to his house in Lahore. They can't arrest him, but Imran Khan claims that he is basically a hostage of the security forces at this point of time. All the images that you're seeing are of Imran Khan escorted by the security forces departing from Lahore, and he's now on the highway from Islamabad to Lahore, where his private residence is. Talha, if I could bring you back in right now, is there expected to be some late night action in Lahore courtesy the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf workers and activists? We saw quite a bit of tension and violence in Lahore, the Corps Commander's house, etc. Once Imran Khan arrives at his house, I'm guessing there will be big crowds there to receive him.
Well, so the thing is that protesters workers of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, they started gathering outside Zaman Park, and they are already there to welcome their leader, the former Prime Minister Imran Khan. So we are expecting that there would be a huge celebration. But as far as the agitation or the conflicts are concerned, I don't think so that there is going to be any conflict, particularly tonight, because as the court ordered the authorities to, and they stopped the authorities to arrest Imran Khan. So the thing is that yes, tomorrow is very important regarding this thing, but as far as tonight is concerned, we don't think so that there would be any agitation from the police, or we wouldn't be seeing any conflict between the workers of Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf and the police force, because the PTI workers, they already took charge of the Canal Road and especially in the surroundings of the Zaman Park. So it is highly expected that before Imran Khan reached the Zaman Park, there wouldn't be any police force waiting for him, but there would be only his workers who would be carrying the flowers and the rose petals to throw a shower on their leader, who is coming back home after 3 continuous days, in which he also got arrested in Islamabad, and after that there was a dramatic turn of the dramatic court event. So after all this drama, when Imran Khan is coming back, we're expecting that there would be a huge celebration in the Lahore, and especially in the Zaman Park area. And the PTI already called their workers that they should reach Islamabad and they should escort their leader back to home. But after the court's direction and after the security arrangements, it wasn't possible. So all of the workers then again directed that they should move to Zaman Park and they would be waiting over there for their leader's arrival. So we are expecting that as soon as Imran Khan will reach back Zaman Park, there would be huge celebrations and there would be huge fireworks, but there wouldn't be any conflict between PTI workers and police.
Tara, stay with me. We're staying with these images that we're getting late tonight. Imran Khan in his convoy, escorted by security forces, currently on their way to Lahore. I want to bring in Pakistani journalist Zameer Ali, also in on our coverage. Zameer, thank you for being with us. क्या आप बता सकते हैं ज़मीर की exactly क्या हो रहा है अभी, क्या तैयारी की जा रही है लाहौर में जब इमरान खान पहुंचेंगे कुछ देर में, क्या होगा वहां पर ज़मीर?
जी बिल्कुल, आज पूरे दिन की जो कवरेज थी उसमें इमरान खान को हाई कोर्ट की जानिब से तमाम जो मुकदमात हैं उसमें बेल दी गई है। उसके साथ साथ हाई कोर्ट की जानिब से ऑर्डर में ये भी लिखा गया है कि इमरान खान के ऊपर जो आने वाले दिनों में मुकदमात दर्ज किए जाएंगे उसमें भी उनको पीर वाले दिन तक यानी सोमवार वाले दिन तक उनको गिरफ्तार नहीं किया जाएगा। उसके बाद इमरान खान इस बात का इंतजार कर रहे थे कि उनको तहरीरी तौर पे ऑर्डर्स दिए जाएं, और इमरान खान को जब ऑर्डर्स दिए गए तहरीरी तौर पे, उसके बाद भी इमरान खान वहां से मूव नहीं हुआ। उनका ये कहना था कि इस्लामाबाद हाई कोर्ट के गिरदोनवां में रेंजर्स की सिक्योरिटी जो है वो तैनात है, जब तक रेंजर्स को हटाया नहीं जाता वो वहां से बाहर नहीं निकलेंगे। जिसके बाद रेंजर्स को फौरी तौर पर हटाया गया और रेंजर्स के साथ साथ पुलिस की डिप्लॉयमेंट की गई थी, और आईजी इस्लामाबाद ने अपनी गाड़ी में इमरान खान को बिठाया है कि इमरान खान उनकी गाड़ी में बैठ के यहाँ से रवाना हुए हैं। और इमरान खान इस्लामाबाद का जो गेट है जिसको टूल प्लाजा कहा जाता है, वहां तक आईजी इस्लामाबाद की गाड़ी में रवाना हुए हैं। वहां पर इमरान खान की जाती गाड़ी और उनकी जो पर्सनल सिक्योरिटी है वो वहां पे मौजूद है, और उसके बाद फिर इमरान खान वहां से रवाना हो जाएंगे। मैं आपको बताता चलूं कि इस्लामाबाद से लाहौर तक का जो बाय रोड फासला है ये तकरीबन 3.5 से लेकर 4 घंटे तक का सफर है। तो 4 घंटे के अंदर अंदर इमरान खान लाहौर पहुंचेंगे, और लाहौर पहुंचने के बाद उनका इस्तकबाल किया जाएगा जो पाकिस्तान तहरीक-ए-इंसाफ के कारकुनान हैं उनकी जानिब से। इससे पहले इमरान खान ने अपना एक वीडियो बयान जारी किया था, और इमरान खान ने उस बयान में ये खदशा जाहिर किया था कि उनको अरेस्ट किया गया है या फिर उनको अगवा किया गया है और उनको बाहर जाने की इजाजत नहीं दी जा रही थी, जिस वजह से उन्होंने ऐलान किया था कि पूरे मुल्क में उनके जो कारकुनान हैं वो प्रोटेस्ट दोबारा करें। तमाम उसके बाद फिर अब इमरान खान से बातचीत के बाद ये बातचीत तय हुई है कि इमरान खान इस्लामाबाद पुलिस की सिक्योरिटी में यहाँ से रवाना हुए हैं, और ये टूल प्लाजा के बाद फिर इमरान खान अपनी जाती सिक्योरिटी में यहाँ से रवाना होंगे। जी
ओके, ज़मीर अली हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद फॉर दैट डिटेल्ड look at what's happening in between Islamabad and Lahore right now. The video that Zameer Ali was just talking about is a short video message that Imran Khan put out just a short while ago, right before being released from the Islamabad High Court. Let's just play out that full video for you. Here's Imran Khan speaking just before leaving for Lahore.
3 घंटे हो गए हैं, 3 घंटे से मुझे इन्होंने यहाँ रखा हुआ है अदालत के अंदर, जाने नहीं दे रहा है। कभी कोई बहाना मारते हैं, कभी कोई बहाना मारते हैं। मैं आज सारी कौम को कह रहा हूँ कि अदालत ने मुझे हर जगह बेल दे दी है, मेरे ऊपर अब कोई केस नहीं है, मैं आज़ाद हूँ। उसके बावजूद इन्होंने मुझे यहाँ किडनैप किया हुआ है, ज़बरदस्ती रखा हुआ है। मैं सारी कौम को आज ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इनकी बदनीयती है, ये फिर से कुछ करना चाहते हैं। सारी कौम तैयार हो जाए कि एक जब अदालतों के फैसले नहीं माने जा रहे, जिस मुल्क के अंदर कानून की हैसियत ही ख़त्म हो गई है, तो अवाम को पुरअमन एहतजाज करना चाहिए। नहीं तो हम भेड़ बकरियां बन गए हैं। अब जब आइन की भी कोई परवाह ना हो, जब कानून की भी परवाह ना हो, जो ताकतवर हो जो मर्जी चाहे, कि अदालत ने फैसला कर दिया कि मैं आज़ाद हूँ। 3 जजेस ने हाई कोर्ट के फैसला किया है, उसके बावजूद मुझे यहाँ रोका हुआ इन्होंने पिछले 3 घंटे से। मैं सारी कौम को अभी बता रहा हूँ, आप पुरअमन तरीके से एहतजाज के लिए तैयार हो जाए। अब 3 घंटे हो गए हैं, 3 घंटे से मुझे इन्होंने यहाँ रखा हुआ है अदालत के अंदर, जाने नहीं दे रहा है। कभी कोई बहाना मारते हैं, कभी कोई बहाना मारते हैं। मैं आज सारी कौम को कह रहा हूँ कि अदालत ने मुझे हर जगह बेल दे दी है, मेरे ऊपर अब कोई केस नहीं है, मैं आज़ाद हूँ। उसके बावजूद इन्होंने मुझे यहाँ किडनैप किया हुआ है, ज़बरदस्ती रखा हुआ है। मैं सारी कौम को आज ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि इनकी बदनीयती है, ये फिर से कुछ करना चाहते हैं। सारी कौम तैयार हो जाए कि एक जब अदालतों के फैसले नहीं माने जा रहे, जिस मुल्क के अंदर कानून की हैसियत ही ख़त्म हो गई है, तो अवाम को पुरअमन एहतजाज करना चाहिए। नहीं तो हम भेड़ बकरियां बन गए हैं। जब आइन की भी कोई परवाह ना हो, जब कानून की भी परवाह ना हो, जो ताकतवर हो जो मर्जी चाहे, कि अदालत ने फैसला कर दिया कि मैं आज़ाद हूँ। 3 जजेस ने हाई कोर्ट के फैसला किया, उसके बावजूद मुझे यहाँ रोका हुआ इन्होंने पिछले 3 घंटे से। मैं सारी कौम को भी बता रहा हूँ, आप पुरअमन तरीके से एहतजाज के लिए तैयार हो जाए।
Okay, that was Imran Khan's message just a short moment ago. Remember, he is making that very, very grave charge, grave claim that he is being held hostage by the security forces. He is, in fact, being held. He is being escorted by the security forces. They cannot arrest him, remember, because Imran Khan has bail and relief from arrest till the 17th of May in all the cases against him, including the ones in which he had gotten bail yesterday. But Imran Khan is basically claiming to be in a gilded cage right now. He's a free man, technically speaking, but he says he is under the captivity of the security forces who are stopping short of arresting him, but basically keeping him in their clutches. Talha continues to be with me. Talha, the convoy is on its way currently from Islamabad to Lahore. Imran Khan has made, many dramatic claims. He has said they are definitely going to arrest me. They are going to make me disappear. There is a conspiracy to murder me. Now he says that he is being held hostage by the security forces. All this is going to create a lot of tension on the ground, Talha.
Well, so the thing is that if Imran Khan was really in the custody of the security forces, then how he was recording that video statement? So this is not totally true that he was in custody of the security forces, but the thing is that he is actually being escorted to his home by the security forces. And now now the ground reality is that Imran Khan is being escorted to Lahore by the mix of his own personal security and by the security forces. So this claim of Imran Khan that he is being held hostage by the security forces, for now it is not true. But the thing is that you can count it as a political statement, but not as a not as a literal statement. So when Imran Khan will finally be home, as we are expecting him that he will be here in the Man Park by 3 a.m. in the mornings. So we are sure that after that this statement will totally not be valid.
New video has been put out by Imran Khan. It's just been released by the Tehreek-e-Insaf. Let's just play that out. New video from Imran Khan.
अल्लाह का करम है आईजी इस्लामाबाद ने पूरी कोशिश की रोकने की। 3 घंटे में वो रोका छोड़ा कि जी बड़ा डेंजरस है। तो जब सड़क पे निकले बाहर, हमने जोर लगा के उसे कहा कि हम सारे, मैं पाकिस्तान को बताऊंगा कि तुम ये किडनैप कर रहे हो, हमें जबरदस्ती रोक रहे हो। फिर उसकी प्रेशर के ऊपर उसने छोड़ा और अब जब हम निकले तो खाली पड़ी थी सड़कें, कोई किसी किस्म का खतरा नहीं था। और अब मैं इंशाल्लाह अगले 3 घंटे तक लाहौर पहुंचूंगा और मैं जो लोग रास्ते में खड़े थे जो इस्तकबाल के लिए, मैं उन सब का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। हम निकल चुके हैं लाहौर के लिए, अल्लाह का करम है। आईजी इस्लामाबाद ने पूरी कोशिश की रोकने की। 3 घंटे में वो रोका छोड़ा कि जी बड़ा डेंजरस है। तो जब सड़क पे निकले बाहर, हमने जोर लगा के उसे कहा कि हम सारे, मैं पाकिस्तान को बताऊंगा कि तुम ये किडनैप कर रहे हो, हमें जबरदस्ती रोक रहे हो। फिर उसकी प्रेशर के ऊपर उसने छोड़ा और अब जब हम निकले तो खाली पड़ी थी सड़कें, कोई किसी किस्म का खतरा नहीं था। और अब मैं इंशाल्लाह अगले 3 घंटे तक लाहौर पहुंचूंगा और मैं जो लोग रास्ते में खड़े थे जो इस्तकबाल के लिए, मैं उन सब का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। हम निकल चुके हैं लाहौर के लिए।
That is the first statement video that's been put out by Imran Khan right after his release. He sent that video out from his vehicle, as you can see, on the Islamabad-Lahore highway. Very, very brief clip. He says, Inshallah, I will reach Lahore. The IG of Islamabad tried to stop me. I told them that for 3 hours you're trying to kidnap me, but they are on their way to Lahore right now, reiterating the claim that he is basically in a cage. That's the claim that Imran Khan is making, that he is not a free man. Even though he's been freed by the Supreme Court, he is not a free man. That's why he says, Inshallah, I will reach I will reach Lahore. We've got all 3 of our reporters now, Hamza Amir and Talha Saeed from Pakistan at this point of time. Gaurav Sawant joining me from the national capital of India. Gaurav, quickly coming to you, your reading of these late night developments. Imran Khan making a very clear case and a very clear claim that he has been abducted, or there was an attempt to abduct him, and that he is definitely not free. He's under the captivity and is being held hostage by the security forces, even though, as Talha correctly pointed out, he is still being able to record and send out videos.
You're absolutely right, and Talha is, but you know, it's a very tense situation in Pakistan. Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf cadres are not sure if Imran Khan will reach his Zaman Park residence in Lahore safely. They've not only flanked his vehicle, so his security detail, he has his own security detail. Then there is the Islamabad police, then there is the Lahore police. So he has multiple layers of security, but he's not too sure how many people can he actually trust at this stage, especially after his statement earlier this evening. The moment he was released from court, his first statement while in court was that it's not the Pakistan army, it's one man, and that one man is General Asim Munir. So it's Imran Khan versus General Asim Munir, the chief of the Pakistan army, and this is what makes Imran Khan's position extremely precarious, or the position, Shiv, of General Asim Munir. After this fight, only one of the two will survive. Whether it's Imran Khan or it's General Asim Munir remains to be seen, Shiv.
There has been no word, officially speaking from the Pakistan army about all of this. The last time we heard from the military establishment was that ISPR statement a few days ago, right before Imran Khan was actually arrested, where they basically debunked his claims about there being a conspiracy to murder him. What are you hearing from the military establishment? Because, things have become tense. A corps commander's house was virtually destroyed. The GHQ was, the attempts were made to infiltrate the GHQ. Are there any things that you're hearing about, what the possible response from the military might be, Hamza?
Well, Shiv, as we speak, the ISPR, in fact, has spoken out. They have said that one thing that needs to be sure, that the talks about a military coup or a martial law imposed in Pakistan is something that is out of
Hamza,
question.
I apologize. I'm just coming back to you in 30 seconds. We have Neela Mirshad, who's a spokesperson of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. I'll just come back to you in a moment,
Hamza. Neelam ji, Imran Khan's video has just been released from his car. He's just sent out a video from his car from Islamabad on the way to Lahore. अभी क्या स्थिति है, क्या सिचुएशन है लाहौर में, क्या अरेंजमेंट्स है? क्योंकि इमरान खान का कहना है, he is saying कि वो एक hostage है. He is being held a hostage.
I don't think so. Nothing wrong will happen. He has a warm with him. He has both rank of Imran, not paid mulazim of other government. He will go peacefully, inshallah, to his home at Zaman Park. And then next day, he will come back, inshallah. And nothing is going to happen because Supreme Court took a great advantage of his being innocent. And today, what happened, you all know about it. He's back. He's going back because there's no case against him so far.
But Neelam, Imran Khan is saying that he is in captivity. He is saying that he is not free. He is saying attempts have been made to kidnap him as well.
Well, that happened 4 days back also. Before going, he's saying since quite a couple of months, he's saying that I'm not safe, whenever I might not come back. So still, of course, he has this because he doesn't trust the enemies of Pakistan dollar. He's scared to save his country from all these looters and cheaters. So, of course, we are also scared, but we are really scared. He's not scared. He's a confident man. He's a very strong, nerve person. But still, he says, a couple of months back, he said, my bag is always ready whenever I go to the court. I know that I will not come back.
Okay.
There is behind the bars. So he knows what's going on, and he has to keep his eyes open for both ends, like fit or not.
Okay.
So I don't
Neelam
think so they can do this because today you've seen when he came out, and like people in Islamabad, they are not awake after like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. And at 10 o'clock, you could see the whole Islamabad full of Imran Khan's lovers, rather. And now, when we reach Lahore, we are all ready to receive him with love and attention. And
Neelam Irshad, thank you very much for speaking to India today. You're saying that everything will be okay. The Awam is with Imran Khan. He's just put out a video. Before we go back to our reporters, I want to once again play that very short latest video that video message that Imran Khan has just put out from his vehicle on the highway between Islamabad and Lahore. Here it is. Listen in to Imran Khan.
हमें जबरदस्ती रोक रहे हो, फिर उसकी प्रेशर के ऊपर उसे छोड़ा और अब जब हम निकले तो खाली पड़ी थी सड़कें, कोई किसी किस्म का खतरा नहीं था। और अब मैं इंशाअल्लाह अगले 3 घंटे तक लाहौर पहुंचूंगा और मैं जो लोग रास्ते में खड़े थे जो इस्तकबाल के लिए मैं उन सब का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। हम निकल चुके हैं लाहौर के लिए, अल्लाह का करम है। आईजी इस्लामाबाद ने पूरी कोशिश की रोकने की, 3 घंटे में वो रोका छोड़ा कि जी बड़ा डेंजरस है, हमें जबरदस्ती रोक रहे हो, फिर उसकी प्रेशर के ऊपर उसे छोड़ा और अब जब हम निकले तो खाली पड़ी थी सड़कें, कोई किसी किस्म का खतरा नहीं था। और अब मैं इंशाअल्लाह अगले 3 घंटे तक लाहौर पहुंचूंगा और मैं जो लोग रास्ते में खड़े थे जो इस्तकबाल के लिए मैं उन सब का शुक्रिया।
Hamza, apologies, we had to go to that PTI spokesperson when you were speaking. Go ahead, the point you were making about what you're possibly hearing from the Pakistan establishment.
Yes, in fact, the ISPR has spoken out on 2 very important matters. One, they have said that reports about sacking anyone in the top military brass, or at least as we have been, hearing that the corps commander has been actually sacked in Lahore and a new commander is in place. He said nobody has been sacked. That is one. Number two, he's also made this very clear. The armed forces have made this clear that the possibilities or even the talks and thoughts about Pakistan going into a state of martial law or an emergency may be declared and the army would be called in or they would take over is something that is absolutely out of question. ISPR has also again said that despite the fact that there was internal and external propaganda, the army stayed united. And that is very important. They've used the word propaganda. And before that, if you remember, they were very specific on mentioning Imran Khan, his party, and proclaimed them as people who wanted to instigate and provoke a civil war like situation in the country. So the army seems to be very, very rigid in their stance, and they have made this clear that there is no line, no sight, and no question of any kind of a martial law being imposed in Pakistan. And also they have said that the propaganda that were internally and externally being propagated against the establishment, it has not broken them to pieces. It has actually kept them united.
Okay, Gaurav, because the fact that tensions have ratcheted up so high, specifically with the Pakistan army, one is expecting, very extreme situations to be possible. Imran Khan is saying, I will be abducted, I may vanish, I may be disappeared. None of that is seeming outlandish at this point of time.
Shiv, as you well know, nothing is outlandish in Pakistan. The most bizarre things happen in Pakistan. It's not a normal state, but it's a very crucial statement that's been made by ISPR. And rather late in the day, rumors about the corps commander being shunted out started floating in Pakistani media almost at the crack of dawn. And it's only past, close to midnight that ISPR has issued a statement saying the army stands united. Shiv, that's a very major statement. This is a statement where the Pakistan army is trying to say, we are one entity, we are one unit. Any fissures within the army would have shown that Imran Khan had succeeded not just in dividing the judiciary and the society, but also perhaps for the first time the army. So far, whatever may have happened in Pakistan, at least overtly the army stayed united, even though internally, Shiv, you'd recall you and I had reported the fissures that were there in the Pakistan army when General Raheel Sharif had taken over. And once again, Imran Khan was being propped up against Mian Nawaz Sharif. I think that was 2013-14. But this time the army is putting out that impression that we stand united. If the army stands united, then there is no one who can defend Imran Khan, even if it's the Supreme Court in the days and weeks ahead, because the Supreme Court either will fall in line or if the Supreme Court continues to take on the Pakistan army and support Imran Khan, because now it's very clear it's Imran Khan and the Supreme Court on one side and the Pakistani state, including the army, the leadership on one side. So that this will become a major battle in the days and weeks ahead. Either Imran Khan's side will back out or there will be civil war.
Okay, back out or civil war, only one can be left standing, because that's the kind of extreme lengths to which both sides, certainly the Imran Sena, as it were, has gone in this fight. Hamza, Gaurav, Talha, thank you very much for joining me for the moment on this. It's going to be a long night for Pakistani media, Pakistani journalists. I wonder if Hamza and Talha are going to get any sleep tonight, but we will, of course, bother them, if and when we hear more from Pakistan. We hope that everything stays absolutely peaceful. But Imran Khan is headed back to Lahore 3 days after things went quite out of control, including in the city of Lahore itself. Everyone saw those very, very viral images of the four corps commanders, the Lahore corps commanders' house being completely destroyed and looted. There was widespread, rioting and mob violence in different parts of Lahore and other cities as well. We hope things can dial down just a little bit, but it doesn't look like it, because Imran Khan is still sending out incendiary statements that are going to stoke the emotions of thousands of his supporters who've been running riot and on the rampage across Pakistan. Let me play out for you one more time what Imran Khan has just said while he's on the highway between Islamabad and Lahore. Here is the warning that Imran Khan has sent out before he arrives in Lahore.
हमें जबरदस्ती रोक रहे हैं, फिर उसकी प्रेशर के ऊपर उसने छोड़ा, और अब जब हम निकले तो खाली पड़ी थी सड़कें, कोई किसी किस्म का खतरा नहीं था। और अब मैं इंशाअल्लाह अगले 3 घंटे तक लाहौर पहुंचूंगा और मैं जो लोग रास्ते में खड़े थे जो इस्तकबाल के लिए मैं उन सब का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। हम निकल चुके हैं लाहौर के लिए, अल्लाह का करम है। आईजी इस्लामाबाद ने पूरी कोशिश की रोकने की, 3 घंटे हमें वो रोका छोड़ा कि जी बड़ा डेंजरस है। तो जब सड़क पर निकले हमने जोर लगा के उसे कहा कि हम सारे, मैं पाकिस्तान को बताऊंगा कि तुम ये किडनैप कर रहे हो, हमें जबरदस्ती रोक रहे हो। फिर उसकी प्रेशर के ऊपर उसने छोड़ा और अब जब हम निकले तो खाली पड़ी थी सड़कें, कोई किसी किस्म का खतरा नहीं था। और अब मैं इंशाअल्लाह अगले 3 घंटे तक लाहौर पहुंचूंगा और मैं जो लोग रास्ते में खड़े थे।
India Today's reporters in Pakistan, our desk here in India's national capital, are going to be tracking that story overnight. Nobody is getting any sleep. Very, very precarious situation between Islamabad and Lahore. And I promise you, if anything breaks, you will watch it live here on India Today, on our YouTube channel, on our channel as well. Keep track of it. Nobody's covering the Pakistan situation like India Today is. We're taking a very quick break. The news continues on the other side. Pakistan continues to remain one of our big stories. Thanks for watching. See you on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
To focus on hatchbacks, and there's actually no plan to do any production tweaks so that probably production is lesser for hatchbacks.
So production, actually you have different lines in the different plants. So it's not as if you can immediately shift one capacity to the other because you require specialized equipment for every model. But we have reasonable flexibility, I would say. And as I said, we are expecting the hatch segment to remain flat. And in fact, it has been flat. It's about 34% of the total market in April as well, which is actually the same number as we saw for the full year of last year. However, SUVs have gone up in this month, about 47% share of the total pie of the passenger vehicle industry against about 43.5 for the whole year 22-23.
Right. Also, Shashank, could you, it's actually very clear that sale of SUVs is driving growth for sales as far as Maruti is concerned. In the recent past, a couple of SUVs have been launched, or a facelift has also come up. So, could you give us some number and the trend of the SUVs as far as Maruti goes?
Yes. So, if you look at the whole of last year, our market share was 12.6%. But if you look at it quarter-wise, quarter one market share was about 8.5%, but went up to almost 17% in Q4. That's because of the introduction of the Grand Vitara, which we did in September of last year, and also the increased availability of Brezza. And that has helped us to get the market share of 17% in quarter four of the last financial year. And now we have introduced the Fronx, dispatches of which started in the month of April, although the retail started just a couple of days back. In this figure of ours in the wholesales include about 8,500 units of Fronx that we dispatched. And now our targeted market share for the SUVs is about 25%. From 12.5%, we are targeting to double it to 25. That should help us get about, in the overall perspective, about a 4% increase in market share. Hopefully to be in that 45% plus range again.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Friday night, ahead of that big verdict day tomorrow morning starting at 7 a.m. Clear verdict or hung house in Karnataka? What lies ahead? 12 hours to go for that big verdict. Also, we'll have a ground report as I go to ground zero to talk to our wrestlers who are simply refusing to end their protest. And Maharashtra's speaker, the man who has a big task ahead of him, will be joining me day after that big Supreme Court verdict. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. All eyes on the big Karnataka verdict. Ahead of verdict day, Congress, BJP keep plan B in place in case the election throws up a hung assembly. H.D. Kumaraswamy hints he's ready to deal with any party that makes him chief minister. Axis My India Today poll predicts a clear win for the Congress. The dangle for justice now reaches the courts. Delhi police form an SIT to probe the case against Brij Bhushan Saran Singh, accused of sexually harassing women wrestlers. Judge says POSCO case will be transferred to a district judge. Supreme Court pulls up the Mamata Banerjee government for banning the Kerala story. Says West Bengal not different from the rest of the country. Sends a notice to the government. Interim relief for ex-Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan. Court grants him bail in all cases. Pakistan government told to ensure security. Imran declares it's me versus army chief. Sachin Pilot's sangharsh against the Gehlot government continues as he resumes his march from Ajmer. Attacks both Gehlot and the BJP over corruption. Maharashtra government drops charges against ex-Mumbai top cop Parambir Singh, revokes his suspension. Meanwhile, ex-NCB officer Samir Wankhede booked in corruption case.